Hello, horror lovers. Welcome to our channel. Please subscribe as it is our biggest motivation. Let us know in the comments which city you're listening from. If you like this video, don't forget to hit the like button. Now, let's get into the stories. I had always loved horror movies. So when I heard about the special screening of a newly restored version of a long-lost horror film from the 1970s, I jumped at the chance to attend. The movie, titled The Haunting of Blackwood Manor, was infamous for its troubled production and the mysterious disappearance of several cast members. The original reel had been lost for decades, only recently discovered in an old storage unit. The event promised a night of genuine scares and an atmosphere thick with nostalgia. The theater was packed with horror enthusiasts, the air buzzing with excitement and anticipation. The lights dimmed and the screen flickered to life, the grainy footage giving the film an authentic, unsettling feel. As the opening credits rolled, a sense of foreboding settled over the audience. The movie's plot revolved around a family that moved into an old, isolated mansion, only to be tormented by malevolent spirits. It was a classic setup, but there was something about the film that felt different, darker, more sinister. About halfway through the movie, during a particularly tense scene, the screen suddenly went black. The audience murmured in confusion, thinking it was a technical glitch. The theater remained dark for several minutes, the only sound the uneasy whispers of the crowd. Then, without warning, the screen flickered back to life, but the footage was different. It showed grainy, distorted images of the theater itself, as if someone was filming us from inside the auditorium. A chill ran down my spine as I realized the camera was moving, panning across the rows of seats. The audience fell silent, the tension palpable. The camera zoomed in on a figure sitting in the back row, their face obscured by shadows. The figure stood up and began walking towards the screen, the camera following their every move. As they reached the front of the theater, the screen went black again. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed through the auditorium, and the lights flickered back on. People were looking around in panic, trying to locate the source of the scream. I turned to my friend, Lisa, who was sitting beside me, her face pale with fear. "Did you see that?" she whispered, her voice trembling. I nodded, my heart racing. Before we could make sense of what was happening, the screen lit up once more, showing the film again. The scene had changed, and now depicted the family in the movie being terrorized by an unseen force. The sound of footsteps echoed through the theater, matching the ones on screen. The synchronization was unnerving, making it feel like the events in the movie were bleeding into our reality. But as the tension in the movie escalated, so did the atmosphere in the theater. People were on edge, some clutching their seats, others nervously glancing around. The air grew colder, and an oppressive sense of dread settled over us. Suddenly, the figure from the earlier footage appeared on screen again, but this time they were standing in front of the haunted manor's door. The figure turned slowly, their face still hidden, and pointed directly at the camera. The image cut to static, and the lights in the theater flickered once more. Panic began to spread, with several people getting up to leave. But as they reached the aisles, the doors at the back of the auditorium slammed shut, trapping us inside. The screen showed the figure entering the manor, and the sound of creaking floorboards filled the theater. The figure moved through the dark, empty halls, their footsteps echoing ominously. As they approached a closed door, the sound of heavy breathing filled the room. The door creaked open, revealing a shadowy room filled with old, decaying furniture. The camera moved into the room, focusing on a large, ornate mirror. The reflection showed not the room, but the inside of the theater, with the audience watching in horrified silence. The figure in the mirror raised their hand and placed it against the glass. At that moment, a cold gust of wind swept through the theater, extinguishing the lights once more. In the darkness, the sound of whispers filled the air, growing louder and more frantic. I felt a cold hand brush against my arm, and I jumped, my heart pounding. Lisa grabbed my hand, her grip tight with fear. "We need to get out of here," she said, her voice barely audible over the whispers. We stood up and made our way to the aisle, using the light from our phones to guide us. Others were doing the same, moving quickly towards the exits. But as we reached the doors, we found them locked, the handles cold and unyielding. The whispers grew louder, and a sense of panic set in. Suddenly, the screen lit up again, showing the figure standing in the middle of the haunted manor. They turned slowly, their face finally revealed a ghastly, twisted visage that seemed to stare directly at us. The figure raised their hand, and the screen went black once more. The whispers stopped, and the theater was plunged into an eerie silence. Then the sound of footsteps echoed through the auditorium, growing louder and closer. The air grew colder, and a sense of dread filled the room. The figure from the screen seemed to materialize out of the darkness, their ghastly face visible in the dim light. They moved slowly, deliberately down the aisle, their eyes fixed on the screen. People pressed themselves against the seats, trying to avoid the figure's gaze. As they reached the front of the theater, they turned to face us, their expression one of malevolent intent. The figure raised their hand, and the doors at the back of the theater flew open. A blinding light filled the room, and the figure vanished as quickly as they had appeared. People rushed towards the exits, desperate to escape the theater. Lisa and I joined the crowd, our hearts pounding with fear and adrenaline. As we spilled out into the night, the cold air was a welcome relief. We stood on the sidewalk, catching our breath and trying to make sense of what had just happened. The other patrons were equally shaken, exchanging bewildered glances and hushed conversations. Lisa and I decided to walk home, needing the fresh air to clear our heads. As we walked, we couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. Every shadow seemed to move, and every sound set our nerves on edge. When we finally reached my apartment, we hurried inside, locking the door behind us. We spent the rest of the night talking about the experience, trying to rationalize what we had seen. But no matter how hard we tried, we couldn't shake the feeling that something had followed us home. The sense of unease lingered, and we found ourselves glancing over our shoulders, expecting to see the figure from the theater. In the days that followed, strange occurrences began to happen in my apartment. Objects would move on their own, lights would flicker, and the temperature would drop inexplicably. Lisa and I grew more and more uneasy, our nerves frayed by the constant sense of being watched. One night, as I lay in bed, I heard a soft whispering coming from the corner of the room. I sat up, my heart pounding, and saw a shadowy figure standing in the darkness. The figure moved closer, and I recognized the ghastly face from the theater. I tried to scream, but no sound came out. The figure reached out, and the room grew cold, the air thick with fear. Just as the figure was about to touch me, I jolted awake, drenched in sweat. It had been a nightmare, but the sense of dread was all too real. I turned on the lights and sat up, trying to calm my racing heart. We spent the rest of the night in the living room, too scared to sleep. The next morning, we decided to contact Marcus, the paranormal investigator who had helped Cage. Marcus listened to our story with a calm, professional demeanor and agreed to visit my apartment. He arrived later that day, equipped with his usual array of tools. As Marcus conducted his investigation, He confirmed our suspicions the apartment was indeed haunted. He explained that the figure we had seen was likely a malevolent spirit, drawn to us by the events at the theater. He suggested a cleansing ritual to dispel the spirit and bring peace to our home. That evening, Marcus performed the ritual, burning sage and reciting prayers. The air grew tense, and the temperature dropped as the spirit made its presence known. But Marcus remained steadfast, commanding the spirit to leave. The room filled with a blinding light, and the oppressive weight lifted. In the days that followed, the strange occurrences ceased, and the sense of dread dissipated. Lisa and I finally felt at peace, our home no longer haunted by the malevolent presence. We continued to enjoy horror movies, but with a newfound respect for the power of the supernatural. The experience had been a harrowing reminder of the thin line between fiction and reality, and the forces that exist just beyond our understanding. It taught us to respect the stories we tell and the spirits that may linger in the shadows. The cursed film reel had been more than just a movie. It had been a gateway to the unknown, one that we would never forget. It was a rainy evening in New Orleans, the kind where the mist rolls in off the Mississippi River, wrapping the city in a shroud of mystery. I had been out late, exploring the French Quarter, soaking in the vibrant music and savoring the rich, spicy food. The streets, usually bustling with life, had grown quieter as the night deepened. I decided it was time to head back to my hotel, so I hailed a taxi near Jackson Square. The cab pulled up and I got in, grateful to be out of the rain. The driver was an older man, with deep lines etched into his face and a thick New Orleans accent. He wore a worn cap pulled low over his eyes, and a cigarette dangled from the corner of his mouth. "Where to?" he asked, his voice gravelly. I gave him the address of my hotel, a historic building not far from the Garden District. He nodded and pulled away from the curb, the wipers squeaking rhythmically as they fought against the downpour. The streets were nearly empty, save for a few stragglers and the occasional couple huddled under umbrellas. The city, usually so full of life, felt oddly desolate. As we drove through the narrow, winding streets, I noticed that the cab's interior felt strangely cold, almost as if the air conditioning was on full blast. But there was no hum of a fan. I shivered and pulled my jacket tighter around me. The driver was silent, his eyes focused on the road ahead. There was something about his demeanor that put me on edge. He didn't make any small talk, which was unusual for a New Orleans cabbie. Most drivers I had encountered were chatty, eager to share stories about the city's history, its culture, and its many legends, but this man said nothing. We passed through a particularly old part of the city, where the buildings leaned and close to the street, their wrought-iron balconies draped with Spanish moss. The rain had turned the cobblestones slick, and the street lights cast eerie, elongated shadows. I tried to make conversation, to break the unsettling silence. "New Orleans is beautiful, even in the rain," I said, hoping to elicit a response. The driver glanced at me in the rearview mirror, his eyes dark and unreadable. "It's an old city," he replied curtly. Full of ghosts, his words sent a chill down my spine, and I regretted trying to start a conversation. I fell silent, staring out the window at the rain-soaked streets. After a while, I noticed something strange. The city outside seemed different, as if we had entered a part of New Orleans I didn't recognize. The buildings were older, more decrepit, and the street lights were dimmer, casting only faint pools of light. The air grew heavier, thick with humidity, and something else, something I couldn't quite place. I leaned forward, peering through the windshield. "Are we going the right way?" I asked, my voice tinged with unease. The driver didn't respond immediately. He kept his eyes on the road, his hands gripping the steering wheel tightly. Finally, he spoke, his voice low and somber. "This city has many roads, some of which lead to places not meant for the living." His words hung in the air, heavy with foreboding. I felt my heart rate quicken, a growing sense of dread settling in my chest. I glanced at the meter, but it was dark, not ticking away as it should have been. Panic began to rise in me. "I think you've made a wrong turn." "This doesn't look like the way to my hotel," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. The driver looked at me through the rearview mirror again, his gaze piercing. "Sometimes the city chooses where you need to go." His cryptic response did nothing to calm my nerves. I tried to open the door, but the handle wouldn't budge. It was as if it had been locked from the outside. My breathing grew rapid, and I felt a cold sweat break out on my forehead. "Let me out," I demanded, my voice trembling with fear. The driver didn't respond. Instead, he continued down the dark, unfamiliar streets, the rain pounding against the windows like a relentless drumbeat. The city outside the cab seemed to shift and change, becoming more and more unrecognizable. The buildings were older, more decayed, as if we had traveled back in time to a New Orleans long forgotten. My mind raced, trying to make sense of what was happening. Was this some kind of nightmare, a hallucination? I had heard stories of the supernatural in New Orleans, but I had never believed in them until now. I tried to reason with the driver, pleading with him to let me out, but he remained silent, his eyes fixed on the road. The cab seemed to move through the city with a will of its own, taking turns down streets that didn't exist on any map I knew of. Finally, the cab came to a stop in front of a grand, crumbling mansion, its windows dark and its gates rusted with age. The rain had stopped, and the silence was deafening. The driver turned to me, his expression grave. "This is where you get out," he said, his voice void of any emotion. I hesitated, my hand on the door handle. "I don't want to get out here." "This isn't my hotel," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. The driver's eyes locked onto mine, and in that moment I saw something that made my blood run cold, a flicker of something inhuman, something ancient, lurking behind those eyes. "You were meant to come here," he said, his voice low and commanding. "This place has been waiting for you." I felt a pull, an almost magnetic force, urging me to step out of the cab. Against my better judgment, I pushed the door open, then stepped onto the cracked pavement. The air was thick with the scent of decay, and the house loomed before me like a dark sentinel. The cab door slammed shut behind me, and when I turned around, the taxi was gone. There was no sign of the driver, no tire tracks on the wet street, nothing. I was alone, standing in front of the dilapidated mansion. My heart pounded in my chest as I took in my surroundings. The mansion was surrounded by an overgrown garden, its wrought iron gates twisted and broken. The windows were shattered, and the front door hung ajar, creaking softly in the breeze. Despite every instinct telling me to run, I found myself walking toward the house, drawn by an invisible force. I pushed open the front door and stepped inside. The interior was dark and musty, the air thick with the smell of mildew and something else, something rotten. I fumbled for my phone, using its flashlight to illuminate the space. The house was a maze of decaying rooms, each one more unsettling than the last. As I moved through the mansion, I heard whispers, soft, indistinct voices that seemed to come from all around me. My flashlight flickered, casting eerie shadows on the peeling wallpaper. I could feel the presence of something or someone watching me. The whispers grew louder, more urgent, As I reached the grand staircase at the center of the house, I hesitated, my mind screaming at me to turn back, but my feet carried me forward, up the stairs. The air grew colder with each step, and by the time I reached the top, I could see my breath misting in the dim light. The whispers had become a chorus now, overlapping voices speaking in a language I didn't understand. At the end of the hallway, I saw a door slightly ajar, a faint light spilling out from within. My heart raced as I approached the door, my hand trembling as I pushed it open. Inside, the room was empty, save for an old mirror hanging on the far wall. The mirror was large and ornate, its frame tarnished with age. As I stared at it, I saw my reflection, but something was wrong. The reflection wasn't moving in sync with me. It was delayed, like a lagging video feed, and there was something in the background, just out of focus. I leaned in closer, trying to make out the figure in the mirror. It was a shadowy form, barely visible, but as I stared, it began to take shape. My breath caught in my throat as I realized what I was seeing, a reflection of the cab driver standing right behind me, his eyes glowing with an unnatural light. I spun around, but the room was empty. My reflection, however, remained fixed on the spot, staring at me with a twisted smile. The mirror began to crack, spider webbing across the surface, and I felt an overwhelming sense of dread. I bolted out of the room, down the stairs, and out of the mansion, my footsteps echoing in the stillness. I didn't stop running until I was far from the house, the cold night air burning in my lungs. I finally slowed down, looking around to see where I was. The mansion was gone, and I was standing on a deserted street in New Orleans, the city's familiar sounds returning to my ears. I made my way back to my hotel, shaken and exhausted. The next morning, I tried to make sense of what had happened, but it all seemed like a bad dream. When I asked around about the mansion, no one knew of any such place in the area. The cab driver, the mansion, the voices, everything seemed to have vanished into thin air. To this day I can't explain what happened on that rainy night in New Orleans, but I've never taken a cab in that city again. It was an ordinary night, or at least it should have been. I was alone in my small, two-bedroom apartment, enjoying the rare quiet after a long day. The city outside buzzed with its usual energy, but inside my place it was peaceful, almost serene. I had just finished dinner and was settling in on the couch with a book when I heard the unmistakable sound of the front door creaking open. My heart skipped a beat. I was certain I had locked it after coming in. My mind immediately raced to the worst possible scenarios. Had someone broken in? Was there a stranger in my home? I set the book aside and slowly got up, trying to keep my breathing steady. The living room was dark, the only light coming from a dim lamp in the corner. I walked cautiously towards the door, every step feeling like an eternity. The door was open, just a crack. I could see the dim light from the hallway filtering through. I swallowed hard and reached for the door handle, pulling it shut with a quiet but firm click. I locked it, twisting the deadbolt for good measure, and stood there for a moment, listening for any sound of movement. The silence was almost oppressive. I shook my head, trying to dismiss the uneasy feeling that had settled in my chest. Maybe I hadn't closed it properly earlier. It wasn't unheard of, especially on a night when I was so tired. I double-checked the lock, making sure it was secure, then walked back to the couch. I tried to focus on my book, but the sense of unease lingered. Every creak, every distant noise made me jump. It was ridiculous, I told myself. There was nothing to worry about. But then, just as I started to relax, I heard it again, the door creaking open. This time my heart wasn't just skipping beats, it was racing. I froze, my eyes wide as I stared in the direction of the hallway. The door was open again, just a crack, exactly like before. I slowly got up, my hands trembling as I approached the door. My mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. Was it a prank? Was someone messing with me? Or was it something worse? I reached the door and peeked through the crack. The hallway was empty, just as it had been earlier. I pulled the door shut, this time slamming it with more force than intended. I locked it again, twisting the deadbolt until it couldn't turn any further. I stood there, my back pressed against the door, trying to calm down. It was just a draft, I told myself, or maybe the doorframe was warped. There had to be a logical explanation. I decided to distract myself, turning on the TV to fill the apartment with some noise. I put on a mindless sitcom, hoping the laughter and bright colors would drive away the fear that had taken root inside me. But it didn't help. My eyes kept darting to the door, half expecting it to creak open again. I was on edge. Every sound in the apartment amplified by my heightened senses. Minutes passed, then hours. The door stayed shut, and I started to feel foolish for letting myself get so worked up. I was exhausted, and sleep was starting to seem like a good idea. I turned off the TV, leaving just the lamp on, and headed to the bathroom to brush my teeth. As I was finishing up, I heard it again. The sound of the door opening, my heart felt like it stopped altogether. This time I didn't hesitate. I grabbed my phone from the counter and dialed 911 as I walked back into the living room. I could see the door from where I stood. It was wide open, much wider than before. The hallway beyond was dark, the shadows almost seeming to reach into the apartment. The operator's voice on the other end of the line was calm, professional, as I explained what was happening. They assured me that officers were on their way, and that I should stay on the line. I kept my eyes on the door, my hand gripping the phone so tightly my knuckles turned white. I could hear the operator asking me questions, but I barely registered them. My focus was entirely on the door, on the darkness beyond it. Minutes passed, but it felt like an eternity. I kept expecting someone or something to step through that doorway, to come into my home uninvited. But nothing happened. The door just stood there, open and silent. The police arrived quickly, their lights flashing through the windows. As they pulled up to the building, I let them in, explaining everything again as they inspected the apartment. They checked the hallway, the stairwell, and even the outside of the building, but found nothing. No signs of forced entry, no indication that anyone had been inside other than me. They reassured me that the door was probably just malfunctioning, that it could have been a draft or a misaligned frame causing it to open on its own. They suggested I get the door checked by a locksmith and offered to stay until I felt safe. I thanked them, but as soon as they left, the fear crept back in. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong, that the explanation they gave didn't add up. I locked the door again, triple-checking it this time. I even wedged a chair under the handle for extra security. But as I lay in bed that night, I couldn't sleep. Every creak of the building, every gust of wind outside made me flinch. I kept imagining the door opening again, seeing it in my mind's eye swinging open slowly, silently, as if beckoning something or someone inside. The night dragged on, and I finally drifted off just before dawn, but it was a restless, fitful sleep. The next morning, I called the locksmith as soon as the office opened. They came out within the hour and inspected the door. The locksmith didn't find anything wrong with it, no damage, no warping. It was a solid, sturdy door, they said. I felt a pit in my stomach as they left, no closer to understanding what had happened. I tried to go about my day, but the fear lingered. I couldn't concentrate at work, and when I got home, the sight of that door sent a shiver down my spine. That night I set up a camera in the living room, pointed directly at the door. I needed to know if it happened again, needed proof that I wasn't losing my mind. I sat on the couch, watching TV, but not really paying attention. My eyes kept drifting to the door, the camera's red light blinking softly in the dim room. Hours passed, and nothing happened. I started to relax, thinking maybe it really had been just a fluke. But then, just after midnight, the door creaked open again. My heart leapt into my throat. The camera was recording, and I didn't move, didn't dare get up. The door opened wider this time, slowly swinging inward until it was fully open. The hallway beyond was dark, just like before. I grabbed my phone and checked the camera feed. It was recording everything, the door opening on its own, the empty hallway beyond. I felt a wave of cold fear wash over me. There was no logical explanation for this. I wanted to call the police again, but what could I tell them? That my door was haunted. They would think I was crazy. I locked the door once more, watching as it swung shut on the camera feed. I stayed up all night, staring at that door, waiting for it to move again. But it didn't. The rest of the night was uneventful, but the fear didn't go away. The next morning, I reviewed the footage, hoping to see anything that could explain what was happening. But all I saw was the door opening on its own, slowly and silently, with no sign of what was causing it. I showed the footage to a few friends, but they were as baffled as I was. Some joked that I had a ghost, but there was no humor in their voices. They were genuinely concerned, and so was I. Over the next few nights, the door continued to open on its own. Sometimes it would happen once, sometimes multiple times in a night. The camera recorded it all, but the footage never revealed anything new. Just the door opening and closing, as if it had a mind of its own. I eventually couldn't take it anymore. I moved out, breaking my lease early and finding a new place across town. The fear of that door, of what might be lurking behind it, was too much to bear. I never figured out what caused it, and I didn't want to. Even now, in my new apartment, I sometimes wake up in the middle of the night, half expecting to hear that familiar creak, to see the door slowly swinging open. The memory of those nights haunts me, a reminder that sometimes the things you can't explain are the ones that scare us the most. It was a warm summer evening when I took up the job as a park ranger at the sprawling Appalachian Trail. The mountains stretched endlessly, their peaks kissing the sky, and the dense forest within seemed to hold centuries of secrets. I had always loved the outdoors, and this seemed like the perfect job to combine my passion with my work. My supervisor, an older man named Greg, briefed me on my duties. Mostly mundane tasks like checking trails, monitoring wildlife, and assisting hikers, but he also mentioned something peculiar. "There's one area you need to be careful about," he said, his eyes narrowing. "The Blackwood Forest. It's an old part of the trail, barely used nowadays. Just make sure no one wanders in there. We don't need any unnecessary problems." I found it odd, but didn't question him. After all, every place has its own quirks, right? The first few weeks were uneventful, filled with routine patrols, occasional encounters with hikers, and the soothing sounds of nature. But there was always a nagging curiosity about the Blackwood Forest. One evening, I was about to clock out when a group of hikers came into the ranger station, asking for a detailed map of the trail. They were seasoned hikers, the kind who thrived on exploring the less traveled paths. After giving them the necessary information, I noticed one of them pointing at a section of the map, the Blackwood Forest. "What's this area? Looks interesting," he asked, his tone excited. I hesitated for a moment before responding. "It's an old part of the trail, not recommended for hiking anymore. The terrain is rough, and it's easy to get lost. I'd suggest you avoid it." They exchanged glances, clearly intrigued. "We like a challenge. Maybe we'll check it out tomorrow," one of them said with a grin. Despite my warnings, I could see their minds were set. They left the station, thanking me for the help, but I couldn't shake off the uneasy feeling that settled in my gut. The next day, I decided to patrol the area near Blackwood Forest, just in case they decided to go through with their plan. As I neared the entrance to the forest, I noticed the dense canopy of trees overhead, casting an eerie gloom even in the daylight. The trail here was almost non-existent, overgrown with shrubs and vines, as if nature itself was trying to reclaim the land. I found no sign of the hikers, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me. The forest was quiet, the usual sounds of birds and rustling leaves absent. I walked a little further and that's when I noticed it a faint trail, barely visible, leading deeper into the woods. Against my better judgment, I followed it. The deeper I went, the more the atmosphere changed. The trees seemed older, their twisted branches reaching out like skeletal fingers. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and something else, something metallic. My instincts screamed at me to turn back, but curiosity drove me forward. After what felt like hours, I stumbled upon an old cabin, hidden deep within the forest. It looked abandoned, the wooden structure weathered and worn. The door was slightly ajar, creaking softly in the breeze. I hesitated for a moment before pushing it open. Inside, the cabin was dark, the only light coming from the cracks in the walls. The air was musty, and the floor was covered in a thick layer of dust, as if no one had set foot here in years. But what caught my attention was the wall opposite the door. It was covered in newspaper clippings, yellowed with age. I moved closer, my heart pounding as I read the headlines. They were all about missing hikers, their photos staring back at me, eyes filled with the hope and excitement of adventure. But there was something else, something more disturbing. Been keeping track. My blood ran cold as I realized the implications. These weren't just random articles. Someone had been watching these hikers, marking them as they disappeared. I backed away from the wall, my mind racing. I needed to get out of there, report this to the authorities. But as I turned to leave, I heard a soft whisper, barely audible, coming from the shadows of the cabin. "You shouldn't have come here." The voice was low, almost a growl, sending a jolt of fear through my body. I spun around, but the cabin was empty. Panic set in, and I bolted out the door, sprinting back down the trail. The forest seemed to close in around me, the trees twisting and bending as if trying to trap me. My lungs burned, and my legs felt like lead. But I didn't stop until I was back at the ranger station. I slammed the door shut, my chest heaving as I tried to catch my breath. I immediately called Greg, telling him everything I had seen. His response was not what I expected. "I told you to stay away from that place," he said, his voice cold and distant. "There are things in those woods that shouldn't be disturbed. It's best you forget what you saw." His words left me in stunned silence. What was he hiding? Why hadn't he warned me more strongly? The next day, I went back to the cabin with a few other rangers, determined to find evidence of what I had seen. But when we reached the spot, there was nothing there. The cabin was gone, as if it had never existed. The forest looked the same, overgrown and ancient, but the trail I had followed was no longer visible. The other rangers looked at me with concern, as if I had lost my mind. I tried to explain what I had seen, but without any proof. They dismissed it as a trick of the mind, a result of fatigue or stress. But I knew what I had seen, the cabin, the clippings, the voice. None of it was imagined. I couldn't shake the feeling that there was something out there, something malevolent, watching, waiting. I left the ranger service soon after, unable to continue working in a place that held so many secrets. But the memory of that day haunts me still. Sometimes I dream of the Blackwood Forest, of the cabin hidden within its depths, and the feeling of being watched. I've heard stories from other rangers over the years, whispers of strange occurrences, of hikers who vanish without a trace. But no one talks about it openly. It's as if the forest has a way of silencing those who know too much. And now I can't help but wonder how many others have found that cabin. How many more have been marked by whatever lurks in those woods? And why was I allowed to leave? These are questions I'll never have answers to. But one thing is certain, I'll never step foot in those woods again. Working the night shift at St. Augustine's Hospital was something I had grown accustomed to over the years. The quiet halls, the dim lights, and the occasional soft beeping of monitors became my companions. But one night, everything changed, and it's a night I can't forget, no matter how hard I tried. It started like any other shift. I was a nurse in the intensive care unit, and my job was to monitor the patients, administer medication, and respond to any emergencies. The ICU was located on the hospital's 4th floor, a place that had always felt colder than the rest of the building, though I never paid much attention to it. The old hospital had been standing for over a century, with its original structure dating back to the early 1900s. Over the years, it had seen numerous renovations, expansions, and technological upgrades. But there was always something about the 4th floor, something that felt different. That night, there were only 3 patients in the ICU, all of them in critical condition but stable. My colleague, Clara, and I were the only nurses on duty. The night was slow, with nothing out of the ordinary happening. Around 2 a.m., I decided to take a quick break and headed to the nurses' lounge for a cup of coffee. As I sipped the hot drink, I heard a faint sound, almost like a soft humming, coming from the hallway outside the lounge. I paused, listening closely. It wasn't uncommon to hear strange noises in the old hospital, but this was different, more deliberate, like someone was singing a lullaby. I put down my cup and stepped into the hallway. The sound grew louder, but it was still faint, almost as if it was coming from a distance. I walked towards the source of the noise, my curiosity piqued. The sound seemed to be coming from the direction of room 404, a room that had been empty for weeks due to ongoing maintenance. The hospital had a rule that no patients were to be placed in that room until the repairs were completed. As I approached room 404, the humming stopped abruptly. The sudden silence was unnerving, and I hesitated before reaching for the doorknob. The door was slightly ajar, and I pushed it open slowly, peering inside. The room was dark, with only the faint glow of the street lights outside filtering through the window. My eyes adjusted to the dim light, and that's when I saw her, a woman standing by the bed, her back to me, humming softly as she rocked back and forth. My heart skipped a beat. I knew there were no patients in this room, and the woman wasn't wearing a hospital gown. She was dressed in a white nightgown, her long dark hair cascading down her back. I swallowed hard, trying to steady my nerves. "Excuse me, ma'am," I called out, my voice trembling slightly. "You're not supposed to be in here. Are you lost?" The woman didn't respond. She continued to hum, her voice soft and melodic, almost hypnotic. I took a step closer, my hand reaching for the light switch on the wall. But as soon as my fingers brushed against it, the humming stopped again. The woman turned slowly to face me, and what I saw will haunt me for the rest of my life. Her face was pale, almost ghostly, with dark hollow eyes that seemed to bore into my soul. Her lips were bloodless, twisted into a faint, eerie smile. But it was her eyes that truly terrified me. There was something unnatural about them, something that made my blood run cold. I froze, unable to move, unable to look away. For what felt like an eternity, we stood there staring at each other. Then, without a word, the woman turned and walked towards the window. She placed her hand on the glass, and in that moment, I could see the faint outline of a handprint, as if someone had pressed their hand against the window from the outside. But we were on the 4th floor. There was no way anyone could have reached that window. Panic surged through me, and I stumbled back, nearly tripping over my own feet. I bolted out of the room, my heart racing as I ran down the hallway. I didn't stop until I reached the nurse's station, where Clara was sitting, looking up at me with concern. "What's wrong?" she asked. Noticing the fear in my eyes, I tried to catch my breath, my mind racing as I struggled to find the words. There's someone in room for 104, I managed to say, my voice shaking. Clara frowned, clearly confused. "But that room's empty," she said, standing up. "Are you sure you weren't imagining things?" "I know what I saw," I insisted, my voice rising with desperation. "She was there, a woman in a white nightgown. We need to check it out." Clara grabbed a flashlight from the desk, and we headed back to room for 104 together. My hands were trembling, but I felt a bit more reassured with Clara by my side. When we reached the room, Clara pushed the door open, her flashlight cutting through the darkness. The room was empty, just as I had found it earlier. The bed was neatly made, the equipment untouched. There was no sign of the woman I had seen. But when Clara shone the flashlight towards the window, we both saw it, the handprint, faint but unmistakable, pressed against the glass from the outside. Clara's face went pale, and she quickly backed away from the window. "What the hell?" she whispered, her voice barely audible. I didn't know what to say. All I knew was that what I had seen wasn't a hallucination. There was something in that room, something that wasn't supposed to be there. Clara and I decided not to report the incident to our supervisor, knowing that no one would believe us. But from that night on, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched whenever I worked the night shift. A few nights later, I was back in the ICU, trying to put the incident behind me. It was around 3 a.m. when I heard it again, the soft humming, echoing through the hallway. My blood ran cold, and I immediately recognized the tune. It was the same lullaby I had heard that night in room for 104. I didn't want to investigate, but I couldn't ignore it either. I followed the sound, my heart pounding in my chest. This time the humming led me to room for 108, another empty room at the end of the hallway. The door was slightly ajar, just like room for 104 had been. My hands were clammy as I pushed it open, bracing myself for what I might see. But the room was empty. The humming had stopped the moment I opened the door. I stood there, my nerves on edge, waiting for something to happen, but nothing did. The room was silent, the air thick with an unsettling tension. I was about to leave when I noticed something strange, a faint, shadowy figure in the corner of the room, almost like a mist. It was barely visible, but I could see the outline of a woman, her form flickering in and out of view. My breath caught in my throat as the figure seemed to move towards me slowly and deliberately. I backed away, my hands shaking, but the figure kept coming closer. I could feel the coldness in the air, the temperature dropping rapidly. It was as if the room itself was freezing over. My instincts screamed at me to run, to get out of there, but I was frozen in place, unable to move, and then, just as suddenly as it had appeared, the figure vanished. The room returned to its normal temperature, and the eerie silence settled over me once again. I didn't wait around to see if it would come back. I bolted out of the room, not stopping until I was back at the nurse's station. Clara was there, her eyes wide with fear. "I heard it, too," she said before I could say anything. "The humming. It was in room 406. I checked, but there was nothing there." We both knew then that something was very wrong in the hospital. Over the next few weeks, more strange incidents occurred. The humming continued, always in different rooms, always leading us to places where no one should have been. We started hearing footsteps in the hallways, whispers in the dead of night, and once I even saw the shadowy figure again, lurking near the entrance to the ICU. Patients began to report strange occurrences as well, objects moving on their own, cold spots in their rooms, and the feeling of being watched. But whenever we tried to investigate, we found nothing. The doctors dismissed it as the imagination of stressed nurses and patients, but Clara and I knew better. We had seen the handprint, heard the humming, and felt the presence of something otherworldly. Eventually, I couldn't take it anymore. The fear and anxiety became too much, and I decided to transfer to another hospital. Clara stayed behind, but we kept in touch. She told me that the strange occurrences continued, even escalating over time. More staff began to experience the unexplainable, and the hospital gained a reputation for being haunted. To this day, I still wonder what I encountered in St. Augustine's Hospital. Was it the spirit of a former patient, unable to move on, or was it something darker, something malevolent that had taken root in the old building? I may never know the truth, but one thing is certain: I will never work the night shift in a hospital again. When I took the job as a night shift supervisor at the old textile factory, I wasn't expecting anything more than a steady paycheck and long, quiet nights. The factory had been around for decades, a hulking mass of brick and steel on the outskirts of town. It had once been a thriving business, but now it was mostly automated, with only a handful of employees overseeing the machines that ran through the night. My first few nights were uneventful, almost mind-numbingly so. The machines hummed in their endless rhythm, the conveyor belts clicked and clattered, and the fluorescent lights flickered with that dull, cold glow that always seemed to make time stretch. There was something eerie about the emptiness of the place, but I chalked it up to my own imagination. The factory was so big that even with the machines running, it felt like a ghost town. I spent my nights walking the factory floor, checking the machines, and making sure everything was running smoothly. The monotony was broken only by the occasional need to adjust a setting or clear a jam. I got used to the routine, the silence, and the solitude. But then, about a week into the job, things started to change. It began with the noises, strange, inexplicable sounds that didn't belong to any of the machines. I'd be walking the floor, and suddenly I'd hear a faint tapping, like someone drumming their fingers on one of the metal workbenches. Or there'd be a soft scraping sound, as if something heavy was being dragged across the concrete floor. Every time I heard one of these noises, I'd stop and listen, trying to pinpoint the source. But as soon as I did, the noise would stop, leaving only the hum of the machines in its wake. I started to feel uneasy, the hair on the back of my neck standing up whenever the factory fell silent. One night I was making my rounds when I heard something that froze me in my tracks. It was a whisper, so faint I almost thought I imagined it. But then it came again, a soft, breathy voice just at the edge of hearing. It sounded like it was coming from one of the darkened corners of the factory, where the shadows seemed to gather like thick, black smoke. I turned my flashlight on and shone it in the direction of the voice, but there was nothing there, just an empty workstation, the tools neatly arranged, the machines humming along as usual. I felt a cold sweat break out on my forehead. I tried to tell myself it was just the wind, or maybe a trick of the acoustics in the massive, empty space. But deep down I knew that wasn't the case. The voice had been too clear, too deliberate. I tried to shake it off, but from that night on the factory felt different. The air seemed heavier, the shadows darker. I found myself glancing over my shoulder constantly, half expecting to see someone or something standing behind me. But there was never anything there. A few nights later, I was in the break room trying to relax with a cup of coffee. The room was small and windowless, with just a couple of tables, a fridge, and a microwave. It was the only place in the factory that felt somewhat cozy, with its faded posters on the walls and the old, mismatched chairs. I was sitting there, staring blankly at the clock on the wall, when I heard the whisper again. This time it was clearer, louder, and unmistakably close. It sounded like it was coming from right behind me. I whipped around, my heart pounding, but the room was empty. My coffee mug slipped from my hand and shattered on the floor, spilling its contents across the tiles. I stood there, frozen, listening as the whisper faded into silence. It felt like the room had dropped 10 degrees. I grabbed my things and got out of there as fast as I could. I spent the rest of the night in my office, with the door locked and the lights on, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. I started hearing the whispers more frequently after that, always when I was alone on the factory floor or in the break room. They seemed to come from the shadows, from the darkened corners where the light from my flashlight couldn't quite reach. And it wasn't just the whispers. I began to see things out of the corner of my eye, flickers of movement, dark shapes darting between the machines. Every time I turned to look, there was nothing there. The factory became a nightmare, a place of creeping dread and unseen terror. I started dreading my shifts, counting down the hours until I could leave. But the worst was yet to come. One night, I was doing my rounds when the power went out. The factory was plunged into darkness, the machines grinding to a halt with a deafening silence. My heart skipped a beat as I fumbled for my flashlight, the darkness pressing in around me like a suffocating blanket. I clicked the flashlight on, but the beam was weak, barely cutting through the thick blackness. I could hear the whispers again, but this time they were louder, more insistent. It was as if they were surrounding me, coming from all directions. Panic set in, and I started to move quickly through the factory, heading towards the control room where the backup generators were located. My footsteps echoed eerily in the silence, the whispers growing louder with each step I took. As I reached the control room door, I heard something that made my blood run cold. A low, guttural growl, followed by the sound of something heavy dragging across the floor. I turned around, shining my flashlight back the way I had come, but there was nothing there, just the empty factory floor, shrouded in darkness. I didn't wait to find out what was making that noise. I bolted into the control room, slamming the door shut behind me and locking it. My hands were shaking so badly that it took me a few tries to get the backup generators online. When the lights finally flickered back on, I half expected to see something horrific on the other side of the door, but the hallway was empty. The whispers stopped as soon as the light came back on, leaving only the hum of the machines and the pounding of my heart in my ears. I finished my shift in a daze, barely able to focus on anything but getting out of that factory. When the morning shift arrived, I practically ran out of the building, my nerves shot. I knew I couldn't go back there. The fear was too much, too real. I called in sick the next day, and the day after that. I didn't care about the job anymore. I just wanted to be as far away from that place as possible. A few days later, I got a call from the day shift supervisor. They told me that the factory was being shut down for good. The owners had decided to close early due to ongoing issues with the equipment and the building itself. I didn't ask for details. I was just relieved I'd never have to set foot in that place again. But the experience left me with a lingering sense of dread, a fear that I can't quite shake. Sometimes, when I'm alone at night, I swear I can still hear those whispers, faint and distant, as if they're following me, waiting for the right moment to return. I never believed in curses or dark magic, at least not until I found myself on the shores of Silver Lake, an isolated body of water nestled deep within the woods of the Pacific Northwest. My name is Derek, and I was an avid hiker and amateur treasure hunter, always searching for hidden gems and artifacts from bygone eras. The stories about Silver Lake had always intrigued me, tales of a lost treasure, buried somewhere along its banks, hidden by the notorious outlaw James One-Eyed McGraw. But there was more to the legend. Locals whisper that McGraw had cursed the treasure with a dark spell, ensuring that anyone who sought it would meet a terrible fate. It was a late summer afternoon when I decided to set out on my quest. The weather was perfect, clear skies, a gentle breeze, and the sun casting a golden hue over the dense forest. I had done my research, studying old maps, and digging through historical records to pinpoint the most likely location of the treasure. Armed with my metal detector, a shovel, and a sense of adventure, I felt more than prepared to uncover what had been hidden for over a century. The hike to Silver Lake was challenging, with steep inclines and thick underbrush. But I pressed on, driven by the possibility of finding something truly remarkable. After several hours, I reached the lake, its waters shimmering under the afternoon sun. The area was eerily quiet, with only the rustling of leaves and the occasional call of a distant bird breaking the silence. I began my search along the northern shore, where I believed McGraw might have buried his loot. The metal detector hummed as I swept it across the ground, hoping for that telltale beep that would signal the discovery of something metallic. For hours, I found nothing but rusted nails, old soda cans, and bits of scrap metal disappointments, but not enough to dissuade me from continuing my search. As the sun began to set, casting long shadows across the landscape, my metal detector suddenly went off, emitting a high-pitched beep that sent a jolt of excitement through me. The signal was strong, and I knew I had found something significant. I quickly set down the detector and began to dig, my heart pounding with anticipation. The soil was loose, making it easy to excavate, and within minutes I hit something solid, a wooden box, partially rotted but still intact. My hands trembled as I carefully pried open the box, revealing its contents. A small chest made of tarnished silver, ornately decorated with intricate engravings. It was heavy, much heavier than I had expected, and I could feel the weight of whatever was inside. This was it, the lost treasure of James One-Eyed McGraw. But as I lifted the chest from the ground, a sudden chill ran down my spine. The air around me grew cold, unnaturally so, and the once peaceful atmosphere of Silver Lake took on a menacing tone. The shadows seemed to lengthen, creeping towards me as if they were alive, and the gentle breeze turned into a biting wind that howled through the trees. I tried to shake off the unease, convincing myself it was just my imagination playing tricks on me. But Deep down, I knew something was wrong. Ignoring the growing sense of dread, I forced open the chest, revealing a collection of gold coins, jewels, and old, crumbling documents. The sight should have filled me with joy, but instead I felt an overwhelming sense of dread. The treasure was real, but so was the curse. As I examined the contents of the chest, I noticed a piece of parchment, yellowed with age, tucked beneath the coins. It was covered in strange symbols and writing that I couldn't decipher. But there was one word, written in bold, that stood out. Vengeance. The moment I read it, the wind howled louder, and the ground beneath me seemed to tremble. I shoved the parchment back into the chest, suddenly eager to leave. But as I stood up, I felt a sharp pain in my chest, a burning sensation that spread rapidly through my body. I gasped, clutching my chest as the pain intensified, my vision blurring as I stumbled backward. The world around me seemed to spin, and I collapsed to the ground, my body convulsing as the curse took hold. The last thing I saw before darkness consumed me was the chest, glowing with a faint, malevolent light. When I awoke, it was dark, the stars twinkling overhead as the full moon cast an eerie glow over Silver Lake. I felt weak, drained, as if my very life force had been sucked out of me. The chest was still there, its lid closed, but the sense of dread had not diminished. If anything, it had grown stronger. I knew I had to leave, but as I tried to stand, my legs gave out beneath me. It was as if the ground itself was holding me in place, refusing to let me go. Panic set in, and I crawled towards the edge of the lake, desperate to put distance between myself and the cursed treasure. But no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't escape. The shadows seemed to follow me, their cold, inky tendrils wrapping around my limbs, pulling me back towards the chest. My breathing became labored, and I could feel my heart racing, pounding in my ears as the curse tightened its grip. I cried out for help, but my voice was swallowed by the wind, carried away into the night. I was alone, trapped by my own greed and foolishness, and there was no one to save me. The pain in my chest returned, sharper and more intense than before, and I doubled over, clutching at my heart. I could feel something dark and malevolent inside me, spreading through my veins like poison. My vision dim, and I knew I was dying, the curse taking its final toll. But just as I was about to lose consciousness, the wind suddenly died down, and the shadows retreated, releasing their hold on me. The pain subsided, leaving me gasping for breath, my body trembling with exhaustion. I lay there for what felt like hours, too weak to move until the first light of dawn began to creep over the horizon. When I finally managed to stand, the chest was gone, leaving behind only a shallow hole in the ground where it had been buried. The treasure, the curse, everything had vanished, as if it had never been there, but I knew better. The curse was real, and it had spared me, though I didn't know why. I never returned to Silver Lake, and I never spoke of what happened to anyone, but the experience left me scarred, both physically and mentally. I lost my taste for treasure hunting, and the mere thought of it fills me with a deep, irrational fear. Even now, years later, I still wake up in the middle of the night, sweating and trembling, haunted by the memories of that cursed treasure and the darkness that nearly claimed my life. I don't know where the chest went or if it will ever resurface, but one thing is certain: if you ever find yourself near Silver Lake, heed my warning and stay far away. The curse of James One-Eyed McGraw is real, and it's more powerful than you can imagine. It was a quiet Tuesday evening, and I decided to host a small dinner party at my apartment. I had just moved to a new city for work, and it seemed like a good opportunity to get to know my neighbors. I invited 3 people from the building: Mrs. Alvarez, the sweet old lady from down the hall, Nick, the tech-savvy guy from the floor above, and Clara, a recent college grad who had just moved in next door. The evening started off well enough. We all gathered in my cozy little living room, chatting about the usual small talk topics: work, the weather, and the quirks of our old, creaky apartment building. The food was simple but decent: pasta, salad, and a few bottles of wine to share. It was the kind of night that felt comfortable, like we were all just trying to find a sense of community in this big, impersonal city. But then, as we were settling in to eat, there was a knock at the door. It was an odd sound, soft but insistent, like someone was tapping with their knuckles rather than knocking outright. I paused, fork halfway to my mouth, and glanced around at my guests. They looked as surprised as I was. "Are you expecting anyone else?" Clara asked, her brow furrowed. I shook my head, puzzled. "No, just you three." The knock came again, a little louder this time. I got up from the table, wiping my hands on a napkin as I walked to the door. I didn't have a peephole, so I had no choice but to open it without knowing who was on the other side. When I opened the door, I was greeted by a man I didn't recognize. He was tall, with unkempt dark hair and a scruffy beard. His clothes were rumpled, and his eyes had a strange, faraway look in them. He smiled, but there was something off about it, like he was trying too hard to seem friendly. "Hi," he said, his voice unnervingly calm. "I'm here for dinner." My mind raced. I hadn't invited this man, and I didn't know who he was. He didn't look like anyone I had seen in the building before. I hesitated, unsure of what to say. "I'm sorry," I finally managed, "but I think you might have the wrong apartment. I'm not sure we've met." The man's smile didn't waver. "Oh, no, I'm in the right place," he insisted. "I was invited. It wouldn't be polite to turn me away, now would it?" Something about the way he said it sent a shiver down my spine. There was an underlying tone in his voice, something that made it clear he wasn't asking. I glanced back at my guests, who were watching the exchange with growing unease. Nick stood up, clearly ready to back me up if things got weird, but before I could say anything else, the man stepped inside, brushing past me as if he had every right to be there. He walked over to the dining table, his eyes scanning the room, and then he pulled out the empty chair at the end of the table and sat down. The room fell silent, the tension so thick you could cut it with a knife. Mrs. Alvarez looked at me, her eyes wide with confusion. Clara was gripping her fork like it was a weapon, and Nick was staring at the man with a look of wary suspicion. "You made pasta," the man said, reaching for the bowl in the center of the table. "My favorite." He served himself a heaping portion, completely oblivious to the fact that everyone else had stopped eating. I didn't know what to do. My first instinct was to ask him to leave, to tell him this was private gathering and that he needed to go. But something about him made me hesitate. It wasn't just the way he had invited himself in or the way he spoke as if he belonged there. It was the feeling that if I asked him to leave, things would get a lot worse. So I did the only thing I could think of. I sat back down, forcing a smile as I tried to defuse the situation. "Well, I guess there's plenty to go around," I said, my voice betraying the nerves I was trying to hide. "I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name." The man looked at me, his eyes locking on to mine with an intensity that made my skin crawl. "Call me Oliver," he said. "I'm just passing through. Thought I'd join you all for a meal." The way he said it made it sound like he was doing us a favor, like we should be grateful for his presence. The others exchanged uneasy glances, but no one said anything. The atmosphere in the room had shifted, the friendly dinner party now feeling more like a hostage situation. Oliver ate. His food was slow, deliberate movements, savoring each bite as if it were the best meal he'd ever had. The rest of us barely touched our plates. Every time I tried to make conversation, he would steer it back to himself, offering vague, unsettling comments about how he had been everywhere and seen everything. There was an unsettling edge to his words, like he was hinting at something dark and hidden just beneath the surface. As the meal dragged on, I noticed something strange. The room seemed to be getting colder, and the shadows in the corners seemed to grow longer, darker. The candles I lit earlier flickered, their flames guttering as if struggling against a sudden draft. But there were no windows open. And then there was the smell of faint, acrid odor that grew stronger as the night went on. It was like burning hair, sharp and unpleasant, and it seemed to cling to Oliver like a second skin. At one point, Mrs. Alvarez excused herself to go to the bathroom, but she never came back. When I went to check on her, I found the bathroom door locked. I knocked, but there was no answer. My stomach twisted with anxiety, but I didn't want to alarm the others, so I pretended like everything was fine. I returned to the table, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong. Eventually, the dinner came to an end. Oliver finished his meal, wiping his mouth with a napkin before standing up. "Well, that was delightful," he said, his voice dripping with a false warmth. "But I think it's time for me to be on my way." Relief flooded through me. I nodded quickly, eager to see him leave. "Of course, thanks for joining us," I said, trying to keep my tone polite. Oliver walked to the door, but before he left, he turned back to us, his smile fading. "Be careful who you invite into your home," he said, his voice low and menacing. "Not everyone is as friendly as I am." And with that, he was gone, slipping out into the night like a shadow. As soon as the door closed behind him, the temperature in the room returned to normal, and the smell dissipated. But the unease lingered, a heavy, oppressive feeling that hung over the apartment. We sat there in silence for a few minutes, all of us too shaken to speak. Finally, Nick stood up, muttering something about needing to get home. Clara followed suit, her hands trembling as she gathered her things. I walked them to the door, still in a daze. After they left, I went to check on Mrs. Alvarez again. The bathroom door was still locked, and this time, when I knocked, there was no response. Panic surged through me. I called out her name, but there was only silence. I had no choice but to force the door open. What I found inside chilled me to the bone. The bathroom was empty, completely empty. There were no signs of Mrs. Alvarez, no indication that she had ever been there. The towels were neatly folded, the sink dry, and the air was still. It was as if she had vanished into thin air. My hands shook as I backed out of the bathroom, my mind racing to make sense of what had happened. I couldn't believe what I was seeing, couldn't fathom how someone could just disappear like that. I called the police, but when they arrived, they found no evidence of foul play. Mrs. Alvarez was simply gone, and no one could explain how or why. The officers looked at me with suspicion, but they had nothing to go on, so they left me with a warning to call them if I remembered anything else. I didn't sleep that night. I couldn't. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw Oliver's face, heard his voice in my head warning me to be careful. The next day, I learned that Mrs. Alvarez had no family, no close friends, no one who would come looking for her. She had lived alone, a quiet, solitary life, and now she was just another missing person in a city full of them. The days that followed were a blur. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, that Oliver was still out there, waiting for the right moment to return. I started avoiding my neighbors, withdrawing into my apartment, too afraid to open the door to anyone. I never hosted another dinner party. The thought of inviting someone into my home, of letting them into my life, filled me with a deep, paralyzing fear. And every time I hear a knock at the door, I freeze, my heart racing as I wait to see who or what is on the other side. I'll never forget that night, the night I learned the true meaning of an uninvited guest. And I'll always wonder what really happened to Mrs. Alvarez, and if Oliver will ever come back. But one thing is certain, I'll never make the mistake of opening my door to a stranger again. I've always been a man who loved solitude, especially in the great outdoors. The idea of spending a week alone in the woods, far from the noise and chaos of the city, was something I looked forward to all year. So when my buddy Jake told me about an isolated cabin up in the Blue Ridge Mountains, I jumped at the opportunity. He'd mentioned it was old and a bit run-down, but that didn't bother me. In fact, it made it all the more appealing. A place with character, history, and, most importantly, peace. The drive up was long and winding, the narrow roads cutting through dense forests that seemed to stretch on forever. By the time I arrived at the cabin, the sun was just beginning to set, casting long shadows across the clearing. Cabin 9 stood at the edge of the woods, its weathered wooden walls and sagging roof giving it an air of quiet resignation. It was clear this place hadn't seen much care in years, but it was still standing, and that was enough for me. I parked my truck and unloaded my gear, feeling a sense of calm wash over me as I breathed in the crisp mountain air. This was exactly what I needed, a week to myself, away from work, stress, and the constant demands of daily life. I'd brought enough food, water, and supplies to last the week, along with a few books and my fishing gear. The cabin was rustic, with no electricity or running water, but it had a small wood stove, a rickety old bed, and a few pieces of mismatched furniture. It was perfect. The first night was uneventful. I built a fire in the stove, cooked a simple meal, and settled into an old armchair with a book. The wind whispered through the trees outside, and the only sounds were the occasional crackle of the fire and the distant hoot of an owl. I fell asleep easily, the silence wrapping around me like a comforting blanket. It wasn't until the second night that things started to feel off. I'd spent the day fishing at a nearby stream, enjoying the quiet and the simplicity of it all. When I returned to the cabin that evening, the sun was just dipping below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of orange and pink. I made dinner, ate, and then decided to head to bed early. As I lay there, listening to the wind outside, I started to hear something else, a faint scratching sound coming from somewhere within the cabin. At first, I thought it might be a mouse or some other small creature. The cabin was old, after all, and probably full of little nooks and crannies where animals could hide. But as I listened, the scratching grew louder, more deliberate, like something was trying to claw its way through the walls. I sat up in bed, my heart beginning to race, and strained to hear where the sound was coming from. It seemed to be coming from behind the walls, near the floor, but when I got up to investigate, the scratching stopped. I told myself it was nothing, just an animal, and went back to bed. But sleep didn't come easily. Every time I started to drift off, I'd hear that scratching again, faint but persistent, like something trying to get in or out. The next morning, I searched the cabin from top to bottom, looking for any signs of an animal, but found nothing. No droppings, no holes in the walls, nothing that could explain the noise. I've always been a man who loved solitude, especially in the great outdoors. The idea of spending a week alone in the woods, far from the noise and chaos of the city, was something I looked forward to all year. So when my buddy Jake told me about an isolated cabin up in the Blue Ridge Mountains, I jumped at the opportunity. He'd mentioned it was old and a bit run down, but that didn't bother me. In fact, it made it all the more appealing. A place with character, history, and, most importantly, peace. The drive up was long and winding, the narrow roads cutting through dense forests that seemed to stretch on forever. By the time I arrived at the cabin, the sun was just beginning to set, casting long shadows across the clearing. Cabin 9 stood at the edge of the woods, its weathered wooden walls and sagging roof giving it an air of quiet resignation. It was clear this place hadn't seen much care in years, but it was still standing, and that was enough for me. I parked my truck and unloaded my gear, feeling a sense of calm wash over me as I breathed in the crisp mountain air. This was exactly what I needed, a week to myself, away from work, stress, and the constant demands of daily life. I'd brought enough food, water, and supplies to last the week, along with a few books and my fishing gear. The cabin was rustic, with no electricity or running water, but it had a small wood stove, a rickety old bed, and a few pieces of mismatched furniture. It was perfect. The first night was uneventful. I built a fire in the stove, cooked a simple meal, and settled into an old armchair with a book. The wind whispered through the trees outside, and the only sounds were the occasional crackle of the fire and the distant hoot of an owl. I fell asleep easily, the silence wrapping around me like a comforting blanket. It wasn't until the second night that things started to feel off. I'd spent the day fishing at a nearby stream, enjoying the quiet and the simplicity of it all. When I returned to the cabin that evening, the sun was just dipping below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of orange and pink. I made dinner, ate, and then decided to head to bed early. As I lay there, listening to the wind outside, I started to hear something else, a faint scratching sound, coming from somewhere within the cabin. At first, I thought it might be a mouse or some other small creature. The cabin was old, after all, and probably full of little nooks and crannies where animals could hide. But as I listened, the scratching grew louder, more deliberate, like something was trying to claw its way through the walls. I sat up in bed, my heart beginning to race, and strained to hear where the sound was coming from. It seemed to be coming from behind the walls, near the floor, but when I got up to investigate, the scratching stopped. I told myself it was nothing, just an animal, and went back to bed. But sleep didn't come easily. Every time I started to drift off, I'd hear that scratching again, faint but persistent, like something trying to get in or out. The next morning, I searched the cabin from top to bottom, looking for any signs of an animal, but found nothing. No droppings, no holes in the walls, nothing that could explain the noise. "Stay?" she asked with a polite smile. I hesitated, not sure how to explain what had happened. There was something wrong with the cabin, I finally said, my voice shaky. Her smile faded, and she glanced around the room as if to make sure no one else was listening. "You were in cabin 9, weren't you?" she asked, her tone low and serious. I nodded, and she sighed, looking down at her hands. "I should have warned you," she said quietly. "That cabin, it's not right. We've had others come back early, too, saying the same things, noises, whispers, things moving on their own. Some people say it's haunted, that something bad happened there a long time ago." I felt a chill run down my spine. "What happened?" I asked, dreading the answer. She shook her head. "No one knows for sure. The records are old, and there's nothing concrete but the stories. They say a man went mad there, killed his family, and then himself. Others say it was a place where dark rituals were performed, that something evil was summoned and never left. Whatever it is, it's been there for a long time, and it doesn't like visitors." I left the rental office with a heavy heart, my mind racing with thoughts of what I had experienced. I'd always been a skeptic, someone who didn't believe in ghosts or the supernatural. But after what happened in Cabin 9, I wasn't so sure anymore. I knew one thing for certain: I would never go back there, and I would never forget the terror I felt in that old, isolated cabin in the woods. Warehouse 9 was known among the workers as the place you didn't want to be alone in after dark. It was an old, crumbling building on the edge of town, once bustling with activity, but now barely functional. The company that owned it had long since moved most of their operations to a newer facility, leaving Warehouse 9 as a forgotten relic. But for some reason, they kept it running just enough to justify the occasional shipment or storage job. I was one of the night security guards assigned to patrol the place. It wasn't the kind of job you bragged about. The pay was decent, and the hours were long, but it was a job, and I needed one. The first few nights were uneventful. The place was cold, damp, and filled with the echoes of a once busy warehouse. The only sounds were the distant hum of machinery, the occasional creak of the old metal beams, and the wind howling through the broken windows. My routine was simple: walk the perimeter, check the doors and windows, and make sure everything was locked up tight. There wasn't much to do, so I brought a book to read during my breaks, hoping to pass the time. But on the fourth night, things started to change. It was around midnight when I first heard a soft, rhythmic tapping. It echoed through the empty corridors, faint but persistent. I paused, straining to pinpoint the source, but it seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. I shrugged it off as the wind or some loose piece of metal banging against something. But as the night wore on, the tapping grew louder, more insistent. It was as if someone or something was trying to get my attention. I continued my rounds, trying to ignore the noise, but it followed me, growing louder with each step. I reached for my flashlight, gripping it tightly as I made my way toward the source of the sound. The beam of light cut through the darkness, revealing nothing out of the ordinary. But the tapping continued, louder now, echoing through the warehouse like a drumbeat. My heart raced as I walked deeper into the building, the sound guiding me to an old storage room at the far end of the warehouse. The door was slightly ajar, the lock broken and rusted from years of neglect. I pushed it open, the hinges groaning in protest. The room was empty, save for a few old crates and a thick layer of dust that covered everything. The tapping had stopped, replaced by an eerie silence that hung heavy in the air. I shined my flashlight around the room, looking for any sign of what could have caused the noise, but there was nothing, just the empty room and the creeping sense of unease that was starting to settle in my gut. I backed out of the room, closing the door behind me and making a mental note to report the broken lock in my log. But as I turned to leave, I heard something else, a soft, almost imperceptible whisper. It was faint, just on the edge of hearing, but it was there, floating through the air like a ghostly breeze. I stopped, my breath catching in my throat. The whisper grew louder, forming words that I couldn't quite make out. It sounded like a voice, distant and muffled, but unmistakably human. I spun around, shining my flashlight in every direction, but there was no one there. The room was empty, just as it had been moments before, but the whispering continued, growing more urgent, more desperate. I didn't wait to find out what it was saying. I turned and bolted out of the warehouse, my heart pounding in my chest. I didn't stop until I was outside, breathing in the cold night air as I tried to calm down. I radioed my supervisor, telling him I wasn't feeling well and needed to go home early. He didn't ask any questions, just told me to lock up and leave. I didn't tell him about the tapping or the whispering. I wasn't sure he would believe me, and I wasn't sure I believed it myself. But I knew one thing for certain: I didn't want to be alone in that warehouse again. The next night I returned to work, trying to convince myself that what I had heard was just my imagination. But the moment I stepped back into Warehouse 9, the sense of unease returned, stronger than before. The building felt different, like it was alive, watching me with unseen eyes. The tapping started up again, this time louder and more frantic. It echoed through the corridors, filling the space with a maddening rhythm that set my nerves on edge. I tried to ignore it, focusing on my rounds, but it was impossible to shake the feeling that something was wrong. The whispering came next, the same faint voice I had heard the night before. It was clearer now, the words almost discernible, but still just out of reach. I followed the sound, my flashlight casting long, flickering shadows on the walls. The whispering led me back to the storage room, the door still ajar, the lock still broken. This time I hesitated before entering, my hand trembling as I reached for the door handle. I pushed it open slowly, half expecting something to jump out at me. But the room was empty, just as it had been before. The whispering stopped the moment I stepped inside, replaced by that same oppressive silence. But as I turned to leave, I noticed something I hadn't seen before: a small, dusty mirror leaning against the wall. It was old, the glass cloudy and spotted with age. I wiped the dust away, revealing a cracked, distorted reflection of the room, and then I saw it. In the reflection, standing in the corner of the room, was a figure, a man, tall and thin, with hollow eyes and a twisted smile. He was watching me, his gaze locked onto mine through the mirror. I spun around, but the room was empty. There was no one there. But when I looked back at the mirror, the man was still there, still smiling, still watching. I stumbled back, my breath coming in ragged gasps. The figure in the mirror moved closer, his smile widening as he reached out toward me. I dropped the flashlight, the beam flickering wildly as it hit the floor. The tapping returned, louder now, like a drumbeat in my head. The whispering grew into a cacophony of voices, all screaming, all pleading. I ran, not caring where I was going, just needing to get away from that room, from that mirror, from whatever was lurking inside it. I didn't stop until I was outside, gasping for air, my heart hammering in my chest. I didn't go back into Warehouse 9 that night. I couldn't. I radioed my supervisor, telling him there was something wrong with the building, that it wasn't safe. He didn't believe me, of course, said I was just spooked, that I needed to toughen up if I wanted to keep the job. But I knew what I had seen, what I had felt. There was something in that warehouse, something old and malevolent, something that had been waiting for a long time, and now it was awake. I quit the job the next day. I couldn't bring myself to go back there, not after what I had experienced, but the nightmares didn't stop. Every night I dreamed of that warehouse, of the tapping, the whispering, the man in the mirror. I would wake up in a cold sweat, the sound of his laughter ringing in my ears. I moved to a new city, hoping to escape the memories, but they followed me, haunting me in the dead of night. Sometimes, when I'm alone in my apartment, I still hear the tapping, soft but insistent, like it's coming from the walls themselves. And in the darkest hours of the night, when I dare to look in the mirror, I can still see him standing in the corner of the reflection, watching me with those hollow eyes, smiling that twisted smile. I've tried to forget, tried to move on, but I know deep down that I'll never truly escape him. He's always there, lurking in the shadows, waiting for the right moment to come back, and I know that one day he will. My name is Arjun, and I've been driving a taxi in Bombay for nearly 20 years. This city has shown me everything: joy, sorrow, life, and even death. But there's one night that stands out among all the others, a night that still chills my bones every time I think about it. It was a humid summer evening, the kind where the air sticks to your skin like a wet cloth. The streets were bustling, as they always are, with people going about their lives, seemingly oblivious to the world around them. I was making my usual rounds, picking up passengers and dropping them off at various corners of the city. It was around midnight, and I found myself near the old Victoria Terminus, now known as Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj Terminus. The station, with its Gothic architecture and history, had always fascinated me, but that night it felt different, almost foreboding. I was about to take a break, perhaps grab a cup of chai from a nearby vendor, when I noticed her. A woman stood on the side of the road, her sari shimmering under the dim street lights. She looked out of place, almost as if she had stepped out of another time. Her face was pale, her eyes dark and hollow, but what struck me the most was the sadness that seemed to emanate from her. Against my better judgment, I decided to stop and offer her a ride. She climbed into the back seat without a word, her movements slow and deliberate. "Where to, madam?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. She didn't respond immediately, just stared out of the window as if lost in thought. After what felt like an eternity, she finally spoke. "Marine Drive," she said, her voice soft, almost a whisper. I nodded and started the engine, the hum of the car breaking the heavy silence. As we drove through the city's winding streets, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. The air inside the cab grew colder with each passing minute, a stark contrast to the sticky heat outside. I glanced at her in the rearview mirror, but her face was obscured by shadows, her eyes fixed on the road ahead. The drive to Marine Drive was usually a pleasant one, with the sea breeze and the sight of the waves crashing against the shore. But that night the road seemed longer, darker, and the sea more menacing. When we finally arrived, I pulled over and turned to her. "We're here, madam," I said, hoping she would finally meet my gaze, but she didn't move, didn't even acknowledge my words. I turned around fully, my patience wearing thin. "Madam, we've reached Marine Drive," I repeated, louder this time. That's when I noticed it. The back seat was empty. My heart stopped. I blinked, rubbed my eyes, and looked again, but there was no one there. The door hadn't opened, and I hadn't heard her leave. It was as if she had vanished into thin air. Panic set in. I jumped out of the car and looked around, but there was no sign of her, no indication that she had ever been there. I even checked under the seats, my hands trembling, but found nothing. I was alone. Shaking, I got back into the car and drove back to Victoria Terminus, hoping to find some explanation, some sign that I wasn't losing my mind. But the streets were empty, and the station stood silent, its towering structure looming over me like a dark sentinel. I parked the taxi and sat there for what felt like hours, trying to make sense of what had just happened. Had I imagined her? Was it the exhaustion playing tricks on me? But deep down, I knew the truth. She had been real, or at least, she had been once. The stories came flooding back, tales I had heard from other drivers about the ghostly passengers who haunt the streets of Bombay. Some said they were spirits of those who had died in accidents. Others believed they were souls searching for something they had lost in life. I had always dismissed those stories as superstition, the product of overactive imaginations. But now, sitting in my cab with the memory of that woman's sorrowful eyes burned into my mind, I wasn't so sure. I didn't drive for the rest of the night. I returned home, my mind racing, sleep a distant dream. The next day I visited the temple, seeking solace and protection, hoping the priests could offer some explanation or comfort. They performed a small ritual, blessed my taxi, and told me to be careful, that the city was old and full of restless spirits. Days turned into weeks, and I tried to push the experience out of my mind to convince myself that it had all been a figment of my imagination. But every time I drove past Victoria Terminus or along Marine Drive, I felt a chill, a reminder of that night. I stopped driving late at night, avoiding the routes that took me near the places where she had been. But the memory lingered, a ghost of its own, haunting me. Months later, I heard from another driver about a woman who had died near Marine Drive, hit by a car as she tried to cross the road late one night. She was young, beautiful, and alone, just like the woman I had picked up. The driver said her spirit was still seen wandering the streets, searching for a way home. I didn't ask for details. I didn't need to. I knew it was her. The haunted taxi of Bombay had claimed another story, another victim, and I was just thankful that I had survived to tell the tale. I never saw her again, but every time I drive past Marine Drive or Victoria Terminus, I can't help but glance at the back seat, half expecting to see her there, waiting for a ride that would never end. The rumors about Hollow Creek I had been circulating for years. As a new teacher, I tried to ignore the whispers, attributing them to typical small-town superstition, but the stories persisted, each one more bizarre than the last. Tales of students disappearing, of strange sounds echoing through the halls, of shadows that moved on their own. I didn't believe any of it until I experienced it myself. My first few weeks at the school were uneventful. The building was old, with creaking floors and dim lighting, but it had a certain charm. The students were typical teenagers, some eager to learn, others more interested in their phones than in my lessons. I settled into a routine, teaching English to the juniors and seniors and staying late to grade papers in my classroom. It was during one of these late nights that things started to get strange. It was a Thursday evening, and I was the last one left in the building. The janitors had already finished their rounds and locked up most of the school, leaving me alone in the west wing. I didn't mind the solitude. It was peaceful, and I could focus without the usual distractions. The only sound was the soft scratching of my pen against the paper as I graded essays. Then suddenly the lights flickered. I looked up, frowning at the old fluorescent bulbs above me. They flickered again, then went out completely, plunging the room into darkness. I sat there for a moment, waiting for the lights to come back on. When they didn't, I reached for my phone, using the screen as a makeshift flashlight. I stood up, intending to find the janitor's closet and check the breaker, but then I heard it, a faint, echoing laugh. I froze, my hand hovering over the doorknob. The laugh was high-pitched and eerie, like a child's, but distorted, as if it were coming from a great distance. I tried to tell myself it was just the wind or an old pipe creaking, but the sound grew louder, more distinct. It was coming from the hallway. I opened the door, shining my phone's light into the corridor. The hallway was empty, but the laugh continued, bouncing off the walls and sending chills down my spine. I stepped out of the classroom, my heart pounding in my chest. The sound seemed to be coming from the direction of the old gymnasium, a part of the school that hadn't been used in years. The gym was in a state of disrepair, closed off to students due to safety concerns. But now, in the dead of night, it seemed to be calling to me, the laughter echoing from its depths. I hesitated, every instinct telling me to turn back, to leave the school and never return. But something curiosity, perhaps, or sheer stubbornness drove me forward. I walked down the hall, the sound of my footsteps swallowed by the darkness. The laughter faded as I approached the gym, replaced by a soft, rhythmic tapping, like someone knocking on a door. The door to the gym was slightly ajar, the lock broken and rusted from years of neglect. I pushed it open, the hinges creaking in protest. The gym was dark, the windows covered in grime, barely allowing any moonlight to filter through. I shone my phone's light around the room, the beam cutting through the shadows. The place was a mess, broken bleachers, torn mats, and dust-covered equipment strewn about. But there was something else, something that didn't belong. In the center of the gym, just beyond the reach of my light, was a figure. I couldn't make out any details, just a dark shape standing motionless in the middle of the floor. My heart raced as I took a step closer, the tapping growing louder, more insistent. The figure remained still, as if waiting for me to approach. I stopped a few feet away, my hand trembling as I raised the light to illuminate the figure. What I saw made my blood run cold. It was a girl no older than 15, dressed in a tattered Hollow Creek High cheerleading uniform. Her hair was matted, her skin pale, and her eyes were black, empty voids that seemed to swallow the light. She smiled, a twisted, unnatural grin that sent a wave of terror through me. The tapping stopped, replaced by a deafening silence that pressed in on me from all sides. I tried to speak, to ask who she was, but the words caught in my throat. She took a step forward, her movements jerky and unnatural, like a puppet being controlled by invisible strings. I stumbled back, nearly dropping my phone as I tried to put distance between us. But she kept coming, her black eyes locked onto mine, that horrific smile never wavering. I turned and ran, bolting out of the gym and back down the hall. The laughter returned, echoing around me, growing louder and more maniacal with each step. I didn't stop until I was outside, gasping for breath, my heart threatening to burst out of my chest. I didn't go back inside that night. I couldn't. I drove home in a daze, my mind racing as I tried to make sense of what I had seen. The next day I called in sick, too shaken to face the school, but I knew I couldn't avoid it forever. On Monday I returned to Hollow Creek High, determined to put the experience behind me. But the moment I stepped into the building, the memories came flooding back, filling me with dread. The students noticed my change in demeanor, and a few even asked if I was okay. I forced a smile, telling them I was fine, just a little under the weather, but I wasn't fine. I couldn't focus, couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. And then the rumors started again. Students began to whisper about strange noises coming from the old gym, about shadows moving in the hallways, about a girl in a cheerleading uniform who would appear and disappear without a trace. The stories spread like wildfire, and soon the entire school was abuzz with talk of the haunting. I tried to dismiss it as typical teenage gossip, but I couldn't ignore the fear in their eyes, the way they avoided certain parts of the school. I knew they were telling the truth. I had seen her, too. I started to dig into the school's history, searching for any information that could explain what I had encountered. What I found only deepened the mystery. Hollow Creek High had been built in the 1950s, and for the first few decades, it was a normal, uneventful school. But in the early 1980s, things began to change. Students started to disappear, vanishing without a trace. The first was a sophomore named Emily Cooper, a cheerleader who was last seen in the old gym. She was reported missing, but no trace of her was ever found. Over the next few years, more students went missing, all of them last seen near or inside the gym. The disappearances stopped after the gym was closed down due to structural issues, but the rumors persisted. Some said the gym was cursed, that it was built on an old burial ground, or that a vengeful spirit had taken up residence there, but no one knew for sure. I tried to put the pieces together, but the more I learned, the more questions I had. What had happened to Emily Cooper? Why had the disappearances stopped after the gym was closed? And, most importantly, what was haunting Hollow Creek High? I continued to work at the school, but I never stayed late again. I avoided the old gym at all costs, and I made sure to always be around other people. But the fear never left me. It lingered in the back of my mind, a constant reminder of what I had seen. The students continued to talk, the stories growing more outlandish with each retelling. Some claimed to have seen the girl in the bathroom mirrors. Others said they heard her crying in the halls late at night. I didn't know what to believe anymore. All I knew was that something was wrong with Hollow Creek High, something that couldn't be explained or understood. I thought about quitting, about leaving the town and never looking back, but I couldn't bring myself to do it. I felt a strange connection to the school, a sense of duty to protect the students from whatever was haunting it. And so I stayed, even as the fear gnawed at me, even as the nightmares plagued my sleep. I stayed because I knew that if I left, I would never find out the truth, and I needed to know the truth, no matter how terrifying it might be. It's been a year since that night in the gym, and I've learned to live with the fear, but it's always there, lurking in the shadows, waiting for the right moment to strike. Sometimes, when I'm alone in my classroom, I hear the faint sound of laughter echoing through the halls, and in those moments I remember the girl in the gym, her black eyes and twisted smile, and I know that she's still here, watching, waiting. I don't know what she wants, and I don't think I ever will. But I do know one thing: Hollow Creek High is not just a school. It's a place where the past and the present collide, where the living and the dead exist side by side. And as long as I'm here, I'll never be alone. My name is Rima, and I've always considered myself a rational person, never one to believe in superstitions or old wives' tales. But what happened to me a few years ago shattered my skepticism and left me with a deep respect for the unknown forces that lurk just beneath the surface of our reality. I was born and raised in Jaipur, a city rich with history, culture, and stories of ancient curses. My family was one of those old aristocratic ones with a sprawling haveli that had been passed down through generations. Growing up, I would often hear stories from my grandparents about our ancestors and the treasures they had accumulated over centuries. One such treasure was an ornate gold necklace studded with rubies and emeralds, said to have been crafted by a master jeweler for a Rajput queen. It was beautiful, no doubt, but it came with a warning. It was cursed. The curse was said to be the work of a vengeful sorceress spurned by the queen's family. The necklace, though stunning, was believed to bring misery and death to anyone who dared wear it. Of course, I never believed in such nonsense. To me, it was just another piece of family lore, exaggerated over the years, add a sense of mystery to our lineage. But all that changed the day I decided to wear the necklace to a wedding. It was my cousin's wedding, a grand affair that was the talk of the town. Everyone was expected to look their best, and I wanted to wear something that would set me apart from the crowd. I had seen the necklace many times, locked away in an old wooden chest in my grandmother's room. It was stunning, with intricate designs that caught the light and made the rubies and emeralds sparkle like fire. On a whim, I asked my grandmother if I could wear it to the wedding. She looked at me with a mixture of surprise and concern. "Rima, that necklace. It's not meant to be worn," she said, her voice hesitant. "It carries a curse, a terrible one. No one in our family has worn it for generations." I laughed it off, convinced that it was just a story meant to keep me from borrowing it. "Come on, Dottie. You don't really believe that, do you? It's just an old piece of jewelry. And besides, it's too beautiful to stay locked up in a chest forever." After some persuasion, she reluctantly agreed, but not without a final warning. "Wear it if you must, but be careful. The curse is real. Rima, don't take it lightly." I nodded, more to placate her than out of any real concern, and took the necklace to my room. I remember holding it in my hands, marveling at the craftsmanship, the weight of the gold, the way the gemstones seemed to pulse with an inner light. I felt a strange tingle as I fastened it around my neck, but I brushed it off as excitement. The wedding was beautiful, a lavish event with hundreds of guests, music, and food. I felt like a princess, the necklace drawing admiring glances and compliments from everyone I met. But as the night went on, I started to feel uneasy. It began as a slight discomfort in my chest, a tightness that made it hard to breathe. I assumed it was just nerves or the weight of the necklace, but the feeling grew stronger, more intense. By the time the wedding rituals were over, I was struggling to breathe, my vision blurring. I excused myself and rushed to the nearest bathroom, desperate to get some air. As I leaned against the sink, trying to steady myself, I caught a glimpse of my reflection in the mirror. My face was pale, almost ghostly, and the necklace around my neck seemed to glow with a sinister light. I fumbled with the clasp, trying to remove it, but it wouldn't budge. It felt as if the necklace had tightened around my throat, choking me. Panic set in. I pulled at it, desperate to get it off, but the more I struggled, the tighter it seemed to get. My vision darkened, and I felt myself slipping into unconsciousness. Just as I was about to black out, the bathroom door burst open, and my grandmother rushed in. She must have sensed something was wrong, for she had followed me from the wedding hall. Without a word, she grabbed the necklace and yanked it off with a force I didn't know she possessed. The moment it left my neck, I collapsed to the floor, gasping for air. My grandmother cradled me in her arms, her face pale with fear. "I told you, Rima," she whispered, her voice trembling. "The curse is real. This necklace is not meant to be worn. It brings only death." I was too weak to respond, but her words echoed in my mind as I drifted in and out of consciousness. When I finally woke up, I was back in my room, the necklace nowhere in sight. My grandmother sat by my bed, her eyes red from crying. "I've locked it away again, where it belongs," she said quietly. "You're lucky to be alive, Rima. The curse could have taken you." I wanted to argue, to tell her that it was just a coincidence, that there was no such thing as a curse, but deep down I knew she was right. The feeling of that necklace tightening around my neck, the way it had seemed to pulse with malevolence, those were not the products of an overactive imagination. Over the next few days, I learned more about the history of the necklace. It had indeed been crafted for a Rajput queen, but the sorceress who cursed it had been wronged by the queen's family. The curse was her revenge, a dark magic that bound itself to the necklace, dooming anyone who wore it. My grandmother told me stories of others in our family who had tried to wear the necklace over the years. All of them had met tragic end. Some died in mysterious accidents, others fell gravely ill, and a few simply disappeared, never to be seen again. I realized then that I had been spared, perhaps by sheer luck or my grandmother's timely intervention. But the experience left me shaken, and I vowed never to go near that necklace again. To this day, It remains locked away in that old chest, hidden from sight, a relic of a time when curses and dark magic were all too real. I've never spoken of the incident to anyone outside my family, but the memory haunts me. I still have nightmares where I'm wearing the necklace, and it tightens around my throat, choking the life out of me. Every time I wake up, gasping for air, I'm reminded of the curse and the dark forces that we can never fully understand or control. I've become more cautious since then, more respectful of the old stories and the warnings that come with them. I've learned that some things are better left untouched, some treasures better left hidden, because sometimes the past refuses to stay buried, and the curses of old have a way of finding their way back to the present. I took the job at Lockwood Warehouse out of sheer desperation. The pay was decent, the hours were nightmarish, but I needed the money. It wasn't my first choice, working the night shift in a cold, echoing warehouse, but it was a job. The warehouse itself was massive, a labyrinth of steel shelves stacked high with boxes and crates. The air was thick with dust, and the fluorescent lights above buzzed incessantly, casting eerie shadows across the concrete floor. But it wasn't the dust or the lights that unnerved me, it was the silence, the kind of silence that presses in on you, amplifying every creak, every distant clang of metal, every whisper of wind that somehow found its way inside. My first night on the job, the supervisor, a gruff man named Carl, gave me a quick rundown. Keep an eye on things, make sure no one breaks in, and don't wander too far, he said, his voice raw from years of smoking. He handed me a flashlight and a walkie-talkie, then left me alone in the dimly lit break room. The clock on the wall ticked loudly, counting down the hours until dawn. I took a deep breath, grabbed my flashlight, and stepped out into the warehouse. The place was a maze, aisles and aisles of towering shelves filled with goods waiting to be shipped out. The air was cold, the kind of cold that seeps into your bones and stays there. I walked slowly, my footsteps echoing in the vast space. The flashlight's beam cut through the darkness, illuminating the rows of boxes and crates, but revealing nothing out of the ordinary. For the first couple of hours, everything was quiet. I patrolled the aisles, checked the doors, and tried to keep my mind from wandering. But as the night wore on, the silence began to feel oppressive, like a weight pressing down on me. It was around 2 a.m. when I first heard it, a soft, rhythmic tapping, like someone gently knocking on a door. I stopped in my tracks, straining to hear over the hum of the fluorescent lights. The sound was faint, almost imperceptible, but it was there, coming from somewhere deeper in the warehouse. I followed the sound, my heart starting to race. The tapping grew louder as I approached the back of the warehouse, where the oldest, most disused shelves stood. These shelves were covered in dust, the boxes stacked haphazardly, some of them half open, their contents spilling out. The tapping stopped as I rounded a corner, and I found myself standing in front of a large, rusted metal door. The door led to an old storage area, a section of the warehouse that Carl had told me was off limits. Nothing back there but junk, he had said, waving off my questions. But now, standing in front of that door, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. The door was slightly ajar, the lock broken, and a faint, musty smell wafted out from the darkness beyond. I hesitated, every instinct telling me to turn back, to leave the door alone and go back to my patrol. But curiosity got the better of me. I pushed the door open, the rusty hinges groaning in protest. The room beyond was pitch black, the air thick with dust and decay. I swept my flashlight around, revealing rows of old, rotting crates and broken furniture. The tapping had stopped, replaced by a suffocating silence. I took a step inside, the floor creaking under my weight. My flashlight flickered, the beam dimming for a moment before stabilizing. I took another step, and that's when I heard a soft, shuffling sound, like something being dragged across the floor. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. The sound was coming from the far corner of the room, where the shadows were thickest. I strained my eyes, trying to make out what was there, but all I could see was darkness. My flashlight flickered again, and then it went out completely, plunging me into blackness. Panic surged through me as I fumbled with the flashlight, trying to get it to work. The shuffling sound grew louder, closer, and I could hear something breathing, a low, rasping sound that sent chills down my spine. I backed away, my heart pounding in my chest, but my foot caught on something, and I stumbled, crashing to the floor. The sound stopped, and for a moment, everything was silent again. Then, slowly, the breathing resumed, louder and more ragged, like whatever it was right next to me. I scrambled to my feet, my hands shaking as I frantically pressed the button on the flashlight. It flickered back to life, the beam weakened and steady, but it was enough to see what was in front of me. A figure stood in the darkness, tall and gaunt, its skin pale and stretched tight over its bones. Its eyes were hollow, sunken pits, and its mouth hung open in a twisted, grotesque grin. It took a step toward me, its movements slow and deliberate, like it was savoring the moment. I didn't wait to see what it would do next. I turned and ran, barreling through the door and slamming it shut behind me. I could hear it on the other side, scratching at the door, its breathing growing more frantic. I didn't stop running until I was back in the break room, gasping for breath, my heart pounding in my chest. I didn't tell Carl what happened. I didn't tell anyone. But I didn't go back to that section of the warehouse either. I stuck to the main aisles, kept my head down, and tried to ignore the faint sounds that echoed through the warehouse at night. But I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, that whatever was in that room hadn't forgotten about me. The days turned into weeks, and I tried to convince myself that it had all been in my head, a product of fatigue and an overactive imagination. But deep down I knew the truth. There was something in that warehouse, something that shouldn't be there, something that was waiting. I started to notice things, small things, at first. A box that had been moved, a door that was left open, a light that flickered for no reason. But then it escalated. I'd hear footsteps behind me, only to turn around and find nothing. I'd see shadows moving out of the corner of my eye, but when I looked, there was no one there. And always there was this sound of breathing, low and raspy, like something was just out of sight, watching, waiting. I tried to quit, but Carl wouldn't let me. "You're imagining things," he said, brushing off my concerns. "This place is old. It creaks and groans. There's nothing here." But I knew better. I started to dread the nights, counting down the hours until my shift ended. I stopped sleeping, my dreams filled with that twisted figure, its hollow eyes staring into mine. I became jumpy, paranoid, always looking over my shoulder. And then one night, it all came to a head. It was a Friday, the end of a long, exhausting week. I was doing my rounds, flashlight in hand, when I heard it again, the tapping. It was faint at first, but it grew louder, more insistent, until it was echoing through the entire warehouse. I tried to ignore it, to keep walking, but it followed me, getting closer and closer. I broke into a run, my heart racing. But no matter where I went, the sound was there, right behind me. I reached the break room, slamming the door shut and locking it. The tapping stopped, replaced by that awful breathing, loud and rasping, coming from just outside the door. I backed away, my eyes fixed on the door, praying that it would hold. But then the doorknob began to turn slowly, deliberately. I grabbed a chair, wedging it under the doorknob, but the turning continued, relentless. The lights flickered, and the temperature in the room dropped, my breath coming out in invisible puffs. I could hear it on the other side, scratching at the door, the sound of its breathing filling the room. I didn't know what to do, where to go. I was trapped, alone, with that thing just on the other side of the door. And then, as suddenly as it had started, it stopped. The breathing, the scratching, the turning of the doorknob, it all stopped. The silence was deafening, pressing in on me from all sides. I stood there, frozen, my heart pounding in my chest. I waited, but nothing happened. Slowly, cautiously, I approached the door, pressing my ear against it. Listening, there was, louder and more ragged, like whatever it was right next to me. I scrambled to my feet, my hands shaking as I frantically pressed the button on the flashlight. It flickered back to life, the beam weakened and steady, but it was enough to see what was in front of me. A figure stood in the darkness, tall and gaunt, its skin pale and stretched tight over its bones. Its eyes were hollow, sunken pits, and its mouth hung open in a twisted, grotesque grin. It took a step toward me, its movements slow and deliberate, like it was savoring the moment. I didn't wait to see what it would do next. I turned in and ran, barreling through the door and slamming it shut behind me. I could hear it on the other side, scratching at the door, its breathing growing more frantic. I didn't stop running until I was back in the break room, gasping for breath, my heart pounding in my chest. I didn't tell Carl what happened. I didn't tell anyone. But I didn't go back to that section of the warehouse either. I stuck to the main aisles, kept my head down, and tried to ignore the faint sounds that echoed through the warehouse at night. But I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, that whatever was in that room hadn't forgotten about me. The days turned into weeks, and I tried to convince myself that it had all been in my head, a product of fatigue and an overactive imagination. But deep down I knew the truth. There was something in that warehouse, something that shouldn't be there, something that was waiting. I started to notice things, small things, at first. A box that had been moved, a door that was left open, a light that flickered for no reason. But then it escalated. I'd hear footsteps behind me, only to turn around and find nothing. I'd see shadows moving out of the corner of my eye, but when I looked, there was no one there. And always there was this sound of breathing, low and raspy, like something was just out of sight, watching, waiting. I tried to quit, but Carl wouldn't let me. "You're imagining things," he said, brushing off my concerns. "This place is old. It creaks and groans. There's nothing here." But I knew better. I started to dread the nights, counting down the hours until my shift ended. I stopped sleeping, my dreams filled with that twisted figure, its hollow eyes staring into mine. I became jumpy, paranoid, always looking over my shoulder. And then one night, it all came to a head. It was a Friday, the end of a long, exhausting week. I was doing my rounds, flashlight in hand, when I heard it again, the tapping. It was faint at first, but it grew louder, more insistent, until it was echoing through the entire warehouse. I tried to ignore it, to keep walking, but it followed me, getting closer and closer. I broke into a run, my heart racing. But no matter where I went, the sound was there, right behind me. I reached the break room, slamming the door shut and locking it. The tapping stopped, replaced by that awful breathing, loud and rasping, coming from just outside the door. I backed away, my eyes fixed on the door, praying that it would hold. But then the doorknob began to turn slowly, deliberately. I grabbed a chair, wedging it under the doorknob, but the turning continued relentless. The lights flickered, and the temperature in the room dropped, my breath coming out in invisible puffs. I could hear it on the other side, scratching at the door, the sound of its breathing filling the room. I didn't know what to do, where to go. I was trapped, alone, with that thing just on the other side of the door. And then, as suddenly as it had started, it stopped. The breathing, the scratching, the turning of the doorknob, it all stopped. The silence was deafening, pressing in on me from all sides. I stood there, frozen, my heart pounding in my chest. I waited, but nothing happened. Slowly, cautiously, I approached the door, pressing my ear against it. Listening, there was. My name is Vikram, and I've always had a love for the outdoors. Growing up in the mountains of Himachal Pradesh, I was surrounded by nature's beauty, and hiking became a part of who I was. I would often go on long treks, sometimes alone, sometimes with friends, exploring the hidden trails and untouched forests that dotted the region. But there was one hike that I wish I had never embarked upon, a journey that nearly cost me my life and left me scarred in ways I can never fully heal. It was early autumn, the air crisp, and the trees beginning to don their golden hues. A group of my closest friends had come up with the idea of tackling one of the more challenging trails in the region, a path that led to an old, abandoned village nestled deep within the mountains. The village, known as Kuldhara, was shrouded in mystery and legend. It was said to have been abandoned overnight by its inhabitants, who left behind only whispers of a curse that had befallen them. The stories were chilling, but we were young, eager, and full of bravado. We saw it as an adventure, a chance to test our limits and maybe, just maybe, uncover the truth behind the legends. There were 5 of us in total: me, Rajat, Sunil, Priya, and Naya. We had all grown up together, our bond forged in the fires of childhood and adolescence. We trusted each other implicitly and had tackled countless hikes together. This one, we believed, would be no different. We set out early one morning, our backpacks loaded with supplies and our spirits high. The first few hours of the hike were uneventful, the trail well-marked, and the scenery breathtaking. The mountains stretched out before us, a canvas of green and gold, and the air was filled with the scent of pine and earth. But as we ventured deeper into the forest, the trail became less defined, the trees thicker, and the light dimmer. The atmosphere began to change, a subtle shift that we initially ignored. The birdsong that had accompanied us fell silent, replaced by the eerie sound of the wind rustling through the trees. I remember looking around, noticing how the landscape seemed to grow darker, more foreboding. The trees loomed larger, their branches twisted into unnatural shapes, casting long, spindly shadows across the path. It was as if the forest itself was trying to warn us, urging us to turn back. But we pressed on, determined to reach the village before nightfall. As the day wore on, the trail became increasingly difficult to follow. The ground was uneven, littered with rocks and roots that seemed to reach out, trying to trip us up. The air grew colder, a biting chill that seeped into our bones despite the layers of clothing we wore. By late afternoon, we realized we were lost. The trail had all but disappeared, and the dense undergrowth made it nearly impossible to see more than a few feet ahead. Rajat, the most experienced among us, tried to keep us calm, insisting that we could find our way back if we retraced our steps. But as we turned around, we were met with an unsettling sight. The forest behind us had changed. The path we had walked just moments before was now unrecognizable, the trees and rocks rearranged in a way that made no sense. It was as if the forest itself had shifted, closing in around us, trapping us in its grasp. Panic began to set in. We argued, our voices rising in fear and frustration. Sunil suggested we split up to cover more ground, but the idea was quickly shot down. We knew the dangers of separating in the wilderness, especially in an area as remote and unfamiliar as this. As the light began to fade, we made the decision to set up camp and wait for morning. We found a small clearing, the only space large enough to accommodate our tents. But even as we worked to pitch them, the sense of unease grew stronger. The forest seemed to close in around us, the trees looming like silent sentinels, watching our every move. That night we huddled together, our campfire the only source of warmth and light. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the crackling of the fire and the occasional rustle of leaves in the wind. None of us spoke much, each lost in our own thoughts, our bravado from earlier in the day replaced by a gnawing fear. As the night wore on, sleep eluded me. I lay in my tent, staring up at the fabric ceiling, listening to the sounds of the forest. Every creak, every rustle seemed magnified, my senses heightened by the darkness and the unknown. It was then that I heard a low, guttural sound, like a growl, coming from somewhere deep in the forest. I froze, my heart racing. I strained to hear, trying to convince myself that it was just an animal, but the sound persisted, growing louder, closer. I could hear the others stirring in their tents, their fear palpable. I slowly unzipped my tent and peered out into the night. The fire had died down, casting long, flickering shadows across the clearing, and that's when I saw them, figures, dark and indistinct, moving just beyond the edge of the firelight. They were tall, impossibly tall, with long limbs and twisted, unnatural forms. They moved with a strange, jerky motion, as if their joints bent in ways they shouldn't. I gasped, my breath catching in my throat. I wanted to shout, to warn the others, but the words died in my mouth as one of the figures turned its head towards me. Its eyes were nothing but empty voids, black and soulless, and yet I felt them bore into me, filling me with a terror unlike anything I had ever known. I scrambled back into my tent, my mind racing. I could hear the others now, their whispers frantic as they had seen the figures. We knew we had to leave, but the night was thick with darkness, and the trail was impossible to find in the gloom. We decided to wait until dawn, hoping that the light would drive away whatever was out there. But as the night dragged on, the figures drew closer, their presence a constant, oppressive weight on our minds. The growling sound continued, reverberating through the clearing, growing louder, more menacing. I don't know how long we sat there, paralyzed by fear, but it felt like an eternity. The first light of dawn was a welcome sight, and we wasted no time packing up our gear, our hands trembling with the urgency to leave. The figures were gone, vanished with the night, but their presence lingered in the air, a dark, oppressive force that hung over us. We stumbled through the forest, our nerves frayed and our senses on high alert. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig sent us into a panic, but we pressed on, desperate to find our way out. It wasn't until we broke through the tree line and saw the familiar landmarks of our village in the distance that we finally allowed ourselves to breathe. We made it back, physically unscathed, but mentally shattered. We never spoke of what we saw that night, the horrors we encountered in that cursed forest. The experience changed us, each of us carrying the scars of that night in our own way. Some of us moved away, seeking solace in the anonymity of the city, while others, like me, stayed behind, haunted by the memories. I've never gone hiking since the mountains, once a source of joy and adventure, now hold only fear and sorrow for me. I've heard stories of others who have ventured into that same forest, only to disappear without a trace. Some say it's the spirits of the abandoned village, seeking revenge on those who dare disturb their eternal rest. Others believe it's something older, darker, a force that has existed in those mountains long before humans ever set foot there. I don't know what to believe anymore. All I know is that I'll never forget that night, the terror I felt, and the dark figures that still haunt my dreams. The forest took something from me that night, something I can never get back. And I've learned the hard way that some trails are meant to be left unexplored, some paths better left untrodden, because sometimes the darkness we seek to conquer is far more powerful than we could ever imagine. I was never one to believe in the supernatural, but what happened to me at Hollow Creek changed everything. I had just moved to a small town in the middle of nowhere, a place where everyone knew everyone and outsiders were met with a certain level of suspicion. The town was quiet, almost too quiet, nestled between rolling hills and dense woods. It seemed like the perfect place to start fresh, to escape the chaos of the city. I found a small house on the outskirts of town, near a creek that wound its way through the woods. The locals called it Hollow Creek, though I never understood why. The water was clear and cool, and the trees that lined its banks were tall and ancient, their branches forming a canopy that blocked out most of the sunlight. It was peaceful, or at least it seemed that way at first. My first few weeks in town were uneventful. I spent my days unpacking, getting to know the area, and trying to make friends with the locals. But there was something off about the people in Hollow Creek. They were friendly enough, but there was a wariness in their eyes, a guardedness that I couldn't quite put my finger on. They didn't like to talk about the town's history, and whenever I mentioned the creek, they would change the subject or make excuses to leave. It wasn't until I met a man named Tom that I started to learn the truth about Hollow Creek. Tom was older, with graying hair and a weathered face that spoke of a hard life. He was one of the few people in town who didn't shy away from me, and we quickly became friends. One evening, after a few beers at the local bar, Tom started to open up. "You ever hear about the cult at Hollow Creek?" he asked, his voice low and serious. I shook my head, intrigued. "Cult? What cult?" Tom took a long drink from his beer, his eyes distant. "Happened a long time ago, before most folks around here were even born. But the story's been passed down generation to generation. Back in the 1800s, there was a group of people who lived in these woods. They kept to themselves, didn't interact with the town much. Folks called them a cult, said they worshipped something dark, something not of this world." I leaned in, my curiosity piqued. "What happened to them?" Tom glanced around the bar, as if making sure no one was listening. "One night, the entire group disappeared. Every single one of them, gone without a trace. Some say they moved on, but others believe something took them, something from the creek." I felt a chill run down my spine. "What do you mean, something from the creek?" Tom shook his head, his expression grim. "No one knows for sure. But people around here, they avoid that creek at night. They say you can hear them, the cult members, chanting in the woods. And sometimes, if you're unlucky, you'll see them." I laughed nervously, trying to shake off the unease that was creeping over me. "Come on, Tom, that's just a story." But Tom didn't smile, he didn't laugh. He just looked at me with those haunted eyes and said, "Stay away from the creek, kid. Whatever you do, don't go there at night." I didn't think much of it at the time. I figured It was just a local legend, a ghost story meant to scare newcomers. But as the days passed, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. I started having strange dreams of dark figures moving through the trees, of chanting voices that echoed in my mind long after I woke up. I'd wake up in a cold sweat, my heart racing, the sound of the creek rushing in my ears. I tried to ignore it, to convince myself it was just stress from the move, but the dreams only got worse. One night I woke up to the sound of whispering outside my window. I sat up in bed, my heart pounding, straining to hear. The whispering was faint, like the wind rustling through the leaves, but it was there, unmistakable. I got out of bed and crept to the window, peering out into the darkness. The moon was full, casting an eerie light over the landscape. The trees swayed gently in the breeze, their shadows long and twisted. And there, by the edge of the creek, I saw them figures, shrouded in darkness, moving silently through the trees. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. The figures were tall, their movements slow and deliberate. They were too far away for me to make out any details, but I could feel their presence, heavy and oppressive, like a weight pressing down on my chest. I wanted to look away, to close the curtains and hide, but I couldn't move. I was transfixed, my eyes locked on the figures as they moved closer to the creek, and then suddenly they stopped. All at once they turned to face my house, their heads snapping toward me in unison. I gasped, stumbling back from the window, my heart racing. I didn't know what they were, or what they wanted, but I knew I had to get out of there. I grabbed my keys and bolted out the door, not caring that it was the middle of the night. I jumped in my car and drove, not stopping until I was miles away from that cursed place. I never went back to Hollow Creek. I couldn't. Whatever was in those woods, whatever those figures were, I wanted no part of it. I tried to put it behind me, to move on with my life, but the memory of that night still haunts me. Sometimes, late at night, I'll hear the sound of whispering, faint and distant, like the wind rustling through the trees, and I'll see them in the shadows, watching, waiting. I don't know what they are or what they want, but I do know one thing: I'll never go near Hollow Creek again. It was a chilly winter evening in Delhi, the kind where the fog hangs low and the streets are bathed in a ghostly pallor. My name is Shyam, and I had been working as a taxi driver for over a decade. I had seen it all, the good, the bad, and the downright strange, but nothing could have prepared me for what I was about to experience that night. It started like any other evening. I had just finished a late fare near Connaught Place, and was heading back to the main road, hoping to catch a few more passengers before calling it a night. The roads were quieter than usual, the city wrapped in a blanket of silence that was only broken by the occasional honk of a distant car. As I drove down a particularly desolate stretch, my phone buzzed with a notification from the taxi app. A new ride request had come in, and it was close by. Without thinking twice, I accepted the fare and followed the map's directions. The pickup location was in a part of the city I rarely frequented, an old, dilapidated neighborhood that had long since lost its charm. The buildings were crumbling, their facades blackened with age, and the street lights flickered weakly, casting eerie shadows on the narrow streets. I pulled up to the designated address, a small, run-down house that looked like it had been abandoned years ago. The windows were dark, and the front yard was overgrown with weeds. I checked the app again to make sure I was in the right place. It was then that I noticed something odd. The fare had no destination listed. This wasn't entirely unusual, as some passengers preferred to give their destination in person, but given the location and the hour, it gave me pause. Still, I had been in this line of work long enough to know that curiosity didn't pay the bills, so I waited. A few minutes passed, and just as I was about to cancel the ride and move on, the back door of my taxi opened. I jumped, startled by the sudden movement, and glanced in the rearview mirror. A woman had slipped into the back seat, her face obscured by the darkness. She was dressed in a simple sari, her hair neatly tied back, but there was something off about her. She was unusually still, her posture rigid, and she made no effort to acknowledge me or give a destination. "Good evening, madam," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Where can I take you?" There was a long pause, during which she didn't move or speak. I felt a cold sweat forming on the back of my neck, the hairs on my arms standing on end. Something wasn't right. Finally, in a soft, almost whispery voice, she said, "Take me to Yamuna Bridge." I nodded, though her choice of destination struck me as strange. The Yamuna Bridge was not a place anyone would willingly go to at this hour. It was notorious for its isolation, and there had been rumors of people jumping off the bridge, never to be seen again. I tried to push those thoughts aside as I put the car in gear and started driving. The silence in the car was unnerving. I tried to make small talk, as I often did with my passengers, but she remained silent, staring straight ahead. Every so often, I would steal a glance at her in the mirror, only to find her sitting as still as a statue, her eyes fixed on the road ahead. The fog thickened as we neared the bridge, reducing visibility to just a few feet. The headlights of my taxi cut through the mist, casting long, ghostly beams that danced on the road. My heart began to race, a sense of dread creeping in as we drew closer to the bridge. The stories I had heard over the years played over and over in my mind, each one more horrifying than the last. When we finally reached the bridge, I pulled over to the side and stopped the car. The river below was shrouded in darkness, the water barely visible through the fog. "We're here, madam," I said, trying to keep the unease out of my voice. "Is this where you wanted to go?" For a moment, she said nothing, just sat there in the back seat, staring out the window. Then, in that same soft voice, she spoke again. "This is where it happened," she said, more to herself than to me. "This is where I died." My blood ran cold. I turned in my seat to look at her, but what I saw made my heart stop. The woman's face was pale, almost translucent, her eyes hollow and sunken. Her once neat sari was now tattered and soaked, as if she had just emerged from the river. And then, as I watched in horror, she began to fade, her form becoming more and more transparent until there was nothing left but the empty seat. I sat there, frozen in shock, my mind struggling to comprehend what I had just witnessed. My heart pounded in my chest, and I could barely breathe. It felt like I was in a nightmare, one that I couldn't wake up from. I don't know how long I sat there, staring at the spot where she had been. Eventually I forced myself to move, my hands shaking as I gripped the steering wheel and drove away from the bridge as fast as I could. When I finally reached a more populated area, I pulled over and took a moment to gather myself. My mind was racing, trying to rationalize what had just happened, but there was no explanation that made sense. I checked the back seat again, half expecting to see some trace of her, but there was nothing, no sign that anyone had been there at all. The fare was still active on the app, but when I tried to close it, I found that the passenger's details had vanished. There was no name, no number, no record of the ride. It was as if she had never existed. I drove back to the garage in a daze, my thoughts consumed by the night's events. I couldn't shake the image of her face, the emptiness in her eyes. I had heard stories from other drivers about strange passengers, ghostly encounters on the late-night shift, but I had never believed them. Now I wasn't so sure. For weeks I couldn't bring myself to drive at night. The fear that I might see her again, or worse, pick up another lost soul, was too much to bear. Even now, years later, the memory of that night haunts me. I still drive, but I avoid that stretch of road, and I never, ever accept rides that don't have a destination, because in this city, with its long history and countless secrets, you never know who or what might be waiting for a ride. It was supposed to be just another hunting trip. Every year a group of us would head out to Bitterroot Woods for a week of camping, hunting, and camaraderie. We'd been doing it for years, a tradition passed down from our fathers and their fathers before them. Bitterroot was dense, sprawling wilderness with miles of thick trees and underbrush, the perfect place to get away from the world. We knew those woods like the back of our hands, or so we thought. This time there were four of us, me, Dave, Rick, and Matt. We'd been friends since childhood, and there was no one else I'd rather have beside me in the wild. We arrived at our usual campsite late in the afternoon, the sun already beginning to dip behind the tree line. The air was crisp, the scent of pine and earth filling our lungs as we set up camp. By nightfall, we had a fire going, our tents pitched, and were settling in for a night of storytelling and laughter. Everything was going as usual until the first night. We were sitting around the fire, passing around a bottle of whiskey, when Dave suddenly went quiet. He was staring into the woods, his face pale, the bottle frozen halfway to his lips. "Dave, you all right?" I asked, following his gaze. "Did you see that?" He whispered, his voice trembling. "See what?" He shook his head, blinking as if trying to clear his vision. I thought I saw something just beyond the firelight. Something big." We all looked in the direction he was pointing, but there was nothing there, just the dark, impenetrable wall of trees. We laughed it off, teasing Dave for getting spooked so easily, but the truth was, something about the way he had looked so genuinely scared left us all feeling uneasy. The next day, we ventured deeper into the woods, looking for a good spot to hunt. We split up into pairs, with Rick and Matt heading west while Dave and I went east. The forest was eerily quiet, the usual sounds of wildlife strangely absent. Even the birds seemed to have fallen silent, as if the entire woods were holding its breath. We walked for hours, seeing no signs of game, no tracks, nothing. It was as if the forest was completely devoid of life. The unease from the night before had only grown, a heavy, oppressive feeling that weighed down on us as we trudged through the underbrush. Around noon, we found ourselves at a small clearing. Dave was ahead of me, his rifle slung over his shoulder, when he suddenly stopped dead in his tracks. I nearly walked right into him. "Dave, what is it?" I asked, but he didn't respond. He was staring at the ground, his face ashen. I followed his gaze and saw what had stopped him. There, in the soft earth, was a footprint, but it wasn't like any footprint I'd ever seen before. It was massive, easily twice the size of a human foot, with long, clawed toes that dug deep into the soil. The print was fresh, so fresh that I could see the dampness of the earth where it had been pressed down. "What the hell made that?" I whispered, my heart pounding in my chest. Dave shook his head slowly. "I don't know, but whatever it is, it's not something we want to run into." We quickly decided to head back to camp. The rest of the day passed in a blur, both of us on edge, jumping at every sound, every rustle of leaves. When we finally made it back, Rick and Matt were already there, their faces grim. They hadn't had any luck hunting either, and, like us, they'd felt something was off in the woods. That night, the sense of dread was palpable. We sat around the fire, but the usual banter and laughter were absent. We were all on edge, our eyes constantly darting to the darkness beyond the FRELIGHT. It was some time after midnight when we heard it, the howl. It wasn't like any animal I'd ever heard before. It was deep, guttural, a sound that seemed to resonate through the very earth beneath us. It was close to close. We all froze, our eyes wide with fear. The howl came again, even closer this time. It was followed by a rustling in the trees, the sound of something massive moving through the underbrush. "Get your guns," Rick whispered, his voice shaking. We scrambled to grab our rifles, the fire suddenly feeling like a flimsy barrier against whatever was out there. The sounds were getting closer, the rustling turning into the unmistakable sound of heavy footsteps. And then it emerged from the trees. It was like nothing I had ever seen or even imagined. It was tall, easily over 7 feet, with a body covered in thick, matted fur. Its eyes glowed in the firelight, a sickly yellow that seemed to pierce through the darkness. It stood on 2 legs, like a man, but its face was something out of a nightmare, elongated, with a snout full of razor-sharp teeth and ears that were pointed and alert. For a moment, none of us moved. We were too shocked, too terrified to do anything but stare at the creature that loomed before us. It let out another howl, its mouth opening wide, revealing rows of teeth that could tear through flesh with ease. "Shoot it," Matt screamed, breaking the spell. We all raised our rifles and fired. The sound of the shots echoed through the night, but the creature didn't flinch. It didn't even bleed. It just stood there, staring at us with those glowing eyes, as if our bullets were nothing more than annoying flies. Then it charged. It was fast, faster than anything that size should be. It was on us in seconds, its claws slashing through the air. I dove to the side, narrowly avoiding its swipe. I could hear the others shouting, their voices panicked, but I couldn't focus on anything other than staying alive. I scrambled to my feet, my hands shaking as I tried to reload my rifle. The creature was still there, moving through the camp with terrifying speed and precision. It was toying with us, I realized, playing a deadly game of cat and mouse. I finally managed to reload and fired again, aiming for its head. The shot hit, and for a brief moment I thought I had finally done some damage. But then the creature turned toward me, its eyes narrowing, and I knew it was over. It lunged at me, its claws outstretched. I braced myself, knowing there was no way I could outrun it. But just as it was about to reach me, a deafening roar filled the air. The creature stopped in its tracks, its ears twitching. It looked around, confused, before letting out a growl and retreating back into the woods. We all stood there, stunned, as the sound of its footsteps faded into the distance. For a long time, none of us moved. We were too shocked, too scared to do anything but stare at the spot where the creature had disappeared. Eventually, Rick broke the silence. "Let's get the hell out of here." We didn't argue. We packed up what we could and left, not caring that it was the middle of the night. We drove straight back to town, none of us saying a word the entire way. I never went back to Bitterroot Woods. None of us did. Whatever was out there, whatever that creature was, it wasn't something that could be hunted or killed. It was something else, something that didn't belong in this world. I tried to forget about it, to convince myself that it was just a nightmare, but the memory of those glowing eyes, of those claws inches from my face, still haunts me. Sometimes, late at night, I'll hear a howl in the distance, and I'll remember that night in the woods, the night we came face to face with the dogman, and I'll wonder if it's still out there, waiting, watching, hunting. I had been a trucker for nearly 15 years, driving countless miles across the vast stretches of America's highways. The road had become my second home, a place where I found solitude and purpose. My name is Jake, and I prided myself on being one of the best in the business, always delivering my loads on time, no matter the conditions. But nothing could have prepared me for the night that changed everything, the night I wished I could forget. It was late November, and I was hauling a load of timber from Oregon to a small town in northern Idaho. The weather had been unforgiving all day, with relentless rain and gusts of wind that threatened to push my rig off the road. By the time night fell, the storm had intensified, and the highway was nearly deserted. Most drivers had pulled over to wait it out, but I was on a tight schedule and couldn't afford any delays. The route took me through a remote section of highway, winding through dense forests and mountainous terrain, the kind of place where you could drive for hours without seeing another soul. The darkness was thick, the rain hammering against the windshield, and the only light came from my headlights cutting through the storm. I had just passed a small, forgotten town, one of those places that seemed frozen in time, with boarded-up storefronts and empty streets. The road ahead was pitch black, with no street lights or signs of life. The storm was relentless, and I had to keep a tight grip on the wheel to keep the truck steady. My mind was focused on the road, the rhythmic thumping of the windshield wipers, and the roar of the engine providing a sense of familiarity amidst the chaos. But then, out of nowhere, my radio crackled to life, a burst of static that made me jump in my seat. I hadn't touched the dial, and I knew I was far out of range of any station. The static persisted for a few seconds, then faded into silence. I tried to shrug it off, blaming it on the storm, but something about it didn't sit right with me. A few minutes later, the radio crackled again, this time with a faint, garbled voice. I couldn't make out the words, but it sent a chill down my spine. I glanced at the radio, then back at the road, my heart starting to race. I had driven this route before, and I knew there were no stations that would reach this far into the wilderness. The voice came again, clearer this time, though I still couldn't understand. It sounded distant, almost as if it were coming from another world. I turned the volume down, trying to focus on the road, but the unease was growing. The storm had worsened, and I could barely see more than a few feet ahead. The wind howled, rattling the windows of the cab, and the rain pounded against the roof like 1,000 tiny fists. My nerves were on edge, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. I was about to reach for the radio to turn it off completely, and I saw something up ahead, a figure standing in the middle of the road. I slammed on the brakes, the truck skidding on the wet pavement as I fought to bring it to a stop. The tires screeched, and the trailer swung out slightly, but I managed to avoid hitting whatever or whoever it was. My heart was pounding in my chest as I stared out into the rain-soaked night. The figure was still there, illuminated by the headlights. It was a man, standing motionless in the middle of the highway, wearing what looked like an old, tattered coat. His head was bowed, and I couldn't see his face. I leaned forward, squinting through the rain, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. "Hey, are you okay?" I called out, my voice barely audible over the storm. The man didn't respond, didn't move. He just stood there, like a statue, as if he were waiting for something. I felt a shiver run down my spine. Something about him wasn't right. The way he was standing, the way he seemed completely unaffected by the storm, it was unnatural. I reached for the door handle, hesitating for a moment before opening it. The wind hit me like a wall as I stepped out of the cab, the rain instantly soaking through my clothes. I walked slowly toward the figure, my boots splashing in the puddles that had formed on the road. "Sir?" "Do you need help?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. But still there was no response. As I got closer, I began to see more details. His coat was not just old, it was ancient, frayed at the edges and covered in dirt and grime. His hands hung limply at his sides, pale and weathered, like those of a man who had spent years working in the harshest conditions. And then, as I was just a few feet away, he slowly lifted his head. I froze. His face was gaunt, his skin gray and lifeless, like a corpse that had been left out in the elements for far too long. His eyes were hollow, empty sockets staring straight through me. A wave of terror washed over me, and I took a step back, my mind reeling with disbelief. This couldn't be real. It had to be a trick of the light, a hallucination brought on by exhaustion and the storm. But then he spoke, his voice low and raspy, barely above a whisper. "You shouldn't be here." The words sent a jolt of fear through me, and I turned to run back to the truck. But as I did, I noticed something even more terrifying. The man was no longer standing in front of me. He was gone, vanished into thin air. Panic surged through me, and I sprinted back to the cab, slamming the door behind me. My hands were shaking as I fumbled with the keys, finally getting the engine to start. I didn't look back as I floored the accelerator, the truck lurching forward as I sped down the highway. My mind was racing, trying to make sense of what had just happened. I had to get out of there, had to put as much distance between myself and that stretch of road as possible. But the further I drove, the more the fear grew. The road seemed to stretch on endlessly, the storm relentless, and the radio still crackling with that eerie static. I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see the man standing there, following me, but there was nothing, just the darkness and the rain. Hours passed, or at least it felt like hours, and the storm finally began to let up. The rain eased to a drizzle, and the wind died down, leaving an eerie calm in its wake. I was exhausted, my nerves frayed, but I didn't dare stop until I reached a truck stop on the outskirts of a small town. I pulled into the parking lot, my hands still shaking as I killed the engine. I sat there for a moment, trying to collect myself, my mind still reeling from the encounter. But as I reached for the door handle, something caught my eye. The passenger seat, where my bag had been sitting, was empty. My bag was gone, and in its place was something that made my blood run cold. A small, weathered coat, soaked with rain and covered in dirt, just like the one the man had been wearing. I stared at it, my mind struggling to process what I was seeing. How had it gotten there? Had I imagined the whole thing? But as much as I wanted to believe that, deep down I knew the truth. I had seen something that night, something that defied explanation. I didn't touch the coat. I didn't even look at it for long. I grabbed my keys, locked the truck, and walked into the truck stop, trying to shake the feeling that I was being watched. I spent the night in the truck stop's diner, nursing a cup of coffee and trying to convince myself that it had all been a bad dream. But the fear lingered, gnawing at the edges of my mind. I didn't sleep that night. The next morning, as the sun rose, I finally mustered the courage to go back to the truck. The coat was still there, a grim reminder of the night before. I didn't know what to do with it, so I left it where it was, hoping that if I ignored it, it would somehow disappear. I completed my delivery that day, but I was never the same. The open road, which had once been my sanctuary, now felt like a place of danger, filled with unseen threats and unspeakable horrors. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being followed, that the man in the coat was still out there, waiting for me on some lonely stretch of highway. Eventually, I left the trucking business altogether. The fear was too much, the memories too haunting. I took a job closer to home, far from the highways and the storms that had once been my life. But even now, years later, I can't drive at night without thinking about that encounter. I can't hear the crackle of a radio without remembering the static that filled my cab. And I'll never forget the man in the coat, the man who shouldn't have been there. I've always been an outdoor enthusiast. Hiking, camping, fishing, anything that got me into the wilderness was a welcome escape from the monotony of daily life. There's something about the solitude of nature that's both peaceful and invigorating, like a reset button for the soul. My name is Ryan, and this story takes place in the fall of 2018, when I decided to take a solo hiking trip into the Bitterroot Mountains of Montana. I'd hiked those mountains before, but never alone. It was something I'd wanted to do for a while, to test my skills and push myself a little further than usual. The Bitterroots are known for their rugged beauty, with miles of dense forest, rocky peaks, and crystal-clear streams. But they're also remote, with vast areas that are seldom traveled, making it easy to get lost if you're not careful. I had planned a 3-day trek along a lesser-known trail that wound through the northern part of the range, far from the more popular routes. I was excited to disconnect from the world and immerse myself in the wild. The first day went smoothly. The weather was perfect, cool and crisp with the scent of pine in the air. The trail was challenging but manageable, and I made good time, reaching a small clearing by late afternoon where I decided to set up camp. I pitched my tent near a stream, the soothing sound of running water lulling me into a sense of calm as I cooked dinner over a small fire. As night fell, I sat by the fire, staring up at the stars that dotted the clear sky, feeling a deep sense of contentment. This was what I had come for: solitude, peace, and the beauty of the wilderness. But that night something happened that shattered that peace and turned my solo adventure into a nightmare. It was well past midnight when I first heard it, a low, distant sound that echoed through the trees. I sat up in my sleeping bag, straining to listen. At first I thought it was an animal, maybe a coyote or a wolf, but the sound wasn't like anything I'd heard before. It was rhythmic, almost like a chant, carried on the wind from somewhere deep in the forest. I tried to convince myself it was just the wind playing tricks on my ears, but the more I listened, the more certain I became that it was something else, something unnatural. My heart started to race, and I felt a growing unease that I couldn't shake. I grabbed my flashlight and unzipped the tent, stepping out into the cold night air. The fire had burned down to embers, casting a faint glow over the campsite. The sound was still there, a haunting melody that seemed to rise and fall with the breeze. I swept the flashlight beam across the trees, half expecting to see something lurking in the shadows, but there was nothing, just the dense forest and the dark shapes of the trees swaying in the wind. I told myself to calm down, that it was just my imagination running wild. After all, I was alone in the middle of nowhere, with no one to talk to and nothing to do but listen to the sounds of the night. But deep down, I knew that wasn't it. I crawled back into the tent, trying to block out the sound, but sleep was impossible. I lay there for hours, listening to that eerie chant, my mind racing with thoughts of what it could be. By the time the first light of dawn began to filter through the trees, I had made up my mind to pack up and move on. Whatever was making that sound, I didn't want to stick around to find out. I broke camp quickly, eager to put some distance between myself and whatever was out there. The trail ahead was steep and treacherous, but I pushed myself hard, trying to shake the unease that clung to me like a shadow. The sound had stopped as the sun rose, but the memory of it lingered, gnawing at my nerves, As the day wore on, I began to feel little better, the rational part of my mind telling me that it was just a natural phenomenon, nothing more. But then, as the afternoon light began to fade, I came across something that made my blood run cold. The trail led me to a small clearing, much like the one where I had camped the night before, but this clearing was different. In the center of it was a large, ancient tree, its trunk twisted and gnarled, with thick roots that spread out across the ground like the tentacles of some massive creature. At the base of the tree was a pile of stones, arranged in a rough circle, and in the middle of that circle was a small, weathered wooden box. My curiosity got the better of me, and I approached the box cautiously, my heart pounding in my chest. It looked old, really old, with strange symbols carved into the wood. I reached out to touch it, but stopped myself, a sense of dread washing over me. Something about the box felt wrong, like it didn't belong there, like it was a part of something ancient and malevolent. I stepped back, my instincts screaming at me to leave it alone, to get as far away from it as possible. But before I could move, I heard the sound again, the same haunting chant from the night before, but this time it was louder, closer, as if it were coming from all around me. I spun around, shining my flashlight into the trees, but there was nothing there, just the same empty forest, now filled with that terrifying sound. I was frozen with fear, my mind racing, trying to make sense of what was happening. But then the chanting stopped, replaced by a deafening silence that was somehow even worse. And in that silence, I heard something else, a faint rustling, like the sound of leaves being crushed underfoot. I turned back toward the box, and that's when I saw it. The lid of the box was slowly opening, creaking on its rusted hinges. I wanted to run, to scream, to do anything but stand there and watch. But I couldn't move, couldn't take my eyes off the box as the lid lifted higher and higher, revealing the darkness inside. For a moment, nothing happened. The box just sat there, open, with nothing inside but shadows. But then, out of that darkness, something began to emerge, a shape, indistinct at first, but slowly becoming more defined. It was a hand, a withered, skeletal hand, reaching out of the box as if trying to pull itself free. I finally found the strength to move, stumbling backward in horror, but I tripped over a root and fell to the ground. I scrambled to my feet, but it was too late. The hand was followed by an arm, then a shoulder, as something dragged itself out of the box and into the clearing. It was like a nightmare come to life, a creature of bone and rotting flesh with hollow eyes that seemed to stare right through me. I ran as fast as I could, not caring where I was going, just desperate to get away from that thing. The forest closed in around me, the trees a blur as I sprinted down the trail, my heart pounding in my chest. I didn't stop, didn't look back, until I reached the edge of the forest and burst out onto a gravel road. I was miles from where I had started, exhausted and terrified, but I didn't care. I kept running until I reached a small town at the base of the mountains. I never went back to the Bitterroots. I couldn't. The memory of that night, of the sound and the box and the creature that came out of it, was burned into my mind. I told myself it was just a hallucination, a trick of the light and the wind, but deep down I knew better. Something was out there, something ancient and evil, and I had stumbled right into its domain. The worst part is, I still hear that sound sometimes, late at night, when the wind is just right, that same haunting chant echoing through the trees. And every time I hear it, I wonder if it's calling me back, if it's waiting for me to return to Bitterroot Creek. But I never will. I've learned my lesson. Some places are better left unexplored, some mysteries better left unsolved, and some curses are better left buried deep in the woods where they belong. I never thought the glitz and glamour of Hollywood could be tainted by something so dark, so terrifying. My name is not important. What matters is what I experienced, what still haunts me to this day. I've lived in Los Angeles for years, navigating the ups and downs of fame, but nothing prepared me for the nightmare that unfolded in my own home in the Hollywood Hills. It all began when I moved into a beautiful mid-century modern house overlooking the city. It was a dream come true, a symbol of my success. The house had belonged to a famous director, a man known for creating some of the most iconic horror films in history. The realtor had mentioned this with a smile, as if it were a fun fact to add to the property's charm, but I didn't think much of it at the time. I was more concerned with the stunning views and the privacy the place offered. The first few months were uneventful. I was busy with work, attending red carpet events and filming on set. The house was my sanctuary, a place to escape from the relentless spotlight. But then things started to change. It was subtle at first, just a feeling like I was being watched. I'd catch glimpses of movement out of the corner of my eye, but when I turned, there was nothing there. I brushed it off as paranoia, the result of too much stress and not enough sleep. But the unease grew. I began hearing strange noises at night, soft footsteps, the creak of floorboards, doors opening and closing on their own. I told myself it was the house settling, that old buildings made noises, but deep down I knew something was wrong. The air felt thick, oppressive, as if the house itself was closing in on me. One night I woke up to find my bedroom door wide open. I always closed it before going to bed, so this was unsettling. I got up, heart pounding, and walked down the hallway, checking each room. Everything was as it should be, but the sense of being watched was overwhelming. I returned to bed, but sleep eluded me. I lay there, staring at the ceiling, until the first light of dawn filtered through the windows. The incidents became more frequent. Objects would move on their own, nothing dramatic, just small things, like a book shifting on the shelf or a chair slightly out of place. I started finding lights turned on that I was sure I had turned off. My phone would randomly play voicemails from an unknown number, but when I listened, all I heard was static. It was unnerving, but I didn't want to admit that something was seriously wrong. After all, what would people think if they knew a well-known actor was scared of ghosts? Then came the night that changed everything. I had just returned from a late-night shoot, exhausted and ready to collapse into bed. As I walked into the house, I felt an overwhelming sense of dread. The air was freezing, much colder than it should have been for a summer night in Los Angeles. I could see my breath, and my skin prickled with goosebumps. I stood in the floor, trying to shake off the feeling, but it only grew stronger. Suddenly, the lights flickered, and I heard a loud crash from the living room. I ran to see what had happened, and there, in the middle of the room, was a shattered mirror. The mirror had been securely mounted on the wall, and there was no way it could have fallen on its own. As I stared at the broken glass, I noticed something strange. My reflection was still in the mirror, even though it was in pieces. I blinked, convinced I was imagining things, but when I looked again, my reflection was gone. I was frozen with fear, unable to move when I heard the faint sound of music. It was coming from the old record player in the corner, the one I had never used. The needle was down, and the record was spinning, but the music was distorted, warped, as if it were playing backward. I tried to turn it off, but the knob wouldn't budge. The music grew louder, more chaotic, and I felt a cold hand on my shoulder. I spun around, but there was no one there. The room was empty, yet I could still feel the hand, the icy grip tightening. I backed away, my breath coming in short gasps, and then I saw a shadowy figure standing in the doorway. It was tall and thin, its features obscured by darkness, but I could feel its eyes on me, burning into my soul. I wanted to scream, to run, but I was paralyzed. Rooted to the spot, the figure began to move toward me, slow and deliberate, and with each step, the temperature dropped further. I could hear whispers, low and menacing, but I couldn't make out the words. The figure reached out, and just as it was about to touch me, the lights went out. I was plunged into darkness, and the music stopped abruptly, leaving only the sound of my ragged breathing. When the lights came back on, the figure was gone, and the record player was silent. The room was exactly as it had been, except for the shattered mirror on the floor. I knew then that I couldn't stay in the house any longer. Whatever was there, it wasn't going to let me go so easily. I packed a bag and left at night, not caring where I went as long as it was far away from that cursed house. I later learned that the director, who had lived there before me, had experienced similar things. He had become obsessed with the paranormal, convinced that the spirits of the dead had followed him home from his film sets. He had tried to contact them to understand what they wanted, but it had driven him mad. He died under mysterious circumstances, and the house had remained empty until I bought it. I never went back to that house. I sold it as quickly as I could, not caring about the loss. I just wanted to be rid of it, to forget the horrors I had faced. But even now, years later, I can't shake the feeling that something followed me, that the shadows I see in the corners of my vision aren't just tricks of the light. I've tried to move on, to focus on my career, but the memories linger, a constant reminder that some things are beyond our understanding, and that fame and fortune can't protect us from the darkness that lurks in the world and within ourselves. The first time I stepped foot in Greenbrier School, I felt an unsettling chill sweep over me. I was excited, of course. It was my first year as a teacher, and I couldn't wait to shape young minds. I had heard stories about the place from my colleagues, whispers of strange occurrences that seemed to echo through the hallowed halls, but I brushed them off as mere superstition. That first day, however, something was off. The walls were adorned with fading photos of past classes, the smiles of children frozen in time. As I walked down the narrow corridor to my classroom, the air felt thick, as if the school itself was holding its breath. The classrooms were dimly lit, and my room, numbered 204, had a peculiar atmosphere. The windows were clouded, and the once vibrant paint was peeling. I set up my desk, arranging my books and supplies, trying to shake off the feeling of being watched. When my students arrived, a mix of eager faces and shy smiles filled the room, but even their energy couldn't dispel the lingering unease. As I began my lesson, I noticed a girl in the back corner who never spoke. Her name was Emily, and she had an unusual intensity about her. The other kids seemed to avoid her, and I often caught her staring out the window, her gaze distant, as if she were seeing something. ICOULD and single quotes T. Days turned into weeks, and as the fall settled in, I couldn't ignore the peculiar happenings any longer. It started small items disappearing from my desk only to reappear days later in odd places. One morning, as I was preparing for class, I heard whispers echoing down the hallway. The voices were soft, almost melodic, but when I stepped out to investigate, the corridor was empty. I brushed it off as my imagination, but my heart raced nonetheless. One afternoon, as the school was closing and the students were being picked up, I decided to stay behind and grade papers. The sun was setting, casting long shadows across the floor. As I sat in silence, a whisper's return, clearer this time. I stood up, peering out into the empty hallway, but again, nothing. I turned back to my desk, my heart thumping in my chest. Suddenly, a loud bang reverberated through the classroom. I jumped, my papers flying everywhere. My first thought was that a student had returned, but when I checked, the room was empty. That night, I decided to do some research about the school's history. I dug through old archives, learning that Greenbrier had been built in the early 1900s. It had a long and storied past, with a few tragic incidents marring its reputation. The most chilling story was about a girl named Lily who had attended the school decades ago. She had gone missing one stormy night, and, despite extensive searches, she was never found. The townspeople said her spirit lingered, searching for her lost home. The next day I approached Emily after class. There was something about her that intrigued me. "You seem to know a lot about this school," I said, trying to draw her out. She looked at me, her eyes piercing. "I know what happened to Lily." I was taken aback. "What do you mean?" "She's still here. She wants to be found." The room felt colder, and I shivered despite the warm afternoon sun filtering through the window. "What do you mean? How do you know this?" Emily shrugged, looking down at her hands. "I just do. She talks to me sometimes." "Talks to you?" "Yeah. She's lonely." I didn't know how to respond, but I felt a strange mix of curiosity and fear. That night I returned home and couldn't shake Emily's words from my mind. The next day I decided to confront the whispers once and for all. I stayed late, waiting for the last student to leave. When the hallway was finally empty, I took a deep breath and called out, "Is anyone there?" Silence enveloped me, but then I heard it again, the faint whispers. I followed the sound, my heart racing as I ventured deeper into the building. I reached the old gymnasium, the floor creaking beneath my feet. The whispers grew louder, and I felt a draft brush past me. "Lily?" I called out, my voice trembling. Suddenly a shadow darted across the room. I turned, but there was nothing there. My instincts told me to leave, but I felt an inexplicable pull to stay. "Lily, if you're here, please show yourself," I pleaded. The air grew thick, and for a moment, everything was still. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw her, a small figure standing at the far end of the gym. She wore an old-fashioned dress, her hair cascading in waves around her shoulders. I could barely breathe as she turned to face me. Her eyes were deep pools of sorrow. "Help me," she whispered, her voice echoing around me. "Help you how?" I stammered. "I want to go home. I don't belong here." Panic coursed through me. "But how can I help you?" She pointed towards a section of the gym, her eyes filled with an indescribable longing. "You have to find me." I knew I needed to act, to uncover the truth behind Lily's disappearance. The next day I gathered my students, and during art class I asked them to draw their favorite place in the school. Emily immediately began sketching the gymnasium, her brow furrowed in concentration. When the bell rang, I approached her. "Emily, what are you drawing?" She looked up, her expression unreadable. "The place where she is." I felt a chill run down my spine. "Where is that?" Emily pointed to a spot on the paper, in the walls. "There's a secret room." I decided to investigate further. That evening, armed with a flashlight and determination, I returned to the gym. I started examining the walls, looking for anything that seemed out of place. After a few minutes, I noticed a section of the wall that appeared slightly different from the rest. My heart raced as I pressed against it, feeling a give that shouldn't have been there. With a little force, I managed to pry open a hidden door revealing a narrow passageway that led into darkness. My instincts screamed at me to turn back, but I pushed forward, the memory of Lily's pleading face driving me onward. The passage was damp and musty, the air heavy with the scent of mold. I felt my way along the wall until I reached a small room dimly lit by a single flickering bulb dot. In the center of the room was an old wooden trunk. My hands trembled as I approached it. I opened the trunk to find dusty clothes, old toys, and a diary. I flipped through the pages, my breath catching as I read about Lily's life at the school, her hopes, her dreams, and her despair when she vanished. As I read the final entry, a sense of understanding washed over me. Lily hadn't just gone missing. She had been trapped here, her spirit unable to move on because her story had been left unfinished. I gathered everything up and hurried back to the gym, determined to tell my students about Lily, to let them know that she was real and she deserved to be remembered. The next day I brought the diary to class, sharing Lily's story with them. The students listened in rapt attention, and when I finished, I could see the realization dawning on their faces. Emily was the first to speak. "We need to have a memorial for her," she suggested, her voice firm. The other kids nodded in agreement. We decided to organize a small ceremony to honor Lily, to acknowledge her existence, and give her the closure she needed. That Friday, we gathered in the gym, decorated it with flowers, and shared our thoughts about the little girl who had once walked those halls. As we lit a candle in her memory, I felt a wave of warmth wash over me. The whispers that had haunted me began to fade, replaced by a sense of peace. In that moment, I knew we had finally given Lily a voice, a way to be remembered. Weeks passed, and the atmosphere in the school transformed. The unease that had clung to the walls began to dissipate, replaced by laughter and the vibrant energy of children learning. Emily blossomed in her newfound role, no longer the outcast, but a central part of our classroom community. One afternoon, as I was leaving, I noticed a beautiful butterfly flitting around the playground. It landed gently on my shoulder, and I couldn't shake the feeling that it was a sign, a symbol of Lily's spirit finally being free. I never experienced the whispers again after that day, and the haunting feeling that had once enveloped Greenbrier School lifted like fog in the morning sun. Lily had found her peace, and in doing so, she had brought a group of children together, teaching us all a valuable lesson about compassion and remembrance. The school had always been a place of learning, but now it felt like a home, a safe haven for every spirit, both living and lost. The sky was a deep, brooding shade of gray as I drove up the winding road to Pine Hill. My old truck groaned with each turn, the forest on either side thick and silent. I was heading to a small cabin I'd recently inherited from my late uncle. The place had been in our family for generations, but it had stood abandoned for years, ever since my uncle's sudden disappearance. People in the nearby town still whispered about him, though I never put much stock in their talk. He was an odd man, sure, but the idea that the woods had taken him, that something was lurking out there, seemed ridiculous. At least, that's what I told myself as I approached the cabin. When I arrived, the cabin looked just as I remembered it from my childhood, a small, weathered structure with a sagging porch and a roof that had seen better days. I parked the truck and stepped out, the crunch of gravel beneath my boots the only sound in the stillness. The air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, and a heavy fog clung to the trees. As I unlocked the door and pushed it open, the musty scent of old wood and dust greeted me. The interior was dim, with the fading light of the day struggling to penetrate the grime-covered windows. I spent the first few hours cleaning up, trying to make the place livable. I'd brought a few supplies with me, canned food, some tools, and a flashlight. I had no intention of staying long, just enough to assess what needed fixing before putting the place on the market. As night fell, the woods outside grew darker, the shadows deepening until it felt like the cabin was floating in a sea of black. I lit a fire in the old stone fireplace, the crackling flames casting flickering light across the room. I settled into an old armchair with a book, but I couldn't focus. My mind kept drifting to the stories I'd heard about the hill, about people going missing, never to be seen again. The locals spoke of an unseen watcher, something that moved silently among the trees, waiting for those foolish enough to wander too far. The sound came again, a little louder this time, closer. I told myself it was just an animal, a deer maybe, or a raccoon, but then the sound changed. It was no longer a rustling, but a slow, deliberate scraping, as if something or someone was dragging something heavy through the dirt. My heart pounded in my chest as I stood up, the book slipping from my hands. I grabbed the flashlight and headed to the window, my hands trembling as I pulled back the curtain. The beam of light cut through the darkness, but I saw nothing, just the dense line of trees, their branches swaying gently in the breeze. I scanned the area, but everything was still. I let out a shaky breath, telling myself it was just my imagination playing tricks on me. I returned to the chair, but sleep was elusive. The sound echoed in my mind, growing louder with each passing minute. I tried to convince myself it was nothing, just the normal noises of the forest, but deep down I knew something was wrong. I felt it in my bones, a primal instinct that told me to leave, to get out while I still could. But I didn't. Instead, I stayed up, staring into the dying embers of the fire, the silence around me becoming oppressive. At some point I must have dozed off, because the next thing I knew, I was jolted awake by a loud bang. I shot up from the chair, my heart racing as I looked around the room. The fire had gone out, and the cabin was pitch black. I fumbled for the flashlight, my hands shaking as I clicked it on. The beam of light flickered, barely illuminating the room. I slowly made my way to the door, my ears straining to catch any sound. The bang had come from outside, I was sure of it. But now there was nothing, just the deafening silence of the woods. I hesitated, my hand hovering over the doorknob. Every instinct screamed at me not to open it. But I had to know. I had to see what was out there. I turned the knob and pulled the door open, the creaking hinges sounding unnaturally loud in the stillness. I stepped out onto the porch, the cold night air biting at my skin. The fog had thickened, wrapping around the trees like a shroud. I shined the flashlight into the darkness, the beam cutting through the mist, revealing nothing. The scraping sound came again, louder this time, closer. My breath caught in my throat as I realized it was coming from the direction of the old well at the edge of the property. I steeled myself and began walking towards the sound, my footsteps crunching on the gravel path. The beam of light wavered as I approached the well, the sound growing louder with each step. I reached the edge of the well and peered over, shining the light down into the dark abyss. For a moment I saw nothing, just the empty blackness that seemed to go on forever. But then something moved, a shadow shifting deep within the well. I stumbled back, my heart racing as I tried to make sense of what I had seen. The shadow moved again, rising slowly, deliberately, until it was just below the surface. I froze, unable to tear my eyes away as the figure began to emerge from the well. It was tall, impossibly so, its form indistinct, like smoke or mist. My mind screamed at me to run, but my body refused to obey. The figure stepped out of the well, its movements slow and deliberate. It had no face, no features, just a dark, amorphous mass that seemed to suck the light from the air around it. It stood there, silent, watching me with an intensity that I could feel in my bones. I wanted to scream, to run, to do anything, but I was paralyzed. Trapped in its gaze, the figure began to move towards me, its steps slow and measured. I took a step back, then another, my feet moving on their own as my mind raced. I turned and ran, my heart pounding in my chest as I fled back to the cabin. I slammed the door shut behind me, locking it and shoving a chair under the handle for good measure. I backed away from the door, my breath coming in short, ragged gasps. I could hear it outside, the soft scrape of its feet on the gravel, the creak of the porch as it approached. It was toying with me, drawing out the terror, savoring it. The door rattled on its hinges as the thing outside tested the handle, the sound sending a fresh wave of fear through me. I had to get out. I had to find a way to escape. I looked around the room, my mind racing as I tried to come up with a plan. The truck was my only option. If I could make it to the truck, I might have a chance. I grabbed the keys from the table and ran to the back door. I unlocked it, throwing it open and sprinting for the truck. I could hear it behind me, the soft scrape of its feet on the ground, the sound growing louder with each passing second. I reached the truck, fumbling with the keys as I tried to unlock the door. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely get the key in the lock. I finally managed to unlock it and threw the door open. Jumping inside and slamming it shut behind me, I turned the key in the ignition, the engine roaring to life. I threw the truck into gear and floored it, the tires spinning on the gravel as I sped away from the cabin. I didn't look back, didn't dare to. I drove as fast as I could down the winding road, the dark trees flashing by on either side. I didn't stop until I reached the town, my hands still shaking as I parked the truck in front of the only motel in the area. I stumbled out of the truck, my legs barely supporting me as I made my way inside. The clerk looked up as I entered, his expression changing to one of concern as he took in my disheveled appearance. "Are you all right?" he asked, his voice tinged with worrying. I shook my head, unable to form the words. I just needed a room, somewhere to hide, to try and make sense of what had happened. The clerk handed me a key, and I made my way to the room, locking the door behind me and collapsing onto the bed. I didn't sleep that night, my mind replaying the events over and over again. The figure in the well, the way it had watched me, followed me. I knew I couldn't go back to the cabin, couldn't face whatever it was that had emerged from the darkness, but I also knew that it wasn't over. The figure was still out there, watching, waiting. And deep down, I knew it wouldn't stop until it had what it wanted. The next morning, I packed my things and left the town, vowing never to return. But as I drove away, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, that the unseen presence from Pine Hill was still with me, and as the miles stretched on, I couldn't help but glance in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see that dark, faceless figure standing at the side of the road, watching me with eyes that weren't there, waiting for the moment when it would come for me again. I've been a truck driver for over 15 years. It's a tough job, but it pays the bills, and there's something about the open road that I've always loved. The freedom, the solitude, the sense of adventurous like nothing else. But sometimes the road isn't as empty as it seems. Sometimes it's not the miles that wear you down, but the things you can't explain, the things that shouldn't be there. My name is Tom, and this is the story of the night I encountered something on Highway 22 that changed the way I look at the world forever. It was a cold December night in 2019, and I was hauling a load of steel beams from Wichita to Denver. The weather had been bad all day, with snow flurries and gusting winds making the drive slow and treacherous. By the time I reached the stretch of Highway 20 that cuts through the remote plains of western Kansas, it was nearly midnight, and the snow was coming down hard. I knew I should probably pull over and wait out the storm, but I was behind schedule and eager to make up lost time. The road was empty, just a long ribbon of asphalt cutting through a white landscape, with nothing but the occasional farmhouse or barn breaking up the monotony. The snow muffled everything, and the only sound was the hum of the engine and the rhythmic thump of the wipers struggling to keep the windshield clear. I was tired, my eyes heavy, but I pushed on, knowing I still had a few hours to go before I could stop for the night. As I rounded a curve, I saw something up ahead, a dark shape standing in the middle of the road. I slowed down, squinting through the snow, trying to make out what it was. At first I thought it was an animal, maybe a deer or a cow that had wandered onto the highway. But as I got closer, I realized it was a person standing perfectly still in the middle of the lane. I hit the brakes, the truck skidding slightly on the icy road as I came to a stop just a few feet from the figure. My heart was pounding, a mix of fear and confusion flooding my mind. What the hell was someone doing out here in the middle of nowhere, in the middle of a snowstorm? I turned on the high beams illuminating the figure in the road. It was a woman, dressed in a long, dark coat, her hair hanging in wet strands around her face. She didn't move, didn't seem to notice the truck bearing down on her, just stood there, staring straight ahead. I rolled down the window, the cold air biting at my skin, and called out to her, "Hey, are you okay? Do you need help?" But she didn't respond. She didn't even look at me, just kept staring into the distance, as if I wasn't even there. I felt a chill run down my spine, a sense of unease growing in the pit of my stomach. Something about her wasn't right. I thought maybe she was in shock or had been in an accident. So I grabbed my flashlight and climbed out of the cab, stepping into the knee-deep snow. The wind whipped at my face, and the snow stung my eyes as I approached her. "Ma'am, are you hurt? Do you need a ride?" I asked again, but still she didn't answer. I was just a few feet away from her now, close enough to see her face clearly in the light of the truck's headlights. Her skin was pale, almost translucent, and her eyes were dark, hollow, like they were staring right through me. I reached out to touch her shoulder, to try and snap her out of whatever trance she was in, but the moment my hand touched her coat, she vanished. 1 second she was there, solid and real, and the next she was gone, like she had ever been there at all. I stumbled back, nearly slipping on the ice, my heart racing. I couldn't believe what I had just seen. I looked around, frantically searching the road and the surrounding fields, but there was no sign of her, just the empty highway stretching out into the darkness. My mind was reeling, trying to make sense of what had just happened. Had I imagined it? Was I so tired that I had hallucinated the whole thing? But then I saw them footprints in the snow, leading from the side of the road to the spot where she had been standing. They were clear, unmistakable, and they ended right where I had touched her. There were no other tracks, no sign of where she had gone or how she had disappeared. I stood there for what felt like an eternity, the cold seeping into my bones, trying to wrap my head around what I had just witnessed. Finally, I forced myself to move, to get back into the truck and drive away from that place as fast as I could. I didn't stop until I reached a truck stop on the outskirts of Denver. Hours later, still shaken by what I had seen, I kept replaying the event in my mind over and over, trying to convince myself that it had been a trick of the light, a figment of my tired brain. But deep down, I knew it wasn't. I knew I had seen something that defied explanation, something that shouldn't exist. In the days that followed, I did some research, trying to find any information about that stretch of highway, hoping to find a rational explanation for what I had experienced. What I found only made the whole thing more unsettling. Highway 20 had a history, a dark one. There were stories, rumors, about a woman who had been killed on that road years ago, a hit-and-run that had never been solved. Drivers had reported seeing her standing in the middle of the highway, always in the same spot, always on stormy nights, and always disappearing before anyone could reach her. I wasn't the first to see her, and I doubt I'll be the last, but I'm done with that road. I'll take the long way around, go miles out of my way if I have to, but I won't drive that stretch of Highway 22 again. Some things are best left alone, some roads best left untraveled, and some ghosts best left to haunt the places they died. I had always heard whispers about Blackwood Factory. It was an old industrial site on the outskirts of town, abandoned for decades, but never truly forgotten. The stories surrounding it were enough to keep most people away. Strange noises, unexplained disappearances, and a general sense of dread that seemed to hang over the place like a heavy fog. I didn't put much stock in those tales, but when the opportunity came up to investigate the factory for a local documentary, I couldn't resist. I thought it would be a great way to get some footage for my project and maybe debunk a few myths along the way. The day I arrived, the factory looked every bit the part of a place that time had forgotten. The building was massive, its once proud facade now crumbling and overgrown with ivy. The windows were shattered, and the front gate was hanging off its hinges. It was an imposing sight, but I was determined to go in and explore. I parked my car outside and grabbed my camera gear, the weight of the equipment feeling like a comforting burden as I walked towards the entrance. As I approached, the sky grew darker, clouds rolling in ominously. I pushed open the creaky front door and stepped inside, the air immediately growing colder. The factory was even more massive on the inside, with high ceilings and a labyrinth of corridors. My footsteps echoed off the metal walls, and the only sound was the occasional drip of water from the leaky roof. I set up my camera and began recording, the beam of my flashlight cutting through the gloom. The deeper I ventured into the factory, the more I felt an unsettling presence. It was as if the building itself was watching me, its silence heavy with the weight of forgotten memories. I tried to focus on the task at hand, capturing footage of the decaying machinery and the remnants of a bygone era. But the further I went, the more the sense of unease grew. It was hard to shake the feeling that I wasn't alone, that there was something or someone else in the factory with me. I reached a large, open room that seemed to have been some sort of assembly area. Broken conveyor belts lay abandoned, and old workstations were covered in dust. As I filmed, I noticed something odd on the floor, what looked like fresh tracks in the dust, leading from one of the side rooms. I followed the tracks, my flashlight casting long shadows on the walls. The side room was dark, the light barely penetrating the gloom. I hesitated for a moment before stepping inside. The room was cluttered with old equipment and machinery, but what caught my eye was a large metal door at the far end. It was slightly ajar, and the tracks led straight to it. I approached cautiously, my heart racing with anticipation. I pushed the door open and stepped into a narrow corridor. The air was colder here, and the silence was even more pronounced. The corridor seemed to stretch on forever, winding and turning as if it was designed to confuse anyone who ventured inside. I followed it, my flashlight flickering and the beam casting eerie patterns on the walls. After what felt like an eternity, I reached a small, dimly lit room. In the center of the room was an old control panel, its buttons and levers coated in dust. I approached it, curiosity getting the better of me. As I examined the panel, I noticed a faint humming sound, almost imperceptible, but definitely present. I reached out to touch one of the levers when I felt a sudden chill. I spun around, my flashlight sweeping across the room. The temperature had dropped significantly, and the air was thick with an almost palpable sense of dread. I scanned the room, trying to find the source of the cold, but there was nothing, just the old machinery and the darkness. I turned back to the control panel, my mind racing with possibilities. Maybe there was some explanation for the humming sound, some old machinery that had been inadvertently powered up. I started to investigate the panel, my fingers brushing against the controls. The humming grew louder, and the temperature continued to drop. I felt a shiver run down my spine, but I couldn't bring myself to leave. Suddenly, the lights flickered and went out, plunging the room into complete darkness. I fumbled for my flashlight, my breath coming in short, panicked gasps. The humming had stopped, replaced by an unsettling silence. I clicked on the flashlight, the beam cutting through the darkness. What I saw made my blood run cold. In the beam of light, I saw a shadowy figure standing at the far end of the room. It was tall and indistinct, its form blending into the darkness. My heart pounded as I tried to make out any details, but the figure remained just out of reach of the light. I could feel its gaze on me, a suffocating presence that seemed to fill the room. I backed away slowly, my flashlight shaking as I tried to keep the figure in view. The shadow followed me, its movements unnaturally smooth and deliberate. I turned and ran, my footsteps echoing in the empty corridor. I had to get out, had to escape whatever it was that was pursuing me. I raced through the maze-like corridors, my flashlight barely illuminating the path ahead. The factory seemed to shift and change around me, the walls and passages twisting in ways that defied logic. I could hear the shadowy figure behind me, its presence a constant, oppressive force that seemed to close in with every step. I reached the main room, my heart pounding in my chest as I burst through the door. I glanced back and saw the figure standing at the entrance to the corridor, its form solidifying into something more distinct. It was a dark, formless shape, but its eyes, if they could be called that, were fixed on me, glowing with an unsettling light. I didn't stop to look again. I ran to the exit, my flashlight flickering as I stumbled over debris. I reached the front door and pushed it open, the cool night air hitting me with a welcome relief. I didn't look back as I sprinted to my car. Throwing open the door and jumping inside, I started the engine and sped away from the factory, the dark building shrinking in the rearview mirror. I didn't stop until I was far out of town, my hand still shaking on the steering wheel. The factory was a place I would never return to. A place that had shown me a glimpse of something I couldn't understand, but knew was dangerous. As I drove, I kept glancing back, half expecting to see the shadowy figure following me. But there was nothing, just the empty road stretching out before me. I knew the factory was still out there, waiting, and I knew that whatever I had encountered was not something that could be easily explained or understood. It was a reminder that some places are best left alone, their secrets better left buried in the darkness. I've worked as a park ranger for the better part of 2 decades, patrolling the vast wilderness of Glacier National Park in Montana. The job has its ups and downs, but I've always loved the quiet beauty of the mountains, the crisp air, and the sense of peace that comes from being surrounded by nature. However, the peace I once found in the park was shattered one fateful night, a night I'll never forget. It was my last shift before retirement. I'd been looking forward to it for months. One final patrol, and then I'd be done. I'd be free to spend my days fishing, hiking for fun instead of work, and spending time with my family. The park had been my second home for so long, and I knew every trail, every stream, every hidden nook and cranny, or so I thought. The night was clear, the stars shining brightly overhead as I drove the winding mountain roads in my Ranger vehicle. It was late, probably around midnight, and the park was quiet, with most visitors either tucked away in their campsites or long gone. My radio crackled to life, breaking the silence. Ranger Scott, this is base. We've got a report of strange lights up near the old fire tower on Long Pine Ridge. You want to check it out? I sigh, rubbing my tired eyes. The fire tower hadn't been in use for years, abandoned after a newer one was built closer to the main campground. But people still hiked up there occasionally, drawn by the panoramic views of the park. Copy that, base. I'm on my way, I reply, my voice steady despite the weariness I felt. It was probably just some kids messing around, trying to scare themselves, but it was my job to check it out, and I wasn't going to leave it for someone else on my last night. The drive up to Long Pine Ridge was rough, the narrow dirt road winding through dense forest, the trees closed in around me, their branches casting eerie shadows in the headlights. The further I went, the more isolated I felt, as if the forest itself was pressing in on me. Finally, I reached the trailhead that led up to the fire tower. I parked the vehicle and grabbed my flashlight, the beam cutting through the darkness as I started up the trail. It was steep, and the climb was tougher than I remembered. My breath puffed out in clouds as I trudged upward, the silence of the forest broken only by the crunch of my boots on the gravel. As I neared the top, I noticed a faint glow coming from the direction of the tower. It wasn't the harsh light of a flashlight or a campfire, but a soft bluish light that seemed to pulse gently. I quickened my pace, my heart thudding in my chest. The trail leveled out as I reached the summit, and there it was, the old fire tower, silhouetted against the starry sky. The light was coming from inside the tower, flickering and shifting like something alive. I called out, my voice echoing in the stillness. Hello, this is Ranger Scott. Is anyone up there? No response. I felt a knot of unease tighten in my stomach as I approached the base of the tower. The wooden steps creaked under my weight as I climbed up to the observation platform. The light grew brighter as I ascended, bathing the interior of the tower in an otherworldly glow. I reached the top and paused, taking in the sight before me. The room was empty, but the light seemed to be coming from everywhere at once, emanating from the very walls of the tower. It was mesmerizing, almost hypnotic, and for a moment I just stood there, staring in awe. Then, without warning, the temperature dropped, and I could see my breath fogging in the air. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up, and I felt an overwhelming sense of dread wash over me. Something was wrong, deeply wrong. I turned to leave, but before I could take a step, I heard a voice whispering my name. Scott ... It was soft, barely audible, but it sent a chill down my spine. I spun around, shining my flashlight into the corners of the room, but there was no one there, just the empty tower and that strange, pulsing light. Who's there? I demanded, my voice trembling. The whisper came again, closer this time, as if it was right next to me. Scott, you shouldn't have come ... Double quotes. Panic surged through me, and I bolted down the stairs, nearly tripping in my haste to get out of that tower. The light followed me, growing brighter and more intense, until it felt like it was burning into my back. I hit the ground running, not stopping until I was back at my vehicle. I jumped in, slammed the door, and floored the gas pedal, not looking back as I sped down the mountain. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely keep the wheel steady, my mind racing with what had just happened. I didn't stop until I was back at the ranger station, where I sat in the parking lot for what felt like hours, trying to calm down, trying to convince myself that it had all been a trick of the light, a figment of my imagination. But deep down, I knew it wasn't. I'd heard the stories, the legends that the old fire tower was haunted, that something happened there long ago, something terrible. Rangers had reported strange occurrences over the years, lights, voices, cold spots, but I'd always dismissed them as tall tales, the kind of stories people tell to scare newcomers. But now I knew better. Whatever was up there, it was real, and it didn't want to be disturbed. I never told anyone about what happened that night. I finished my shift, handed in my badge, and walked away from the job I'd loved for so many years. But the memory of that night still haunts me, a constant reminder that there are things in this world we can't explain, things better left alone. I haven't been back to Glacier National Park since. I've tried to put it behind me, to move on with my life, but some nights when the wind howls through the trees and the darkness presses in, I swear I can still hear that voice whispering my name. The Ravenswood Asylum had been abandoned for over 20 years, yet the tales of its dark history seemed to cling to its crumbling walls. The asylum had once been a place of both hope and horror, a sanctuary for those struggling with mental illness and a site of unspeakable suffering. It had closed its doors after a series of unexplained events and mysterious disappearances, leaving only whispers and rumors in its wake. When the opportunity arose to investigate the asylum for a local news segment, I jumped at the chance. I was a journalist with a reputation for chasing down the most elusive stories, and Ravenswood promised to be a compelling one. I arrived early in the morning, the sun casting an eerie glow over the derelict building. The asylum loomed ahead, its once grand facade now marred by decay and neglect. I parked my car and approached the entrance, the heavy metal door hanging crookedly on its hinges. The air was thick with the scent of damp and decay as I pushed the door open and stepped inside. The floor was vast, with high ceilings and dusty remnants of furniture scattered about. It was as if the asylum had been frozen in time, the echoes of its past still resonating through the empty halls. My camera equipment was set up, and I began my exploration. The asylum was a labyrinth of corridors and rooms, each one more unsettling than the last. I moved cautiously, my footsteps echoing in the silence. I could feel the weight of the place, a palpable sense of foreboding that seemed to seep from the very walls. As I wandered through the asylum, I encountered rooms that were once patient wards, their beds now empty and covered in dust. The walls were adorned with faded, peeling paint and the occasional blood stain, remnants of the asylum's troubled history. I documented everything, my camera capturing the stark reality of the place. It wasn't long before I noticed something strange. In one of the corridors I saw what appeared to be fresh footprints in the dust, leading towards a locked door. I knew I hadn't seen these tracks before, and they didn't match my own. My curiosity was piqued, and I decided to investigate further. I found a maintenance room with an old keychain hanging from a peg. After some searching, I discovered that one of the keys fit the locked door. With a deep breath, I unlocked it and pushed the door open. The room beyond was a small, dimly lit space, filled with old medical equipment and rusted tools. In the corner of the room was a large wooden chest. The chest was old and battered, its surface covered in dust and cobwebs. I approached it cautiously, my flashlight casting long shadows across the room. I opened the chest, revealing a collection of old documents, photographs, and personal belongings. Among them were patient files, each one detailing the struggles and treatments of individuals who had once been patients at Ravenswood. I was engrossed in the documents when I heard a noise behind me, a faint, almost imperceptible whisper. I turned, shining my flashlight around the room, but there was no one there. I dismissed it as my imagination playing tricks on me and continued to sift through the papers. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, and I could hear faint, mournful cries echoing through the corridors. I felt a chill run down my spine, but I pressed on, hoping to find something that would explain the strange occurrences. As I flipped through the papers, I came across a photograph of a group of patients. Their faces were gaunt and haunted, and in the background I could make out a figure that didn't belong, a dark shape that seemed to watch from the shadows. Suddenly, the lights flickered and went out, plunging the room into darkness. I fumbled for my flashlight, the beam cutting through the gloom as I tried to find the source of the disturbance. The whispers had become a cacophony of voices, each one overlapping and merging into an unsettling chorus. I heard footsteps behind me, slow and deliberate, growing louder with each passing second. I turned, but there was no one there, just the empty room and the eerie silence. I felt a presence, something intangible yet overwhelmingly real, moving through the space. My flashlight flickered and died, leaving me in complete darkness. In the pitch black, I could feel the temperature drop, a cold that seemed to seep into my bones. I could hear the whispers clearly now, each voice filled with pain and desperation. I backed away, my heart racing as I stumbled over the debris on the floor. I needed to get out, to escape the oppressive atmosphere that seemed to suffocate me. I rushed through the asylum, my flashlight barely illuminating the path ahead. The whispers grew louder, following me as I fled through the labyrinth of corridors. The walls seemed to close in, and the darkness felt almost tangible, pressing in on me from all sides. As I reached the floor, I saw a figure standing in the doorway, its form shadowy and indistinct. I couldn't make out any details, but it was clear that the figure was watching me, its presence a source of overwhelming dread. I didn't stop to investigate. I bolted past the figure and out of the asylum. Slamming the door behind me, I ran to my car, my hands shaking as I fumbled with the keys. I jumped inside and started the engine, speeding away from Ravenswood Asylum. As I drove away, I glanced back at the building, its silhouette receding into the distance. I knew that whatever I had encountered at Ravenswood was something beyond explanation, a haunting presence that defied understanding. To this day, I can't explain the whispers or the shadowy figure that followed me through the asylum. All I know is that Ravenswood Asylum holds a darkness that should remain undisturbed, its echoes a reminder of the suffering and despair that once pervaded its halls. For as long as I can remember, the open road has been my life. There's something about the freedom, the solitude, and the miles stretching endlessly ahead that has always called to me. I've driven across the country more times than I can count, delivering cargo from coast to coast, seeing parts of America that most people only read about. But there's one stretch of highway that I try to avoid at all costs, Route 89, a desolate road that cuts through the Arizona desert. It's known among truckers as a haunted highway, and after what I experienced one dark, lonely night, I'll never doubt those stories again. It was early November, the air crisp and cold, as I headed out of Flagstaff with a load of machinery bound for Phoenix. I had a tight schedule and plan to drive straight through the night. The desert at night can be beautiful in a stark, otherworldly way. but it can also be eerie, an endless expanse of darkness broken only by the occasional headlights of another vehicle or the distant glow of a small town. That night, though, I was completely alone. The highway was empty, stretching out in front of me like a ribbon of black asphalt. The only sound was the hum of my engine and the steady thrum of the tires on the road. I'd been driving for hours when I first noticed the fog. It started as a thin mist, barely noticeable, but it quickly thickened until it was like driving through a wall of cotton. My headlights barely penetrated the gloom, and I had to slow down to a crawl just to see the road ahead. I'd driven through fog before, but this was different, denser, darker, as if it wasn't just fog, but something more, something alive. As the fog closed in around me, I felt a sudden chill, like the temperature had dropped 10 degrees in an instant. I turned up the heat in the cab, but it did little to ward off the cold that seemed to seep into my bones. That's when I saw it, a figure standing in the middle of the road, barely visible through the fog. I slammed on the brakes, the tires screeching as the truck skidded to a stop just inches from the figure. My heart was pounding as I leaned forward, peering through the windshield to get a better look. It was a woman, dressed in a long, flowing white dress that billowed around her like it was made of smoke. Her hair was dark and tangled, hanging in limp strands over her face. She didn't move, didn't even seem to notice the massive truck that had nearly run her down. I honked the horn, but she didn't react. Just stood there, staring at something I couldn't see, her eyes empty and hollow. A sense of dread washed over me, stronger than anything I'd ever felt before. Something was wrong, deeply, horribly wrong. I rolled down the window and called out, "Hey, are you okay? Do you need help?" No response. The silence was oppressive. The only sound, the low rumble of the truck's engine. I didn't know what to do, get out and try to help her, or drive around her and get the hell out of there. Every instinct told me to leave, but something held me in place, some strange compulsion to stay and see what she would do. And then she moved, slowly, almost imperceptibly. She turned her head to look directly at me. Her eyes were dark, so dark they seemed to swallow the light. There was no emotion in them, no life, just an endless void that seemed to pull me in. I couldn't look away, couldn't move, couldn't even breathe. She took a step toward the truck, her movements slow and deliberate. Shroud. I could feel my heart pounding in my chest, my hands gripping the steering wheel so tightly my knuckles turned white. I knew I had to get out of there, but I was frozen, trapped by the cold, dark stare of the woman in white. She took another step, then another, until she was standing right next to the cab, her face inches from the window. Her eyes bore into mine, and I felt a wave of terror unlike anything I had ever experienced. It was as if she was looking into my soul, seeing every fear, every regret, every dark secret I had ever buried. And then she spoke. Her voice was soft, barely a whisper, but it echoed in my mind like a scream. "You shouldn't be here," she said, her breath fogging up the glass. "This is not your place." I couldn't respond, couldn't move, couldn't even think. My mind was blank, consumed by the overwhelming sense of dread that filled the cab. She reached out, her hand pressing against the glass, and I could see that it wasn't a hand at all, but something twisted, something not human. Her fingers were long and bony, the skin stretched tight over the knuckles, the nails black and sharp. I finally broke free of the paralysis that held me, slamming my foot down on the gas pedal. The truck lurched forward, the tires spinning on the slick asphalt before finally gaining traction. I didn't look back, didn't check the mirrors, just drove as fast as I could through the fog, desperate to put as much distance between me and whatever that thing was. The fog began to thin out as I drove, the darkness giving way to the faint light of dawn. My hands were still shaking, my heart racing, but I didn't stop until I reached the outskirts of Phoenix, pulling into a truck stop and parking in the first available spot. I sat there for a long time, trying to calm down, trying to make sense of what had just happened. But no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't shake the image of that woman, of those dark, empty eyes staring into mine. I've heard the stories about Route 89, the tales of ghostly apparitions, strange lights, and unexplained disappearances. I always thought they were just that, stories, tall tales told by truckers to pass the time. But now I know better. Something is out there on that highway, something that shouldn't be. I haven't driven that route since, and I avoid night runs whenever I can. The open road isn't the same for me anymore, the freedom and solitude tainted by the memory of that night. I still drive, still make my living hauling cargo across the country, but I'm always on edge, always looking over my shoulder, always waiting for that fog to roll in and for those dark, empty eyes to appear in my rearview mirror. It was supposed to be the masterpiece that would define my career, a painting so powerful, so moving, that it would cement my place in the art world forever. I had spent years honing my craft, struggling through obscurity and rejection, until finally my work started to gain some recognition. Galleries were beginning to take notice. Collectors were starting to buy, and for the first time in my life I felt like I was on the verge of something great. That's when I found the painting the one that would change everything. I was browsing a small, out-of-the-way antique shop looking for inspiration. The place was cluttered with all sorts of oddities, old furniture, faded photographs, rusty tools, and more trinkets than you could count. The kind of place where you could spend hours rummaging through the past. I wasn't expecting to find anything of real value, just something that might spark an idea. But then I saw it, tucked away in a dusty corner, leaning against a stack of old frames. It was a painting about 2 feet by 3, in an ornate, gilded frame that had seen better days. The canvas was cracked and yellowed with age, but the image itself was still vibrant, almost unsettlingly so. It depicted a scene of a forest at dusk, the trees twisted and gnarled, their branches reaching out like skeletal fingers. In the center of the painting was a figure, a man or woman, I couldn't tell which, draped in a dark cloak, standing with their back to the viewer. There was something about the way the figure was painted, something that drew me in, that made me feel like I had to have it. I asked the shop owner about it, but he didn't know much. Said it had been there as long as he could remember, and he was happy to let it go for a bargain price just to get rid of it. I didn't hesitate. I bought it on the spot and took it back to my studio. At first, I didn't know what to do with it. I hung it on the wall, thinking I'd study it for a while, see if it inspired anything. But as the days went by, I found myself staring at it more and more, unable to look away. There was something in the painting, something I couldn't quite put my finger on, something that seemed to shift and change the longer I looked at it. I became obsessed. I stopped working on my own paintings, spending hours in front of that old canvas, trying to figure out what it was about the image that held me captive. I started having strange dreams, dark, twisted visions of the forest in the painting, of being lost among the trees, chased by something I could never see but always felt just behind me. The figure in the painting began to haunt me, appearing in my dreams, always just out of reach, always with its back turned, refusing to reveal its face. I knew I was losing my grip, but I couldn't stop. I started painting again, but the work was different now, darker, more chaotic. I couldn't paint anything without that figure creeping in, that twisted forest appearing in the background. My friends noticed the change. They said I seemed distant, distracted, that my work had taken on a disturbing edge. They were concerned, but I brushed them off, convinced that I was on the verge of a breakthrough, that this was the price of true art. Then the accidents started. Small things at first, a brush slipping from my hand, spilling paint across a canvas, a cut from a palette knife that went a little too deep. But they escalated: broken glass, a fire that nearly destroyed my studio, a car accident that left me with a concussion and a lingering sense of dread. I began to feel like I was being watched, followed by something I couldn't see. I started to notice things around the painting, shadows that shouldn't be there, a chill in the air whenever I got too close. And then one night I saw it. I was lying in bed, drifting off to sleep, when I felt that a presence in the room, something heavy, oppressive. I opened my eyes, and there it was, the figure from the painting, standing at the foot of my bed, its back still turned to me, but closer now, so close I could see the details of the cloak, the folds in the fabric, the way it seemed to move as if caught in a breeze I couldn't feel. I was paralyzed, unable to move, unable to speak. As it slowly began to turn, I knew I couldn't let it happen, couldn't let it show me its face. Every instinct screamed at me to look away, to close my eyes, but I couldn't. I was trapped, forced to watch as it turned, inch by inch, revealing more and more of itself. Just as I was about to see its face, something snapped inside me. I don't know where the strength came from, but I lunged forward, grabbing the painting off the wall and hurling it across the room. It hit the floor with a crash, the frame splintering, the canvas tearing down the middle. As soon as it was destroyed, the figure vanished, and I could move again. I spent the rest of the night sitting in the corner of the room, staring at the ruined painting, trying to make sense of what had happened. In the morning, I took what was left of it and burned it, watching the flames consume the canvas, the figure finally disappearing into the smoke and ash. I thought that would be the end of it, that destroying the painting would break whatever hold it had on me. But the dreams haven't stopped. They're worse now, more vivid, more terrifying. The figure still haunts me, still appears in my mind every time I close my eyes. My work has become a reflection of my descent into madness, dark, twisted images that no one wants to buy, that I don't even want to look at once they're finished. I've lost everything: my reputation, my friends, my sanity. I know it's only a matter of time before the figure comes back, before it finally shows me its face. And when it does, I know I won't survive. It was just another graveyard shift, the kind that stretches on forever, leaving you alone with your thoughts and the hum of the engine. The city was quiet at that hour, the streets empty save for the occasional drunk stumbling home or the rare insomniac wandering aimlessly. I'd been driving a taxi for years, long enough to know that the night held its own kind of mysteries. But nothing could have prepared me for what I experienced that night. I was cruising down a deserted street, my eyes half closed from boredom and fatigue, when I saw her. She was standing at the edge of the sidewalk, under a flickering street light, one arm raised to flag me down. There was something odd about her, something that didn't register until later, but at the moment I was just relieved to have a fare. I pulled over, and she climbed in without a word, settling into the back seat. She was pale, almost unnaturally so, with long, dark hair that hung down around her face like a veil. Her clothes were old-fashioned, a long, flowing dress that looked like something out of a different era. But what struck me most were her eyes, dark and empty, as if they were windows into nothingness. I asked her where she wanted to go, and she gave me an address that sent a shiver down my spine. It was on the other side of town, a part of the city I rarely ventured into, a neighborhood that had fallen into decay and disrepair long ago. But a fare was a fare, and I wasn't about to turn down the money, so I nodded and pulled away from the curb. The ride was quiet. Too quiet. I tried to make small talk, asked her how her night was going, but she didn't respond. She just stared out the window, her eyes fixed on something I couldn't see. The silence was oppressive, the kind that makes your skin crawl, and I found myself gripping the wheel a little too tightly, my knuckles white with tension. The closer we got to the address she'd given me, the more uneasy I felt. The streets grew darker, the buildings more dilapidated, until it felt like we were driving into another world, a place where the living had no business being. I could feel my heart start to race, a sense of dread settling over me like a heavy blanket. Finally, we arrived. It was an old, crumbling house, the kind you'd expect to see in a horror movie, with broken windows and a sagging roof. There were no lights, no signs of life, just an overwhelming sense of abandonment and decay. I turned to tell her we were there, but when I looked into the back seat, she was gone. The seat was empty, the door still closed, no sign that anyone had ever been there. My heart skipped a beat, and I quickly got out of the car, looking around, calling out to her, but there was no response, no trace of her anywhere. I stood there for a long time, trying to make sense of what had just happened, my mind racing with possibilities. Had she slipped out without me noticing? But that didn't make any sense. I would have heard the door, would have seen her leave. The only explanation that made any sense was one I didn't want to consider, that she hadn't been real, that I had just given a ride to a ghost. I got back in the car, my hands trembling as I gripped the wheel, and sped away from that place as fast as I could. But no matter how far I drove, I couldn't shake the feeling that she was still with me, that her presence lingered in the car, and the shadows just out of sight. I didn't tell anyone about what happened that night. Who would believe me? But I couldn't keep driving the same route, couldn't bring myself to go back to that part of town. The memory of that night stayed with me, haunting my thoughts, making me question what was real and what wasn't. I started having nightmares, dreams where I was back in the car, driving down those dark, empty streets, always with the sense that something was following me, something I couldn't escape. It wasn't long before I quit the night shift altogether, opting for the safety of daylight, where the ghosts couldn't reach me. But even in the daylight, I can't escape the feeling that she's still out there, waiting for another ride, another chance to take someone to that place where the living don't belong. I've heard stories from other drivers since then, tales of phantom passengers, of people who get into the back seat and disappear without a trace. I don't know if I believe them or if they're just trying to scare the newbies, but I do know one thing: I'll never drive that route again. And if I ever see a passenger like her, standing under a flickering street light in the dead of night, I'll keep driving, because some fares aren't worth the fare, and some roads are better left untraveled. The summer of 1997 was supposed to be a time for adventure and fun, a chance to escape the hustle and bustle of city life and reconnect with nature. My friends and I had been planning our camping trip for months, and we finally settled on Hollow Creek Campground, a secluded spot nestled deep in the Appalachian Mountains. The campground was known for its picturesque landscapes and tranquil atmosphere, making it the perfect destination for a group of college friends looking to unwind. Little did we know that our weekend getaway would turn into a nightmare that still haunts me to this day. We arrived at Hollow Creek on a Friday afternoon, our cars loaded with camping gear and supplies. The drive had been long and winding, the roads becoming narrower and more treacherous as we ventured deeper into the mountains. By the time we reached the campground, the sun was beginning to set, casting long shadows across the dense forest that surrounded us. The air was crisp and cool, carrying the scent of pine and earth. The campground was nearly empty, with only a few other tents scattered among the trees. We chose a spot near the edge of the forest, close to the creek that gave the campground its name. It was a peaceful spot, with the sound of the babbling creek providing a soothing backdrop. We set up our tents, built a fire, and settled in for what we hoped would be a weekend of laughter and relaxation. As night fell, the forest around us came alive with the sounds of nature. The chirping of crickets, the rustling of leaves, and the distant hoot of an owl filled the air. We sat around the campfire, roasting marshmallows and sharing stories. The mood was light, and for a while it felt like we were the only people in the world. But as the night wore on, an unsettling feeling began to creep over me. The forest, once so full of life, now seemed ominously silent. The trees loomed tall and dark, their branches swaying in the breeze like ghostly fingers. Around midnight, we heard the first strange noise. It was a low, guttural growl. Coming from deep within the forest, we all fell silent, straining to listen. The growl was followed by a series of strange, unidentifiable sounds: snapping branches, heavy footsteps, and what sounded like faint whispers. My heart began to race as I glanced at my friends, their faces pale in the flickering firelight. We tried to laugh it off, convincing ourselves that it was just a bear or some other wild animal. But deep down, we knew that something was wrong. As the night grew darker, the strange noises continued, growing louder and more frequent. The once peaceful campground now felt like a place of dread, as if the forest itself was alive with some unseen malevolence. We decided to call it a night, retreating to our tents in the hope that sleep would provide an escape from the growing sense of unease. I lay in my sleeping bag, listening to the sounds of the forest outside. My mind raced, replaying the strange noises over and over again. I could hear my friends whispering in the other tents, their voices tinged with fear. The growls and footsteps continued, growing closer and more distinct. It felt like something was circling our campsite, watching us from the shadows. Just as I was about to drift off to sleep, I heard a blood-curdling scream. It echoed through the forest, sending a jolt of terror through me. I shot up in my sleeping bag, my heart pounding in my chest. The scream was followed by frantic shouting, and I recognized the voice of one of my friends, Jake. I scrambled out of my tent, fumbling for my flashlight. The beam cut through the darkness, revealing Jake standing at the edge of the forest, his face twisted in terror. "There's something out there," he shouted, pointing into the trees. I saw it. I saw something. We all gathered around him, our flashlight sweeping through the dark forest. The trees cast long, eerie shadows, and the air was thick with tension. But there was nothing, no movement, no sign of whatever had terrified Jake. He was shaking, his eyes wide with fear. "It was huge," he stammered, "standing on two legs, like a man, but but it wasn't human. It had glowing eyes, and it was watching me." We tried to calm him down, but the fear in his voice was contagious. The thought of some unknown creature lurking in the forest, watching us, sent chills down my spine. We decided to stay up for the rest of the night, keeping watch around the campfire. But as the hours dragged on, the sense of dread only grew stronger. Around 3 a.m., we heard it again, the low growl, coming from the direction of the creek. This time, it was closer, almost as if whatever it was had moved in on us. The sound was accompanied by the snapping of branches, and the heavy footsteps that made the ground tremble. I could see the fear in my friend's eyes as we all pointed our flashlights toward the source of the noise. The beam of light fell on something that made my blood run cold. Standing at the edge of the forest was a figure, tall and shadowy, its features obscured by the darkness. But the eyes, those glowing eyes, were unmistakable. They were fixed on us, unblinking, filled with a malevolent intelligence. The figure didn't move. It just stood there, watching, as if it was deciding what to do next. Suddenly, the figure let out a deafening roar, a sound so primal and terrifying that it shook us to our core. We scattered in panic, grabbing whatever we could as we ran toward our cars. The night was filled with the sound of our frantic footsteps, and the creature's chilling growl echoing behind us. We didn't stop running until we reached the parking area. Panting and out of breath, we fumbled with the car keys, desperate to escape. As we sped away from the campground, I glanced back one last time, half expecting to see the creature chasing after us. But the road was empty, the forest silent once again. We drove through the night, not stopping until we were far from Hollow Creek. None of us spoke, the terror of what we had encountered still fresh in our minds. When we finally reached civilization, we all knew that our lives had been changed forever. We had gone to Hollow Creek Campground for a weekend of fun, but we had left with something far more sinister, a memory of terror that would haunt us for the rest of our lives. To this day, I can't explain what we saw at Hollow Creek. Some of my friends refuse to talk about it, while others have tried to rationalize it as a hallucination or a trick of the light. But I know what I saw, and I know that it was real. The glowing eyes, the growl, the sense of being hunted, it was no figment of my imagination. Hollow Creek Campground remains abandoned, a place where the trees whisper of secrets best left forgotten. I never thought I'd end up there again. The old hospital had been closed for over a decade, left to rot and decay on the outskirts of town, a relic of a time long past. But when the call came in, I had no choice. They needed someone to inspect the building to see if it could be salvaged, repurposed for something new. I was the only one available, and so I found myself driving down that lonely road, the memories of my time there as an intern flooding back with every mile. The hospital had always been an eerie place, even when it was still operational. It was one of those old, sprawling buildings with long, narrow hallways that seemed to stretch on forever, where the lights flickered constantly, and the air was thick with the smell of antiseptic and despair. But what really made the place unsettling was the way it seemed to have a life of its own, a presence that watched you from the shadows, always just out of sight. I hadn't been back since it closed, hadn't wanted to, but as I pulled up to the front gate, I couldn't help but feel a sense of unease settle over me. The gate was rusted and chained shut, but I had a key given to me by the city official who'd called me in for the job. I unlocked the gate and pushed it open, the screech of metal against metal echoing in the silence. The building loomed ahead, its windows dark and empty, like hollow eyes staring back at me. I parked the car and grabbed my flashlight, then headed toward the main entrance. The doors were locked, but a quick search of my key ring turned up the right key. The door creaked as it swung open, revealing the lobby beyond. It was just as I remembered it, dusty, decayed, but still eerily familiar. The front desk was still there, the chairs in the waiting area still lined up in neat rows, as if expecting patients who would never come. I stepped inside, my footsteps echoing in the empty space. The air was stale, thick with the smell of mold and decay. I made my way through the lobby, past the reception desk, and into the main hallway. The walls were lined with peeling paint and faded posters, reminders of a time when this place had been full of life, full of people. Now it was a tomb, a place where the past lingered like a ghost, refusing to let go. As I walked, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. The shadows seemed to move, shifting and twisting in the corners of my vision, always just out of sight. I tried to ignore it, telling myself it was just my imagination, but the feeling persisted, growing stronger with each step. I could feel eyes on me, watching from the darkness, waiting for me to get too close. I reached the end of the hallway and stopped in front of a set of double doors. They were heavy, made of thick wood, with a sign above them that read surgical wing. This was where most of the activity had been when the hospital was still open, where the surgeons and nurses had worked tirelessly to save lives, where the patients had come in desperate for help. But it was also where the worst of the hospital's history was buried, the stories that no one wanted to talk about. I hesitated for a moment, then pushed the doors open. The air was colder on the other side, the smell of decay more pronounced. The lights were still on in this wing, flickering dimly, casting long, distorted shadows on the walls. I made my way down the corridor, passing empty rooms with rusted beds and broken equipment. The silence was oppressive, the only sound the distant drip of water somewhere in the darkness. I reached the end of the corridor and found myself in front of the operating theater. The doors were ajar, the room beyond dark and foreboding. I shined my flashlight inside, illuminating the room in a weak, yellowish glow. The operating table was still there, covered in dust and grime, the instruments scattered across the counters like the remnants of a long-forgotten battle. I stepped inside, the floor creaking under my weight. The room felt wrong, like it was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. I walked over to the table and brushed away some of the dust, revealing the stained metal beneath. It was then that I noticed the writing on the wall, scrawled in dark, dried blood. They never left. My heart skipped a beat, and I stumbled back, my flashlight flickering in my hand. The shadows in the room seemed to grow darker, more solid, as if they were closing in on me. I could feel the presence now, stronger than ever, pressing in from all sides, suffocating me. I had to get out of there, had to leave before it was too late. I turned and ran, the flashlight beam bouncing wildly as I fled down the corridor, back the way I had come. The doors slammed shut behind me as I passed, the sound echoing through the empty halls like a gunshot. I could hear something behind me, footsteps, or maybe just the sound of the building settling, but I didn't stop to find out. I reached the main lobby and burst through the front doors, stumbling out into the cold night air. I didn't stop running until I reached my car, my heart pounding in my chest. I fumbled with the keys, my hands shaking, finally managing to unlock the door and climb inside. I started the engine and sped away from that place, not daring to look back. I never went back to that hospital. Whatever was inside, whatever had been left behind when the doors closed for the last time, it was still there, waiting in the shadows. I don't know what it was, and I don't want to know. All I know is that I'll never forget the feeling of those eyes on me, watching from the darkness, waiting for me to make a mistake, to stay just a little too long. The city decided to demolish the building a few months later. They said it was too far gone to save, too dangerous to try and repair. But even now, years later, I can't help but wonder if they really got rid of whatever was inside. If maybe, just maybe, those shadows found a new place to hide, waiting for the next unlucky soul to stumble upon them. It was supposed to be just another night shift, another routine evening at Redburn Factory. I had been working as a security guard there for almost a year, and the job was straightforward enough: patrol the grounds, keep an eye on the security cameras, and make sure everything was locked up tight. The factory had been in operation for decades, producing steel parts for machinery, and it was a sprawling complex of massive warehouses, assembly lines, and storage yards. It wasn't the kind of place that gave you the creeps, at least not until that night. My shift started at 10 p.m. As usual, I made my rounds, checking all the doors and windows, making sure the alarms were set. The factory was eerily quiet at night, the hum of machinery replaced by an almost oppressive silence. The only sounds were the distant echoes of my footsteps and the occasional creak of metal settling in the cool night air. I had gotten used to the quiet, but that night something felt different off, somehow. I couldn't put my finger on it, but the hairs on the back of my neck stood on end as I walked the darkened corridors dotted around midnight. I returned to the security office to monitor the cameras. The screens flickered with black and white footage of empty hallways, deserted loading docks, and still assembly lines. Everything seemed normal, but there was a tension in the air that I couldn't shake. I tried to brush it off, chalking it up to the long hours and the isolation, but the feeling only grew stronger as the night wore on. Around 1 a.m., I noticed something strange on one of the monitors. The camera covering the east wing of the factory, a section that had been shut down for renovations, flickered, then went black. I frowned, leaning closer to the screen. The camera had been working fine earlier in the evening, and there was no reason for it to suddenly go out. I switched to the backup camera for the same area, but it was also offline. A sense of unease settled in my gut. The east wing was supposed to be empty, no workers, no machinery, nothing. I decided to check it out, hoping it was just a technical glitch, but as I made my way through the factory, that feeling of dread grew stronger. The silence seemed to press in around me, the air thick with an almost tangible heaviness. When I reached the entrance to the east wing, I hesitated. The doors were locked as they should have been, but something didn't feel right. I unlocked the door and stepped inside, my flashlight cutting through the darkness. It was significantly colder in the east wing, as if the temperature had dropped by several degrees. I walked down the main corridor, my footsteps echoing off the metal walls. The east wing had always been a little eerie, mostly due to its disuse, but tonight it felt different. There was a sense of presence, as if I wasn't alone. I reached the area where the cameras had gone offline and began inspecting the equipment. Everything seemed to be in order, but the cameras were still dead. As I was about to give up and head back to the office, I heard a noise behind me. It was faint, almost imperceptible, but it was there, a soft, shuffling sound, like something being dragged across the floor. I turned around, my flashlight sweeping through the darkness, but there was nothing there. The corridor was empty, silent once again. I shook my head, trying to convince myself it was just my imagination, but as I turned to leave, I heard it again, this time closer. My heart started to race, and I tightened my grip on the flashlight. I took a few steps forward, my eyes straining to see through the shadows, but the corridor remained empty. And then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw movement. Just a flicker, a shadow darting across the edge of my vision. I spun around, my flashlight beam dancing wildly, but once again there was nothing there. The silence was deafening, broken only by the pounding of my heart. I was about to call it a night and report the malfunctioning cameras to maintenance, when the lights in the corridor suddenly flickered and went out, plunging me into complete darkness. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. The only light came from my flashlight, but it seemed dimmer now, barely penetrating the gloom. And then I felt it, a cold, clammy hand on my shoulder. I whipped around, but there was no one there. The air was so cold now that I could see my breath, and the sense of presence was overwhelming. I felt like I was being watched, like something was standing right behind me, just out of sight. I bolted. I didn't care about protocol or the cameras anymore. I just wanted to get out of there. I ran down the corridor, my flashlight bouncing wildly as I raced back towards the main factory floor. The shuffling noise followed me, growing louder, more insistent, but I didn't dare look back. I burst through the doors of the east wing and slammed them shut behind me, my chest heaving as I tried to catch my breath. The factory was silent again, the oppressive atmosphere lifting as soon as I was out of the east wing. But I knew something had followed me, something that didn't belong in this world. I rushed back to the security office and checked the cameras again. The east wing was still dark, the monitors showing nothing but static. But as I watched, I saw something move on one of the other screens, a shadow, just out of the camera's range, flitting across the edge of the frame. I stared at the screen, my heart in my throat, but the shadow was gone as quickly as it had appeared. I didn't go back to the east wing that night or ever again. I finished my shift in the relative safety of the security office, my eyes glued to the monitors, but nothing else happened. When my replacement arrived in the morning, I handed over my report, including the malfunctioning cameras, but I didn't mention what I had seen or felt. I wasn't sure anyone would believe me, and I wasn't sure I wanted to believe it myself. A few days later, the cameras in the east wing were repaired, and the lights were back on, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was still there, lurking in the shadows, waiting. I started looking for another job, and a month later, I left Redburn Factory for good. But the memory of that night still haunts me. I still see that shadow in the corner of my eye, still feel that cold hand on my shoulder. I've tried to forget, to move on, but some things stay with you, no matter how much you try to leave them behind. The summer I inherited Blackwood Manor was the summer everything changed. I'd never believed in curses or haunted houses, but that was before I found myself standing in front of the grand, decaying estate that had been in my family for generations. The manor had been abandoned for years, left to rot after my great-uncle passed away. No one in the family had wanted anything to do with it, and I didn't blame them. The stories that surrounded the place were enough to give anyone pause, but I wasn't one to believe in old wives' tales, and besides, I was in desperate need of a place to stay. The timing of the inheritance felt like fate. As I pushed open the heavy iron gates, I couldn't help but feel a sense of foreboding wash over me. The manor loomed ahead, its windows dark and empty, like eyes watching my every move. The front yard was overgrown with weeds, the once beautiful gardens now wild and untamed. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and decay, and I could hear the distant sound of crows cawing, as if warning me to turn back. But I was determined I would fix up the old place, make it my own. I wasn't going to let some silly stories scare me away. The front door was heavy, made of dark, polished wood, and creaked loudly as I pushed it open. The air inside was stale, musty, like a tomb that had been sealed for centuries. Dust motes danced in the weak sunlight that filtered through the dirty windows, and the floorboards groaned under my weight as I stepped inside. The interior was just as I remembered it from my childhood, grand, imposing, and utterly terrifying. The walls were lined with portraits of my ancestors, their eyes following me as I made my way through the darkened halls. The furniture was old and covered in white sheets, like forgotten ghosts waiting to be uncovered. The silence was oppressive, the kind that presses down on you, makes you feel like you're being watched. I spent the first few days cleaning, trying to make the place livable. The electricity still worked, thankfully, and I managed to get the water running after some tinkering with the old pipes. But as the days passed, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong, that I wasn't alone in the house. It started with small things, a door that would be open when I knew I'd closed it, the faint sound of footsteps in the middle of the night, shadows that seemed to move just out of the corner of my eye. I told myself it was just my imagination, that the old house was playing tricks on me. But deep down I knew there was something more. One night I was lying in bed, trying to sleep, when I heard a soft whisper, like someone was speaking right next to my ear. I shot up, my heart racing, but there was no one there. The room was empty, the darkness pressing in on me from all sides. I turned on the light, trying to calm myself, but the feeling of being watched was stronger than ever. I decided to explore the house, to see if I could find the source of the strange occurrences. I grabbed a flashlight and made my way down to the basement, the one part of the house I had avoided since I arrived. The stairs creaked under my weight as I descended into the darkness, the air growing colder with each step. The basement was damp and musty, filled with old furniture and boxes of forgotten belongings. I shone the flashlight around, the beam cutting through the darkness, revealing cobwebs and dust-covered shelves. But as I moved deeper into the room, I saw an old wooden chest, half buried under a pile of old rags. The chest was small, about the size of a suitcase, and covered in strange symbols that I didn't recognize. My heart pounded in my chest as I reached for it, something deep inside me screaming not to open it. But I couldn't help myself. I had to know what was inside. The lid creaked as I pried it open, and a cold gust of air seemed to escape from within, sending a shiver down my spine. Inside, I found a bundle of old, yellowed papers tied with a red ribbon, and something else, a small, blackened book, its cover cracked and worn with age. The book seemed to pulse with a strange energy, as if it was alive, and I could feel the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end as I picked it up. The cover was embossed with more of the strange symbols, and the pages were filled with writing I couldn't understand, written in a language I had never seen before. As I flipped through the pages, I felt a sense of unease wash over me, a feeling that I had just unleashed something terrible. I shoved the book back into the chest and closed the lid, my hands shaking. I tried to convince myself it was just an old book, that there was nothing to be afraid of, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I had just opened a door that was never meant to be opened. The strange occurrences only got worse after that. The whispers became more frequent, louder, like someone was standing right next to me, speaking in a language I couldn't understand. I started seeing shadows out of the corner of my eye, dark shapes that moved through the halls, always just out of reach. I would wake up in the middle of the night to find the room freezing cold, my breath visible in the air, and the feeling of something watching me, something that wasn't human. One night I woke up to the sound of footsteps in the hallway outside my room. I grabbed the flashlight and slowly opened the door, my heart pounding in my chest. The hallway was dark, the only light coming from the moon shining through the window at the end of the hall. I shone the flashlight down the corridor, but there was nothing there, just empty space. But as I turned to go back to bed, I saw a dark figure standing at the end of the hall, just outside the circle of light. It was tall, its form shifting and changing, like it was made of shadows. I froze, unable to move, as it slowly started to move toward me. I backed up, my heart racing, but it was getting closer, its form solidifying with each step. I turned and ran back into my room, slamming the door shut behind me. I could hear it outside the door, the sound of its footsteps echoing in the silence. I knew I couldn't stay there any longer, that whatever was in the house had been awakened, and it wasn't going to let me leave. I grabbed my things and fled the house, not stopping until I was miles away, the Manor just a dark silhouette in the distance. I never went back to Blackwood Manor. The house was sold not long after, but I've heard stories of the new owners experiencing the same things I did, of the whispers in the night, of the shadows that move on their own, of the dark figure that roams the halls. I don't know what was in that book, or what I unleashed when I opened that chest, but I do know one thing: I'll never forget the curse of Blackwood Manor, and I'll never go back to that place, no matter what. The night I had the encounter, I wasn't supposed to be there. Pinewood Forest wasn't a place people visited after dark, especially not alone. The locals had 1,000 reasoned stories of strange sightings, rumors of disappearances, even tales of a beast that roamed the woods. But I wasn't from around there. I was just passing through, on a solo camping trip to clear my head after a tough year. The forest seemed peaceful enough during the day, and I wasn't about to let a few superstitions ruin my plans. I set up camp a little before sunset, finding a spot near a small clearing surrounded by thick pines. The air was cool, and the fading light filtered through the trees in a golden glow. It was almost idyllic, the kind of place that made you forget about the world for a while. I built a fire, cooked a simple meal, and settled in for a quiet evening under the stars. By the time the sky was fully dark, the forest had taken on a different feel. The silence was heavy, almost oppressive, broken only by the occasional rustle of leaves or the distant call of an owl. I tried to enjoy the solitude, but there was an unease I couldn't shake, a feeling like I was being watched. I told myself it was just nerves, that I wasn't used to being alone in the wilderness at night, but that didn't make the feeling go away. It was around midnight when I first heard a low growl, deep and resonant, coming from the darkness just beyond the firelight. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest as I strained to see into the trees. At first I thought it might be a bear or a coyote, but the growl didn't sound right. It was too guttural, too intelligent, if that makes sense. Like it wasn't just a warning, but something more. I grabbed my flashlight and shone it into the woods, sweeping the beam across the trees. The light bounced off the trunks and undergrowth, but I didn't see anything unusual. The growl had stopped, but the feeling of being watched had intensified, as if whatever was out there was waiting for me to let my guard down. I kept the flashlight trained on the trees, trying to convince myself it was just an animal, maybe curious about the campfire. But deep down, I knew it was more than that. The growl had come from something that wasn't just passing through the woods. It was hunting. And then I saw it, a pair of eyes reflecting the light from the flashlight. They were high off the ground, too high for a normal animal, and they glowed with an unnatural yellow light. I felt a cold chill run down my spine as I realized those eyes were fixed on me, unblinking, full of malevolent intent. I didn't move, didn't even breathe, as I stared into those eyes. They seemed to pulse with a life of their own, radiating an aura of fear that gripped me in place. The creature was still hidden in the shadows, but I could sense its size, its power. It was massive, larger than any bear, and the way it moved, silent and deliberate, made it clear this wasn't an ordinary predator. Slowly, the creature began to step forward, and I caught my first glimpse of it in the dim light. It was walking on 2 legs, its body covered in thick, matted fur. Its limbs were long and muscular, with hands or paws ending in razor-sharp claws, but it was the face that truly terrified me. It had the snout and ears of a dog, but the eyes and posture of something almost human. This was no ordinary animal, it was the dogman, the legendary beast the locals had whispered about for generations. Panic surged through me, and I did the only thing I could think of. I grabbed a burning stick from the fire and held it out in front of me, trying to keep the creature at bay. The dogman stopped, its lips curling back to reveal long, sharp teeth. It growled again, a deep, rumbling sound that seemed to vibrate through the air. For a moment I thought it might lunge at me, tear me apart with those claws and teeth. But it didn't. It just stood there, watching me, as if deciding whether I was worth the effort. I don't know how long we stood like that, locked in a silent standoff. Time seemed to stretch, the world narrowing down to just me and the beast. I could feel my arm growing tired, the weight of the burning stick almost too much to bear, but I didn't dare lower it. And then, just as suddenly as it had appeared, the dogman stepped back, melting into the shadows. The yellow eyes lingered for a moment longer, and then they were gone, swallowed by the darkness. The silence that followed was deafening, the forest holding its breath, as if waiting for the creature to return. I didn't wait to find out. I quickly packed up my gear, dousing the fire and grabbing my flashlight. I knew I couldn't stay there, not with that thing lurking in the woods. I didn't care about the dangers of hiking at night. I just needed to get out of that forest. I hiked through the night, my heart pounding with every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves. The forest felt alive with unseen eyes, the shadows shifting and moving just beyond the reach of my flashlight. But I didn't see the dogman again. It was as if it had vanished into the night, leaving me to flee in terror. When I finally emerged from the woods at dawn, I felt a wave of relief wash over me. I was exhausted, my nerves frayed, but I was alive. I had survived the encounter, but I knew I would never forget it. The image of those glowing yellow eyes, the cold intelligence behind them, was burned into my memory. I reported what I saw to the local authorities, but they didn't believe me. They said it was probably a bear, or maybe a wolf, and that I had just let my imagination get the better of me. But I knew what I saw. I knew it wasn't something natural, something that belonged in this world. I never went back to Pinewood Forest, and I never will. Whatever is out there, it's still lurking in those woods, waiting for its next victim. And the thought of those glowing yellow eyes watching me from the darkness is something I'll carry with me for the rest of my life. When I first accepted the job at Ridgeview Hospital, I had no idea what I was getting myself into. The hospital was an old building, one that had stood for over a century, with a reputation that was anything but comforting. The locals spoke of it in hushed tones, their eyes filled with a mixture of fear and respect. But I was desperate for work, and the pay was decent, so I pushed aside the rumors and took the job as a night shift nurse. The first night was uneventful, just the usual rounds and paperwork. The hospital was eerily quiet, the only sounds being the occasional beeping of machines and the soft whispers of nurses at the station. The halls were dimly lit, casting long shadows that seemed to stretch out and wrap around the corners. But I told myself it was nothing. After all, it was just an old building, right? As the nights went on, I began to notice things that didn't make sense, small things at first. A wheelchair left in the middle of the hall when I knew it had been parked by the wall, lights flickering in rooms that were supposed to be empty. The feeling of being watched when I was alone. I mentioned it to one of the other nurses, an older woman who had been there for years. She just shrugged and said, "Ridgeview has its quirks. You'll get used to it." I wasn't so sure. One night I was making my rounds on the third floor, the oldest part of the hospital. Most of the rooms were empty, save for a few long-term patients who rarely had visitors. As I walked down the hall, I noticed a light on in one of the rooms. I thought it was strange since I hadn't seen anyone enter, but I assumed it was just another nurse checking in on a patient. When I reached the room, I saw a woman sitting in a chair by the window, her back to me. She was dressed in an old-fashioned hospital gown, the kind they used in the early 1900s. Her long, dark hair fell in waves down her back, and she seemed to be staring out the window. "Mom, do you need any help?" I asked. Stepping into the room, the woman didn't respond. I moved closer, my unease growing with each step. When I reached her side, I gasped. Her face was pale, almost translucent, her eyes wide and empty, like she was staring at something only she could see. I reached out to touch her, but my hand went right through her. I stumbled back, my heart racing, but when I looked again, the woman was gone. The chair was empty, the room silent. I left the room as quickly as I could, my mind racing with questions. Who was that woman? Was she a ghost, or was I just imagining things? I decided not to mention it to anyone, afraid they would think I was losing my mind. But that wasn't the last time I saw her. Over the next few weeks, I saw her several more times, always in that same room, always staring out the window. Each time, she would disappear as soon as I got close, leaving me feeling cold and unsettled. One night, as I was finishing my rounds, I heard a noise coming from the basement. The basement was off limits to most staff, but I had heard stories of strange happenings, of things moving on their own, of voices echoing in the darkness. I should have ignored it, but something compelled me to go down there, to see for myself what was going on. The stairs creaked under my weight as I descended into the darkness, the air growing colder with each step. The basement was pitch black, the only light coming from my flashlight, which flickered as I moved deeper into the room. The walls were lined with old equipment, gurneys, wheelchairs, machines that hadn't been used in decades. I could hear the faint sound of water dripping somewhere in the distance, the air thick with the smell of mold and decay. As I moved further into the basement, I saw something that made my blood run cold. There, in the middle of the room, was a gurney covered in a white sheet. The sheet was stained with something dark, something that looked like blood. My hands shook as I approached it, my flashlight barely illuminating the darkened room. I reached out to pull back the sheet, but before I could, the lights flickered on, blinding me for a moment. When my eyes adjusted, I saw then dozens of figures standing around the gurney, their faces pale and expressionless, their eyes empty and hollow. They were dressed in old hospital gowns, their skin a sickly shade of gray. They didn't move, didn't speak, just stared at me with those empty eyes. I backed away slowly, my heart pounding in my chest. But as I turned to run, I felt something grab my arm, something cold and clammy. I screamed, but no sound came out. I looked down and saw the hand of one of the figures, its grip like ice, holding me in place. I struggled to break free, but it was no use. The grip tightened, pulling me closer to the gurney. I could feel the cold seeping into my bones, my vision starting to blur. Just when I thought I couldn't take it anymore, the grip loosened and I fell to the floor. The lights flickered off again, plunging the room into darkness. When I looked up, the figures were gone, the basement empty once more. I didn't wait to see if they would come back. I ran out of the basement as fast as I could, not stopping until I was back on the main floor, the sound of my own breathing loud in my ears. I didn't tell anyone what I saw that night. Who would believe me? But I knew I couldn't stay at Ridgeview Hospital any longer. I handed in my resignation the next day, packed my things, and left the town, never looking back, but the memories still haunt me. The woman in the room, the figures in the basement, they were real. I know they were. And sometimes, late at night, I can still feel that cold grip on my arm. Still see those empty eyes staring at me from the darkness. Ridgeview Hospital may be just a building, just bricks and mortar, but there's something there, something that shouldn't be. Something that won't let go, no matter how far you run. It was a crisp autumn evening when everything changed. Tanner Holloway was just a regular guy, the kind of person wouldn't look twice at on the street. He worked as a mechanic in a small town, lived in a modest house on the edge of town, and spent most of his free time either fixing up old cars or hanging out with his childhood friends. But on that particular night, something unexplainable happened, something that would haunt him and everyone who knew him for the rest of their lives. Tanner had always been the skeptical type. He didn't believe in ghosts, demons, or any of that supernatural nonsense. He'd heard the stories, of course everyone in town had, but he dismissed them as the stuff of overactive imaginations or just plain old folklore. So when his friend, Mark, suggested they mess around with an old Ouija board he'd found in his grandmother's attic, Tanner didn't think twice about joining in. It was just a harmless game, right? They met up at Mark's house, a creaky old place that had seen better days. The group included Tanner, Mark, their mutual friend Jason, and Mark's younger sister, Emily. They gathered around the kitchen table, lit a few candles to set the mood, and placed the Ouija board in the center. The air was filled with a sense of nervous excitement, but Tanner couldn't help but roll his eyes at how seriously everyone else was taking it. "Come on, guys," Tanner said with a smirk. "You don't actually believe this thing works, do you?" "Just wait and see," Mark replied, his voice low and serious. "People say this board has a history. My grandma never touched it after she got it. Said it gave her the creeps." Tanner shrugged. "Whatever. Let's just get this over with." They all placed their fingers lightly on the planchette, the small heart-shaped piece of wood used to spell out messages on the board. Mark started off with the usual questions. "Is anyone here with us? Can you give us a sign?" But nothing happened. The planchette didn't move, and the only sound in the room was the faint crackling of the candles. After a few minutes, Tanner began to lose patience. "See, it's just a stupid game. You guys are wasting your time." But just as he was about to lift his hand from the planchette, it started to move slowly at first, then with increasing speed. Tanner felt a chill run down his spine as the planchette spelled out the word yes. The group exchanged nervous glances, and Tanner felt his skepticism waver. He couldn't explain what was happening, but he wasn't about to let fear get the best of him. "Who are you?" he asked, trying to keep his voice steady. The planchette moved again, spelling out Anna. None of them knew anyone named Anna, but before they could ask more, the planchette continued to spell out a message. IWSHURT. Emily's voice trembled as she spoke. "Hurt. How, by who?" But instead of answering, the planchette suddenly stopped moving. The room grew colder, and the flickering candlelight cast eerie shadows on the walls. Tanner's heart raced as a deep sense of unease settled over him. Something was wrong, terribly wrong. Suddenly, the planchette jerked violently, spelling out one final word. "Tanner." The candles were snuffed out in an instant, plunging the room into darkness. Tanner felt a surge of panic, his breath coming in shallow gasps as he struggled to make sense of what was happening. He could hear the others moving around, frantically trying to relight the candles. But all he could think about was that one word, his name. When the candles were finally relit, Tanner noticed something strange. The air felt heavy, oppressive, and he could sense a presence in the room that hadn't been there before. His skin prickled with fear as he looked around, but there was nothing out of the ordinary, just his friends, all staring at him with wide, terrified eyes. "What the hell was that?" Jason asked, his voice shaking. "I don't know," Mark replied, his face pale, "but I think we should stop." "This isn't right." Tanner wanted to agree, to get out of that house as fast as he could, but something held him back. It was like an invisible force was pulling him toward the board, urging him to continue, against his better judgment. He placed his hand back on the planchette. "No," he said, his voice barely more than a whisper. "We need to finish this. We can't leave it open." Reluctantly, the others followed his lead, placing their fingers on the planchette once more. Tanner asked one final question, his voice trembling with a fear he could no longer hide. "Anna, what do you want from me?" The planchette moved quickly, almost angrily, spelling out the word BODY. Before anyone could react, Tanner felt a sudden, intense pain in his chest, like something was trying to claw its way inside him. He gasped, doubling over as the pain spread through his body, searing every nerve with agony. He could hear the others shouting, their voices distant and muffled, as if they were miles away. Then, just as suddenly as it had begun, the pain stopped. Tanner collapsed to the floor, gasping for breath, his body trembling with fear. He could feel something inside him, something dark and malevolent, writhing just beneath the surface. It was as if his very soul had been tainted, corrupted by whatever had come through that board. When he finally managed to stand, he saw the fear in his friends' eyes. They backed away from him, their faces pale with terror. Tanner tried to speak, to reassure them that he was okay, but the words wouldn't come. His throat felt tight, constricted, and he could feel someone else trying to take control. The days that followed were a blur. Tanner could feel the presence inside him growing stronger, its influence spreading like a disease. His thoughts became darker, his actions more erratic. He would wake up in the middle of the night, drenched in sweat, with no memory of the previous hours. His friends tried to help him, but there was nothing they could do. Whatever had possessed him was too powerful, too determined. Tanner's life spiraled out of control. He lost his job, his friends distanced themselves, and his family was at a loss for what to do. They took him to doctors, priests, anyone who might be able to help, but no one could explain what was happening to him. It was as if Tanner was slowly being consumed by the entity inside him, his own personality fading away. The worst part was the nightmares. Every night Tanner would dream of Anna, twisted, malevolent figure who would torment him in his sleep. She would laugh at his suffering, whispering dark promises of what was to come. And every morning he would wake up with the same sense of dread, knowing that the line between dream and reality was becoming increasingly blurred. As the weeks turned into months, Tanner's condition worsened. He became a shell of his former self, his one strong body gaunt and weak, his mind fractured by the relentless torment. And yet, through it all, he clung to the hope that somehow, some way, he could rid himself of the entity that had taken over his life. But hope was a fleeting thing. One night, as Tanner lay in bed, he felt the presence stronger than ever before. It was as if Anna had finally gathered enough strength to fully take control. Tanner fought with every ounce of willpower he had left, but it was no use. The darkness consumed him, pulling him down into a void of despair and pain. The last thing Tanner remembered before everything went black was the sound of his own voice, only it wasn't his voice anymore. It was deeper, more sinister, and it spoke in a language he didn't understand. The words were foreign, ancient, and filled with a power that terrified him to his core. When Tanner woke the next morning, he wasn't alone. The entity had fully taken over, pushing Tanner's consciousness to the back of his own mind. He could see and hear everything, but he had no control over his actions. He was a prisoner in his own body, forced to watch as the entity used him to carry out its dark deeds. In the days that followed, Tanner, or rather, the entity that now inhabited his body, committed unspeakable acts. It left a trail of chaos and destruction in its wake, with Tanner helpless to stop it. He could only watch in horror as the entity reveled in its newfound freedom, its thirst for suffering. Unquenchable. By the time the authorities caught up with Tanner, it was too late. The entity had taken full control, leaving nothing of the man he once was. They found him in a small, abandoned house on the outskirts of town, surrounded by the remnants of the horrors he had unleashed. But even as they apprehended him, the entity continued to laugh, its malevolent voice echoing in Tanner's mind. And so Tanner Holloway was lost, his body a vessel for something far darker, his soul trapped in a nightmare from which there was no escape. The townspeople spoke in hushed whispers of the man who had been possessed, of the evil that had taken root in their quiet community. But no one knew the full extent of what had happened, or what became of Tanner after he was taken away. All that remains are the stories of the man who was consumed by darkness, and the entity that now roams the earth in his place. Some say Tanner's soul is still out there, trapped in the void, waiting for the day when he can finally break free. But until then, his story serves as a warning, a reminder that some doors should never be opened, and some games are better left unplayed. I had always been a city guy, born and raised in a bustling metropolis where the night was never truly dark, and the streets were always filled with the sounds of life. So when I moved to the small town of Maple Creek, it felt like stepping into a different world. The town was nestled deep in the forest, surrounded by miles of dense, uncharted wilderness. It was quiet, peaceful, and more than a little eerie, but I needed the change, or so I thought. My decision to relocate was driven by a job offer I couldn't refuse. The local government needed someone to manage a new wildlife conservation project, and I, with my background in environmental science, seemed like the perfect fit. The work was exciting, and the prospect of living in such a beautiful, untouched part of the world appealed to me. But there was one thing I hadn't anticipated: the isolation. I rented a small cabin on the outskirts of town, right at the edge of the forest. It was a charming little place, with a stone fireplace, wooden beams, and a porch that offered stunning views of the surrounding woods. But as the days turned into weeks, I began to feel a strange sense of unease. It was the kind of feeling you get when you're being watched. But whenever I looked around, there was nothing there, just trees stretching endlessly in every direction. The townspeople were friendly enough, but they kept to themselves. They were an insular community, wary of outsiders, and it took time for them to warm up to me. I noticed that they were particularly superstitious, with a strong belief in old legends and folklore. One of the most persistent stories was that of the dogman, a creature that was said to roam the woods at night, half-man, half-wolf, with glowing eyes and a howl that could chill your blood. I dismissed the stories as nothing more than local lore, meant to scare newcomers and entertain the kids. But there was something in the way the older folks talked about the dogman that gave me pause. They didn't laugh or smile when they mentioned it. Instead, their faces grew serious, and they would quickly change the subject, as if speaking of the creature could summon it. One night I was sitting on the porch, enjoying the crisp autumn air, when I heard it, a long, mournful howl echoing through the trees. It was unlike anything I had ever heard before, and it sent a shiver down my spine. The sound was distant, but it seemed to carry a primal intensity that made my heart race. I tried to tell myself it was just a wolf or a coyote, but deep down I knew it wasn't. Over the next few nights the howling continued, growing louder and more frequent. It seemed to be getting closer, too, as if whatever was making that sound was circling my cabin, drawing nearer with each passing night. I found myself staying up late, unable to sleep, straining my ears for any sign of movement outside. I told myself it was just my imagination, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was out there, watching me. Then, one night I saw it. I had been lying in bed, trying unsuccessfully to fall asleep, when I heard a rustling outside my window. I got up, my heart pounding in my chest, and peered out into the darkness. At first I saw nothing, just the silhouettes of trees swaying gently in the breeze. But then, out of the corner of my eye, I caught a glimpse of movement. There, standing at the edge of the clearing, was a figure tall, hunched, and covered in coarse, dark fur. Its eyes glowed with an unnatural light, and its elongated snout was lifted to the sky as it let out a low, guttural growl. I froze, unable to move or even breathe. The creature's gaze locked onto mine, and for a moment it felt like time stood still. Then, with a sudden burst of speed, it vanished into the trees, leaving me standing there, trembling with fear. I spent the rest of the night huddled by the fireplace, every creak and groan of the cabin sending my nerves into overdrive. By morning, I had convinced myself that I must have imagined the whole thing, that it was just a nightmare brought on by too many ghost stories. But deep down, I knew the truth. Something was out there, something that shouldn't exist. Over the next few days, I tried to go about my life as usual, but the fear never left me. I began to notice strange things around the cabin, deep claw marks on the trees, footprints in the mud that were far too large to be human, and a lingering, foul odor that seemed to permeate the air. I knew I had to tell someone, but who would believe me? I barely believed it myself. One evening, as I was walking back from town, I decided to take a different route, hoping to clear my mind. The path wound through the woods, cutting through a dense thicket of trees. The sun was setting, casting long shadows across the forest floor, and the air was filled with the sounds of rustling leaves and chirping insects. For a moment I almost felt at peace. But then the howling started again, closer this time, and my heart leapt into my throat. I quickened my pace, glancing nervously over my shoulder. The trees seemed to close in around me, their branches twisting into gnarled, claw-like shapes. The howling grew louder, more frantic, as if whatever was making that sound was chasing me. I broke into a run, my breath coming in ragged gasps, my heart pounding in my ears. The path ahead seemed to stretch endlessly, and I could feel the creature gaining on me, its hot breath on the back of my neck. I didn't dare look back. I knew that if I did, I wouldn't make it out alive. Just when I thought I couldn't run any further, I burst out of the woods and into a clearing. The lights of my cabin were just ahead, and I sprinted toward them, my legs burning with exhaustion. I slammed the door shut behind me, bolting it with trembling hands. The howling continued outside, a relentless, bone-chilling wail that seemed to go on forever. I didn't sleep that night. I sat by the fireplace, clutching a hunting knife I'd found in the cabin, my eyes fixed on the door. The howling eventually stopped, but I knew the creature was still out there, waiting for the right moment to strike. The next morning, I decided I couldn't stay in Maple Creek any longer. I packed my bags, loaded them into my truck, and drove out of town without looking back. The townspeople watched me go, their expressions unreadable, but I didn't care. All I wanted was to put as much distance between myself and that cursed forest as possible. I never spoke of what happened to anyone who would believe me, but every now and then, when the night is quiet and the wind is just right, I think I can still hear that haunting howl echoing in the distance. And I wondered, did I escape, or is it just a matter of time before the dogman finds me again? The announcement came over the intercom just as I was wrapping up my last class of the day. Attention, Ridgeway High, we are initiating a lockdown. This is not a drill. The words sent a chill down my spine. As a teacher, I'd been through lockdown drills countless times, but this felt different. There was something in the principal's voice, something that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. I quickly locked the classroom door and turned off the lights, motioning for my students to gather in the corner, away from the windows. They moved quietly, their faces pale with fear. I could hear whispers and the occasional stifled sob as they huddled together, trying to make sense of what was happening. My heart was pounding, but I knew I had to stay calm. They were looking to me for reassurance, and I couldn't let them down. The school was eerily silent. The usual sounds of lockers slamming, students chattering, and teachers giving lessons had been replaced by an oppressive, suffocating quiet. The only noise was the faint hum of the ventilation system and the occasional creak of the building settling. I strained my ears, listening for any sign of what had triggered the lockdown, but there was nothing, just that maddening silence. Time seemed to stretch on forever. I glanced at the clock, but it felt like the hands were barely moving. My thoughts were racing, running through all the possible scenarios. An active shooter, a dangerous intruder. The unknown was the worst part. Not knowing what was out there, not knowing how to protect my students, was driving me to the edge of panic. Suddenly, there was a loud bang from down the hallway, followed by the sound of something or someone running. My students gasped, and I felt my pulse quicken. I moved to the door, pressing my ear against it, trying to make out what was happening. The footsteps were getting closer, and they didn't sound like they belonged to a person. They were too heavy, too uneven. I backed away from the door, my mind racing. What was out there? My rational brain was telling me it was just a frightened student or maybe a teacher trying to find safety. But deep down, I knew that wasn't right. There was something wrong about those footsteps. Something that didn't belong in a school. The footsteps stopped right outside the door. I held my breath, praying that whoever or whatever was out there would move on. But then the door handle began to rattle. My students huddled closer together, their eyes wide with terror. I could see the fear in their faces, and I knew I had to do something. I couldn't just stand there and let whatever was out there get in. I motioned for the students to stay quiet and move to the back of the room, where I kept a heavy wooden chair. I lifted it, the weight reassuring in my hands, and positioned myself by the door, ready to strike if the intruder got through. The rattling grew more intense, as if whoever was out there was becoming more desperate to get in. And then, just as suddenly as it had started, the rattling stopped. The silence that followed was deafening. I waited, every muscle in my body tensed. But there was nothing. No footsteps, no voices, nothing to indicate that anyone was still out there. I didn't dare move. The students were silent, too, their eyes fixed on me, waiting for some kind of direction. Minutes passed, though it felt like hours. Finally, I decided to risk it. I set the chair down and slowly approached the door, my hand hovering over the handle. I knew it was a terrible idea. I'd seen enough horror movies to know that, but I had to know what was going on. I had to know if it was safe. I took a deep breath and unlocked the door, cracking it open just a sliver. I peered out into the hallway, expecting to see. Well, I wasn't sure what I expected to see, but what I saw was nothing. The hallway was empty, as if the school had been abandoned. The fluorescent lights flickered, casting eerie shadows on the walls, but there was no sign of anyone, no students, no teachers, no intruders. I opened the door wider, stepping out into the hallway. My footsteps echoed in the silence, and I felt a cold draft coming from somewhere further down the corridor. I turned back to my classroom and motioned for the students to stay put. They nodded, their faces still pale with fear, and I closed the door behind me. Leaving it unlocked, I made my way down the hallway, my heart pounding in my chest. The school felt different, as if it had been swallowed up by some kind of malevolent force. The air was thick, almost suffocating, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I tried to stay calm, reminding myself that I was a teacher, that I had a responsibility to protect my students. But it was getting harder to think clearly. As I turned a corner, I saw something that made my blood run cold. There, in the middle of the hallway, was a trail of blood. It wasn't a small amount. Either it was a thick, dark smear that stretched from one end of the corridor to the other. I stared at it, my mind struggling to process what I was seeing. This wasn't normal. This wasn't supposed to happen in a school. I followed the trail, my feet moving on their own as if they were drawn to whatever was at the end of it. The hallway seemed to stretch on forever, the walls closing in around me. The silence was oppressive, pressing down on me from all sides. I could hear my own breathing, shallow and rapid, and the pounding of my heart in my ears. Finally, I reached the end of the trail. It led to a door, the door to the school's basement. I'd been down there a few times, mostly to help with maintenance or retrieve supplies, but it had always given me the creeps. It was dark, damp, and filled with a labyrinth of narrow corridors that seemed to twist and turn in ways that didn't make sense. I hesitated, my hand on the doorknob, wondering if I should turn back. But I couldn't. I had to know what was going on. I had to find out what had happened to the students and staff. I opened the door and stepped into the basement. The air was colder down here, and the smell of mildew was overwhelming. The lights were dim, casting long, eerie shadows on the walls. I could hear a faint, dripping sound coming from somewhere deep within the basement. But other than that, it was deathly silent. I followed the blood trail down a narrow corridor, my footsteps echoing off the concrete walls. The further I went, the darker it got, until I could barely see a few feet in front of me. I reached into my pocket and pulled out my phone, using the flashlight to light my way. The beam of light cut through the darkness, revealing more blood splatters on the walls and floor. I turned a corner and stopped dead in my tracks. There, at the end of the corridor, was a figure. It was hunched over, its back to me, but I could see that it was covered in blood. My breath caught in my throat as I took a step closer, my mind screaming at me to turn back, to run. But my body wouldn't listen. As I got closer, the figure slowly turned its head to look at me. I froze, my heart skipping a beat. The face that stared back at me was twisted, distorted, as if it had been stretched and pulled in unnatural ways. Its eyes were empty, black voids, and its mouth hung open in a grotesque grin. I felt a wave of nausea wash over me, and I had to fight the urge to vomit. The figure stood up, its movements jerky and unnatural, like a puppet being controlled by invisible strings. It took a step toward me, and I stumbled back, my phone slipping from my grasp and clattering to the floor. The light flickered, casting the figure in and out of darkness, making it seem even more monstrous. I turned and ran, my heart pounding in my chest, my breath coming in ragged gasps. The hallway seemed to stretch on forever, the walls closing in around me. I could hear the figure behind me, its footsteps heavy and uneven, getting closer and closer. I pushed myself harder, willing my legs to move faster, but it felt like I was running through quicksand. I burst through the door at the end of the hallway and slammed it shut behind me, leaning against it as I tried to catch my breath. My mind was racing, trying to make sense of what I had just seen. But there was no making sense of it. What I had seen was impossible. Something out of a nightmare. I didn't wait to find out if the figure was following me. I ran back to my classroom, threw open the door, and ushered my students out. They didn't ask questions. They could see the fear in my eyes, and that was enough to spur them into action. We made our way to the nearest exit, the only thought in my mind being to get them out of the school and to safety. As we stepped outside, the cool night air hit my face, and I felt a wave of relief wash over me. But that relief was short-lived. I turned to look at the school one last time, and in one of the windows I saw the figure watching us, its twisted grin still plastered on its face. We never found out what had caused the lockdown that day. The police investigated, but they couldn't explain the blood trail, the strange figure, or the disappearance of several students and staff members. Ridgeway High was closed down shortly after that, and the building was left to rot. But sometimes, when I drive by the old school, I swear I can still see that figure standing in the window, watching, waiting. And I know that whatever it was, it's still there, lurking in the shadows, waiting for its next victim. It all started when I was house hunting. My wife, Lisa, and I had been saving for years to buy our first home, and we finally had enough to start looking. We had a modest budget, so we weren't expecting to find anything extravagant, just a simple place we could call our own. One Saturday afternoon, we were driving through a quiet neighborhood on the outskirts of town when we saw it, a charming old house with a for sale sign in the yard. The house was a bit run down, but it had character: a large front porch, a steeply pitched roof, and a row of tall windows that gave it an inviting look. The price was well within our budget, almost too good to be true. We called the real estate agent listed on the sign and arranged a viewing for the next day. The agent, a woman named Margaret, met us at the house. She was a friendly, middle-aged woman with a warm smile, but there was something in her eyes, a flicker of unease, that I noticed as she led us inside. The interior of the house was just as charming as the outside, with hardwood floors, tall ceilings, and a spacious living room with a fireplace. But as we walked through the house, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The air inside was heavy, almost oppressive, and there was a faint, musty smell that seemed to cling to everything. Margaret showed us the bedrooms, the kitchen, and the bathroom, all of which were in need of some updating, but nothing we couldn't handle. The last room she showed us was the basement. The moment she opened the door to the basement, a cold draft swept up the stairs, and I felt a chill run down my spine. The basement was dark, the only light coming from a single bare bulb hanging from the ceiling. The walls were made of rough stone, and there was an old wooden workbench in one corner, covered in dust and cobwebs. "It's a bit damp down here," Margaret said, her voice echoing off the stone walls, "but nothing a dehumidifier couldn't fix." Lisa didn't seem bothered by the basement, but I felt an overwhelming sense of unease. There was something about that basement that made me want to leave the house and never come back. Still, the price was right, and Lisa loved the house, so we decided to make an offer. The process moved quickly, and within a few weeks, we were the proud owners of the Hollow House. Moving day was exciting. We spent the day unpacking and arranging furniture, and by evening, we were exhausted, but happy to finally be in our new home. That night, as we settled into bed, the house was eerily quiet. I lay awake, listening to the sounds of the old house creaks and groans as it settled, the wind rattling the windows, and the distant hum of traffic from the nearby road. But beneath those sounds I heard something else, something faint and almost imperceptible, a soft whispering, like the murmur of voices coming from the walls. I told myself it was just my imagination, the result of exhaustion and the stress of moving, and eventually I fell asleep. Over the next few days, the unease I had felt in the basement began to spread throughout the house. The musty smell grew stronger, and the whispering sounds became more distinct, as if someone or something was trying to communicate with us. Lisa noticed it, too, though she tried to brush it off as the quirks of an old house. But the whispering grew louder at night, filling the rooms with an unsettling presence. One night, about a week after we moved in, I woke up to the sound of footsteps. They were slow, deliberate, and they echoed through the house, coming from the hallway just outside our bedroom door. I sat up, my heart racing, and listened. The footsteps stopped, but the whispering continued, louder now, almost frantic. I nudged Lisa awake, but she didn't hear anything, just roll over and went back to sleep. I got out of bed and crept to the door, opening it slowly. The hallway was empty, but the whispering seemed to be coming from downstairs. I grabbed a flashlight and made my way down the stairs, every step feeling like a descent into something dark and unknown. The whispering grew louder as I reached the first floor, a chorus of disembodied voices filling the air around me. I followed the sound to the basement door, which was slightly ajar. My hand trembled as I reached for the doorknob, and when I pulled the door open, the whispering stopped abruptly, replaced by a deep, oppressive silence. The basement was dark, the single bulb casting long shadows on the stone walls. I shone the flashlight around the room, my heart pounding in my chest. There was nothing there, just the workbench, the damp walls, and the old stone floor. But as I turned to leave, I noticed something strange, a small door in the corner of the basement that I hadn't seen before. It was made of wood, old and weathered, with rusty hinges and a tarnished brass handle. I walked over to it, the whispering starting up again, faint and distant, as if coming from behind the door. I hesitated for a moment, then reached out and opened it. The door creaked loudly, and as it swung open, a blast of cold air hit me, carrying with it the smell of damp earth and something else, something foul and rotten. Beyond the door was a narrow passage, carved into the stone, leading into darkness. I stepped back, a feeling of dread washing over me. There was no way I was going into that passage. I slammed the door shut and hurried back upstairs, locking the basement door behind me. That night, the whispering grew louder than ever, filling the house with a cacophony of voices. I couldn't sleep, couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong with the house, that we were not alone. The next day, I called Margaret, demanding to know if there was anything unusual about the house, anything she hadn't told us. She hesitated before answering, her voice tense. There were ... rumors, she said finally, about the previous owners. They disappeared, vanished without a trace. The police never found any evidence of foul play, but the house has a reputation. She paused, and I could hear the fear in her voice. Some people say it's cursed, that the house takes people. I hung up the phone, a cold sweat breaking out on my forehead. I didn't believe in curses or ghosts, but there was something about that house, something that felt ... wrong. I told Lisa what Margaret had said, but she dismissed it, saying it was just an old house with a lot of history. But I could see the doubt in her eyes, the fear that she was trying to hide. That night, the whispering was unbearable, the voices louder than ever, filling every room with their maddening chorus. I couldn't take it anymore. I grabbed a crowbar from the garage and went down to the basement, determined to find out what was behind that door. The door creaked open easily, and I stepped into the passage, the flashlight shaking in my hand. The air was thick with the smell of rot and decay, and the whispering was deafening now, a cacophony of voices that seemed to be coming from all around me. The passage was narrow and dark, the walls closing in as I made my way deeper into the earth. I could feel the weight of the stone pressing down on me, the air growing colder with every step. Finally, the passage opened up into a small chamber, and I stopped dead in my tracks. The walls of the chamber were covered in strange symbols, similar to the ones on the stones in the forest clearing. In the center of the room was an old stone altar, covered in dust and cobwebs, and lying on the altar, surrounded by decaying flowers and rotting candles, was a small wooden box. I reached out and touched the box, and the whispering stopped abruptly, replaced by a deep, echoing silence. The box was cold to the touch, and as I lifted it, I felt a strange energy pulsing from within. I opened it slowly, the hinges creaking, and inside I found a small black book, its pages brittle and yellowed with age. I took the book and hurried back up the passage, the whispering starting up again, louder and more frantic with every step. I could feel something following me, a presence that pressed in from all sides. But I didn't stop, didn't look back until I was out of the basement and back in the safety of the living room. I slammed the basement door shut and locked it, then sat down at the kitchen table, the book in front of me. I knew I shouldn't open it, knew that whatever was in that book was connected to the curse on the house, but I couldn't resist. I had to know. I opened the book and began to read, the words written in a language I didn't recognize but somehow understood. The book told the story of the house, of the people who had lived there before, of the dark rituals they had performed in the basement, and the curse they had placed on the house to protect their secrets. The more I read, the more I felt the presence in the house growing stronger, the whispering louder, the air thicker with an oppressive energy. By the time I finished, I knew there was no escape. The house was alive, and it had taken us, just as it had taken the others before. I closed the book and looked around the room, feeling the walls closing in, the darkness creeping closer. The house had us now, and there was no way out. That night, the whispering was louder than ever, filling every corner of the house, the voices screaming in my ears. Lisa and I huddled together in the living room, the flashlight flickering, the air growing colder and colder. And then, as suddenly as it had started, the whispering stopped. The house was silent, the air still and heavy. We didn't move, didn't breathe, waiting for something to happen, for the darkness to swallow us whole. But nothing came. Morning light streamed through the windows, and the house seemed normal again, the oppressive energy gone, the whispering silenced. But we knew it wasn't over. The house was just waiting, biding its time, lulling us into a false sense of security before it took us for good. We packed our things and left that day, leaving everything behind, determined never to return. But even now, far away from that cursed place, I can still hear the whispering, still feel the presence of the house in the back of my mind, waiting, watching, waiting for the day, and it will take us back. It was supposed to be a simple weekend getaway or break from the hustle and bustle of city life. When the opportunity arose to manage a summer camp for a few days, I jumped at the chance. Elmwood Camp was nestled deep in the woods, far away from the noise of civilization. It promised tranquility and a chance to reconnect with nature. What I didn't anticipate was the nightmare that awaited me. Arriving at Elmwood Camp, I was struck by its remote beauty. The sprawling woods, the serene lake, and the cozy cabin seemed perfect for relaxation. My role was straightforward: oversee the campgrounds, ensure everything was in order, and keep an eye on a small group of campers who would arrive the next day. I spent the first evening unpacking and getting familiar with the camp's layout. The night was calm, with only the occasional rustle of leaves and distant calls of nocturnal creatures breaking the silence. The next morning, a group of 10 children arrived with their parents. They were eager and excited, their laughter filling the air. We went through the usual introductions, organized the sleeping arrangements, and planned the activities for the week. Everything seemed to be going smoothly until the night when the atmosphere shifted. About as the sun set, the camp took on a different character. The once friendly woods seemed darker, and the wind carried an unsettling chill. The children were tucked into their cabins, and I made my rounds, checking that everything was secure. Just as I was about to head to my own cabin, I noticed something odd, a faint light flickering near the edge of the woods. Curious, I decided to investigate. I followed the light, which appeared to be coming from an old, decrepit cabin hidden among the trees. It hadn't been used in years, its paint peeling and the structure sagging. The light flickered from within, casting eerie shadows through the cracks in the walls. I approached cautiously, my flashlight cutting through the darkness. The light seemed to dance just out of reach, leading me to the door of the abandoned cabin. I hesitated for a moment, then pushed the door open. The hinges creaked loudly, and the smell of mildew and decay hit me. Inside, the cabin was empty except for a single flickering lantern in the center of the room. It was the source of the light I had seen. I picked up the lantern, inspecting it closely. It was old and rusted, but it still worked, its flame casting flickering shadows on the walls. I set the lantern back down and decided to leave. As I turned to go, I heard a faint whisper voice that seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere at once. I froze, straining to hear. The whisper grew louder, more insistent, but I couldn't make out the words. It felt as though the voice was calling me, urging me to stay. Suddenly, the lantern went out, plunging the room into darkness. I fumbled for my flashlight, but it was gone. Panic set in, and I could feel my heart racing. The whispering continued, growing louder and more frantic. I stumbled toward the door, my hands outstretched in front of me, but it felt as though the walls were closing in. Just as I reached the door, the whispering stopped. I pushed it open and stepped outside, gasping for air. The camp was quiet again, the earlier sense of foreboding replaced by an eerie calm. I hurried back to my cabin, locking the door behind me. I tried to convince myself that it was just my imagination, that I had been spooked by the old cabin and its strange lantern. The next day, the children were excited for their first full day of activities. We went hiking, swimming, and had a campfire in the evening. Everything seemed normal, but I couldn't shake the feeling of unease. That night, as I was settling into bed, I heard it again, the whispering. It was faint but unmistakable. It seemed to be coming from outside, from the direction of the old cabin. I tried to ignore it, but the whispers grew louder throughout the night. I decided to investigate again, though I was filled with dread. As I approached the cabin, I noticed something odd: footprints leading up to the door. They were small, childlike, and they seemed to end abruptly at the entrance. My heart skipped a beat. The children were all accounted for. So who had made these tracks? I entered the cabin, finding it exactly as I had left it. The lantern was still there, its flame flickering weakly. I felt a chill run down my spine and decided to leave. but as I turned to go, I heard a child's voice clearly this time. It was soft and sad, saying, "Help us." I froze, my mind racing. The voice seemed to be coming from beneath the floorboards. I knelt down, trying to see if there was a way to lift them. The whispering grew louder, more desperate. I could hear children's voices now, a chorus of pleas and cries for help. With a surge of courage, I pried up a loose floorboard. Beneath it was a small, dusty space, but there was nothing inside. I searched the cabin, but found no evidence of anything unusual, no hidden compartments, no signs of recent use. By the time I returned to my cabin, the sun was rising. I was exhausted, but tried to focus on the day ahead. However, the strange occurrences continued. Items in the camp would go missing, only to reappear in odd places. The whispering grew more frequent, and the children began to complain of hearing voices at night. They were scared, and their parents were growing concerned. That night I decided to confront whatever was causing the disturbances. I went to the cabin one last time, determined to find answers. The whispers were deafening now, a cacophony of voices begging for release. I followed the sound to a hidden basement I had discovered during my earlier search. It was a small, dark space filled with old, forgotten items, children's toys, clothing, and other personal effects. As I searched through the basement, I found an old journal. It was covered in dust, its pages yellow with age. I opened it carefully, reading the entries. They spoke of a group of children who had been brought to the camp years ago, children who had disappeared under mysterious circumstances. The final entry was a chilling plea: "Help us. We are trapped." I closed the journal, my mind reeling. The whispers, the voices, I realized they were the spirits of the children who had vanished. They were trapped, unable to move on, their cries for help echoing through the camp. I knew I had to do something. I contacted the authorities, and an investigation was launched. The camp was closed down, and the area was searched thoroughly. They found nothing concrete, but the camp remained closed, a haunting reminder of the tragedy that had occurred. To this day, Elmwood Camp remains abandoned, a place where the whispers of lost children can still be heard on quiet nights. Whenever I drive past the old camp, I can't help but feel a chill. I know the voices are still there, trapped in the woods, waiting for someone to hear their cries and set them free. It was a cold December evening in New York City, and I had just finished a late shift at the office. The streets were buzzing with holiday shoppers, their faces illuminated by the colorful light strung across every storefront. I was exhausted, my body aching from the long day, and all I wanted was to get home, take a hot shower, and crawl into bed. As I stepped out of my office building, I hailed the first taxi I saw. It screeched to a halt beside me, and I hurriedly climbed into the back seat. The driver was an older man, with deep-set eyes and a scruffy beard, wearing a worn-out cap that cast a shadow over his face. He didn't say a word as I told him my address. He just nodded and started driving. The moment the taxi pulled away from the curb, a strange sense of unease settled over me. The city outside the windows seemed to blur, the familiar landmarks fading into the night as the taxi sped through the streets. I couldn't put my finger on it, but something about the ride felt off, like we were moving through a different world altogether. The interior of the taxi was dimly lit, and the smell of stale cigarette smoke clung to the worn upholstery. The driver's eyes flicked up to the rearview mirror occasionally, but he never spoke. The silence in the cab was thick, broken only by the faint hum of the engine and the distant honking of horns outside. I tried to shake off the feeling of unease, convincing myself that it was just my tired mind playing tricks on me. But as the minutes ticked by, the cityscape outside grew increasingly unfamiliar. The tall buildings gave way to narrow, winding streets that I didn't recognize, and the bright lights of the city faded into darkness. I leaned forward, trying to get a better look at the street signs, but they were too blurred to read. "Excuse me," I said, trying to keep the tremor out of my voice. "Are we going the right way? This doesn't look like the route to my place." The driver didn't respond, didn't even glance in my direction. His eyes remained fixed on the road ahead, his hands gripping the steering wheel tightly. A chill ran down my spine, and I felt a knot of fear tightening in my chest. I reached for my phone to check the GPS, but when I looked at the screen, the map was blank, as if we had driven off the edge of the world. Panic set in, and I leaned forward again, more insistent this time. "Hey, where are you taking me? Stop the car." The driver still didn't respond, but his eyes flicked up to the rearview mirror again, and this time I caught a glimpse of something strange in his reflection. His eyes weren't just deep-set, they were hollow, empty, like a dark void staring back at me. My heart pounded in my chest as I fumbled for the door handle, but it wouldn't budge. The locks were engaged, and the windows wouldn't roll down. I was trapped in the back seat of this taxi with a driver who wasn't entirely human, driving through a part of the city that didn't seem to exist. The fear that had been gnawing at me since the ride began turned into full-blown terror. I pounded on the partition between the front and back seats, shouting for the driver to stop. But he just kept driving, his expressionless face a mask of indifference. The taxi picked up speed, the world outside the windows a blur of shadows and distorted shapes. I could feel the car tilting, like we were going downhill, but there were no hills in the part of the city I lived in. The streets seemed to twist and warp, leading us deeper into a dark, unfamiliar landscape. I could hear the faint sound of whispers, like the voices of the lost and the damned, growing louder with each passing second. I glanced out the window again, but the city was gone, replaced by a vast expanse of darkness that seemed to stretch on forever. There were no street lights, no buildings, nothing but an endless void. The whispers grew louder, more frantic, as if they were trying to warn me, or maybe lure me further into the darkness. I turned my attention back to the driver, my voice trembling with fear. "Please, let me out. I just want to go home." The driver's eyes met mine in the rearview mirror, and for the first time he spoke. His voice was a low, raspy whisper, like the sound of dead leaves rustling in the wind. "There is no going home," he said, his words sending a chill through my entire body. "Not from here." The taxi lurched forward, and I was thrown back against the seat. The world outside was spinning now, the darkness swirling like a vortex, pulling us deeper into its depths. I closed my eyes, gripping the seat with both hands, praying that this was all just a nightmare, that I would wake up in my bed at any moment. But when I opened my eyes again, the darkness had changed. We were no longer driving through the void. Instead, we were on a narrow, winding road that seemed to cut through a dense forest. The trees were tall and twisted, their branches reaching out like skeletal fingers, and the air was thick with fog. The whispers were still there, but they had become more distinct, more human. I could hear voices now, voices filled with despair, begging for help, crying out in pain. The road ahead was barely visible through the fog, but the taxi kept moving, its headlights cutting through the mist. I could see shadows moving among the trees, figures that seemed to materialize out of the darkness, only to disappear again when the headlights passed over them. The driver's face was a mask of calm, as if he had done this 1,000 times before, as if he was leading me to my doom. I knew I had to get out of the taxi, but the doors were still locked, the windows sealed shut. I tried to think of a way to escape, but my mind was clouded with fear, my thoughts racing too fast to form a coherent plan. The road began to narrow, the trees closing in on either side, their branches scraping against the sides of the taxi. The whispers grew louder, more desperate, as if the voices were trying to tell me something important, something I needed to know to survive. And then, without warning, the taxi came to a sudden stop. The driver turned to face me, his hollow eyes boring into mine, and I felt a wave of cold wash over me. "This is your stop," he said, his voice barely more than a whisper. The locks clicked open, and the door beside me swung outward on its own. I hesitated, my heart racing, unsure of what to do. But the driver just stared at me, his expression unreadable, waiting for me to make my move. I knew I couldn't stay in the taxi. Whatever was out there, in the fog-shrouded forest, was better than the unknown fate that awaited me if I stayed. I took a deep breath and stepped out of the car. The moment my feet hit the ground, the door slammed shut behind me, and the taxi sped off into the fog, disappearing from sight. I was alone now, standing on the edge of the forest, the road behind me fading into the mist. The whispers were louder than ever, filling the air around me, and I could feel eyes watching me from the shadows. I had no idea where I was or how I had gotten there, but I knew I had to keep moving. The road ahead was barely visible through the fog, but it was the only path I could see. I started walking, my footsteps echoing in the silence, the whispers following me with every step. The trees loomed over me, their twisted branches forming a canopy that blocked out the sky. The fog was thick, swirling around me like a living thing, and I could barely see more than a few feet in front of me. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, as if they were trying to lead me somewhere, trying to guide me through the darkness. I walked for what felt like hours, my legs aching, my mind numb with fear. The road seemed endless, winding through the forest with no end in sight. The whispers never ceased, their voices filling my head, driving me to the brink of madness. And then, just as I was about to collapse from exhaustion, I saw it, a light in the distance, faint and flickering, but unmistakable. I quickened my pace, desperate to reach the light, to find some semblance of civilization in this nightmare. As I got closer, the light grew brighter, and I could make out the shape of a small, dilapidated cabin nestled among the trees. The windows were broken, the walls covered in ivy, but the light inside was warm and inviting. I approached the cabin cautiously, the whispers still echoing in my ears, warning me to stay away, but I was too tired, too scared to listen. I needed shelter, a place to rest, and this was the only option. I pushed open the creaky door and stepped inside. The cabin was small and cramped, with a single room that served as both the kitchen and living area. A fire crackled in the hearth, casting flickering shadows on the walls, and a worn-out armchair sat in front of it, facing the flames. The whispers were gone now, replaced by the comforting crackle of the fire. I closed the door behind me and sank into the armchair, my body finally relaxing for the first time since I had gotten into that cursed taxi. But as I sat there, staring into the flames, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. There was something in the cabin with me, something I couldn't see, but could feel watching me. I turned my head slowly, scanning the room, but there was nothing there, just the flickering shadows on the walls. And then I saw it, a figure standing in the doorway, its face hidden in shadow, its eyes glowing with an unnatural light. My heart raced, my breath caught in my throat as I stared at the figure, unable to move, unable to speak. The figure stepped forward, and I could see its face now, twisted and deformed, like a reflection in a cracked mirror. It was the driver of the taxi, his hollow eyes fixed on mine, a sinister smile curling his lips. "You didn't think you could escape, did you?" he whispered, his voice low and menacing. I tried to scream, but no sound came out. I was frozen in place, trapped in the armchair as the driver advanced on me, his eyes burning with a cold, malevolent light. "This is your stop," he said again, and I felt a hand on my shoulder, cold and clammy, pulling me back into the darkness. The last thing I remember before everything went black was the sound of the fire crackling in the hearth, the light of the flames fading into the shadows, and the whispers starting up again, louder than ever, filling my head with their maddening chorus. When I woke up, I was lying on the side of the road, the morning sun shining down on me, the forest gone, the fog lifted. The city was back, the familiar sounds of traffic and people bustling about, filling the air. I was back in the real world, but I knew that what I had experienced wasn't a dream. The taxi, the forest, the cabin, they were all real, and the driver was still out there, waiting for his next passenger. I never took a taxi again after that night, and every time I see one drive by, I feel a shiver run down my spine, a reminder of the ride that nearly took me to the other side. The whispers still haunt me, a constant reminder that the darkness is never far away, that it's always waiting just around the corner, ready to take you on a ride you'll never forget. It was supposed to be a fun weekend getaway, an opportunity to explore the abandoned amusement park that had been closed for years. I had always been fascinated by such places, the decaying rides, the echoes of laughter from a bygone era, the stories that seemed to linger in the shadows. So when a friend suggested we visit the old park, I eagerly agreed. Little did I know this trip would turn into a nightmarish ordeal. The park was located on the outskirts of town, a sprawling complex of rusting rides and derelict buildings. It had been closed down after a series of accidents that left several people dead. The official story was that it was deemed unsafe, but rumors circulated about the true reasons for its closure. Some said it was haunted. Others claimed it was cursed. I was skeptical, but the allure of the unknown was too strong. We arrived in the late afternoon, the sun casting long shadows over the park's dilapidated attractions. The entrance gate was chained and locked, but we managed to find a way through a hole in the fence. The sight before us was both fascinating and unsettling. The once vibrant colors of the rides were now faded and peeling, and the air was thick with the smell of rust and mildew. As we wandered through the park, we marveled at the eerie stillness. The Ferris wheel loomed in the distance, its cabin swaying slightly in the breeze. The carousel stood silent, its horses frozen in mid-gallop. We explored the old funhouse, its mirrors cracked and distorted, creating unsettling reflections. As night fell, the atmosphere grew more ominous. The park's darkness seemed to take on a life of its own, the shadows growing deeper and more menacing. We decided to set up a small campfire near the old ticket booth, hoping to ward off the chill and add a sense of normalcy to the unsettling surroundings. Around midnight, we began to hear strange noises. At first, it was just the creaking of the rides, but then there were footsteps, faint but unmistakable. We joked about the park being haunted, trying to lighten the mood, but the laughter quickly faded when the noises grew louder and more distinct. Suddenly, the carousel started to turn on its own, the music playing faintly through the night. The melody was haunting and distorted, sending chills down our spines. We watched in disbelief as the horses moved slowly, their eyes seemingly following us. I tried to rationalize it as a malfunction, but deep down I knew something was wrong. One of my friends, Dave, suggested we investigate the source of the noises. We reluctantly agreed, grabbing flashlights and cautiously making our way through the park. The footsteps seemed to follow us, echoing in the empty spaces. The park felt alive with an unseen presence, and every creak and rustle heightened our anxiety. We approached the old roller coaster, its once thrilling loops now rusted and decrepit. The sounds were louder here, a rhythmic thumping that seemed to come from beneath the ground. We searched for a way to access the area below the coaster, hoping to find an explanation for the noises. As we pried open a rusty maintenance hatch, a foul smell emanated from the darkness below. We hesitated, but decided to descend. The stairs creaked ominously, and the air grew colder as we reached the bottom. The thumping grew louder, a steady, almost heartbeat-like rhythm dot in the dim light of our flashlights. We saw something that defied explanation. There, among the rusted machinery and debris, was an old, decrepit ticket booth, its sign barely readable. But what caught our attention was the figure standing behind the counter, a shadowy, indistinct shape that seemed to move and writhe in the darkness. We froze, unable to tear our eyes away. The figure seemed to be watching us, its presence suffocating. The thumping grew louder, more frantic, and the temperature dropped sharply. Panic set in, and we scrambled to leave, our footsteps echoing in the confined space dot. As we emerged from the maintenance area, we saw that the park had changed. The once familiar sights were now distorted and menacing. The carousel spun faster, its music growing louder and more discordant. The Ferris wheel creaked ominously, its cabin swaying violently. We made our way back to the entrance, but the fence was now impossible to breach. It felt as though the park had trapped us within its grounds. The shadowy figure seemed to follow us, its presence felt rather than seen. Our attempts to call for help were met with silence. Our phones had no signal, and the park seemed to be enveloped in a thick, oppressive fog. Desperation set in as we tried to find another way out. We stumbled through the park, the noises and shadows growing more intense. The whispers of the past seemed to surround us, their voices overlapping in a cacophony of anguish and despair. Just when we thought we were trapped forever, we spotted a glimmer of light through the fog. It led us to an old service road that we had missed earlier. We followed it, our hearts racing, until we finally reached the edge of the park. The light of the outside world was a welcome sight. We didn't stop until we were safely away from the park, our breaths ragged and our nerves frayed. We looked back, but the park was shrouded in darkness, its secrets hidden once more. We vowed never to return, and as far as I know, none of us ever did. To this day, the abandoned amusement park remains a dark and unsettling memory. The sounds, the figures, and the feeling of being watched continue to haunt me. Sometimes, when I hear a distant carnival tune or see a flickering light, I can't help but remember the park and the sinister forces that lurk within its rusting attractions. I was one of the fortunate few who had the privilege of a private tour of the White House late one evening. It was past midnight, and the air outside was crisp as the tour guide led our small group through the iconic building. The grandeur of the place was as magnificent as one would expect, and each room seemed to breathe with the weight of the history it had witnessed. The opulent decor, the fine details on the walls, and the soft glow from chandeliers illuminated the halls as we walked quietly, absorbing every word the guide uttered. As we entered the East Room, the largest room in the White House, the guide began explaining the significance of the space. I was entranced by the splendor and elegance that surrounded me, and something peculiar happened. A feeling of sudden heaviness blanketed the room. It felt like the air was growing denser, almost as though the building was slowly exhaling. I glanced around to see if anyone else had noticed, but no one seemed to react initially. Then, from across the room, I heard it faint at first, but unmistakable, footsteps. At first I thought it was one of the other guests shifting their weight, but when I looked, everyone had frozen in place, standing perfectly still, listening. The footsteps grew louder, more pronounced. The sound was clear, echoing as though someone was walking with deliberate purpose. Yet the strange thing was, no one was moving. It was as if an invisible entity had joined our tour and was walking amongst us, unseen but very much present. The guide's voice faltered for a moment before he regained his composure, trying to brush off the sound as something mundane, perhaps the old floors settling under the weight of history. But the look in his eyes betrayed his words. He was frightened, too. The footsteps continued for a few moments longer before they suddenly stopped. The silence that followed was thick and unnerving. The group stood in place, glancing nervously at one another, unsure of what to say or do. Finally, the guide cleared his throat and suggested we continue with the tour. The group hesitantly agreed, but the mood had shifted. The jovial excitement from earlier was replaced with unease, and I could feel the tension in the room. We continued through the White House, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was following us, something unseen, but watching closely. As we made our way down the lone corridors, I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see someone or something standing there. As we approached the red room, I felt a cold draft brush past me, sending a shiver down my spine. I tried to ignore it, telling myself it was just my imagination, but the feeling of being watched was growing stronger with each step we took. The guide continued to speak, but his words seemed distant, like a dull hum in the background. My attention was focused elsewhere on the strange, creeping sensation that something wasn't quite right. The group entered the red room, a smaller, more intimate space with rich red drapes and furniture. The guide began explaining the history of the room, but my mind was elsewhere. That's when I heard it again, the footsteps. This time they were louder and closer, as though someone was walking right behind me. I spun around quickly, expecting to see someone there, but the hallway was empty. My heart began to race. I wasn't the only one who heard it this time. One of the other guests, a woman standing near me, whispered nervously to her friend that she heard it too. The guide, visibly uncomfortable now, urged us to continue the tour, but I could see that he was rattled. As we walked through the remainder of the White House, the footsteps continued intermittently, always behind us, never in front. It was as if we were being followed, yet no matter how many times I turned around, there was no one there. By the time we reached the final room of the tour, my nerves were frayed. The footsteps had stopped again, but the feeling of unease lingered. As we exited the White House and stepped back into the cool night air, I felt an overwhelming sense of relief, as if a great weight had been lifted. The other guests were quiet as we said our goodbyes, and the guide quickly made his exit, eager to put distance between himself and whatever strange phenomenon we had experienced inside. The ride back to my hotel was quiet. I couldn't stop thinking about the footsteps, the feeling of being watched, and the strange atmosphere that had descended upon the White House that night. I did some research after that experience, curious if anyone else had encountered similar events. It didn't take long to find stories of paranormal activity in the White House. Many former presidents, staff members, and guests had reported seeing apparitions, hearing disembodied voices, and, of course, the infamous footsteps. One of the most famous ghostly residents of the White House is said to be the spirit of Abraham Lincoln. Several accounts describe Lincoln's ghost wandering the halls late at night, often in the East Room, where his body lay in state after his assassination. Winston Churchill, Queen Wilhelmina of the Netherlands, and several U.S. presidents have all claimed to have seen Lincoln's spirit standing solemnly in various rooms of the White House. But Lincoln isn't the only ghost said to haunt the White House. The spirits of Abigail Adams, Dolly Madison, and even the ghost of David Burns, the man who originally owned the land on which the White House was built, are all said to make occasional appearances. The strange thing is, the footsteps I heard that night didn't match any of the descriptions I found of these famous apparitions. They weren't Lincoln's heavy, purposeful steps, nor were they the light, graceful steps of a former First Lady. These footsteps were different, slow, deliberate, and almost menacing. It was as if whoever, or whatever, was following us wanted to be heard but not seen. Weeks went by, but I couldn't stop thinking about what had happened. The memory of those footsteps haunted me, and I began to wonder if I had truly left the White House alone at night. Strange things started happening at home. Lights would flicker inexplicably, and I would hear creaking floorboards when no one was walking. At first, I brushed it off as old wiring or the house settling, but the occurrences became more frequent, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something had followed me home. One night, as I was lying in bed, I heard it again, the footsteps. Slow and deliberate, just like in the White House, they echoed through the hallway outside my bedroom, growing louder with each passing second. My heart raced as I lay there, frozen in fear. The footsteps stopped right outside my door. I held my breath, waiting for something to happen, but after a few moments the house fell silent again. I didn't sleep much that night, and the next morning I couldn't shake the feeling of dread that had settled over me. I began to wonder if I had somehow brought whatever spirit haunted the White House back with me. The occurrences at home continued for several weeks. The footsteps, the flickering lights, the eerie feeling of being watched, it was all too much to ignore. I reached out to a paranormal investigator, hoping to find some answers. The investigator conducted a thorough examination of my home and determined that there was indeed a presence there. It wasn't malevolent, but it was definitely trying to make itself known. After a cleansing ritual, the activity in my home subsided, but the experience left me shaken. I couldn't help but think back to that night in the White House, wondering what exactly I had encountered. The investigator told me that spirits often attach themselves to people who are more sensitive to their presence, and it was possible that I had unknowingly attracted the attention of one of the many ghosts that haunt the White House. To this day, I'm not sure what exactly happened that night, but one thing is certain: I will never forget the sound of those phantom footsteps echoing through the halls of one of the most famous buildings in the world. The night started like any other. I was alone at home, savoring the rare peace and quiet that came with living in a small, secluded house on the edge of town. My wife and kids were visiting relatives for the weekend, leaving me with a rare chance to enjoy some solitude. I spent the evening reading a book and watching old movies, the only sounds in the house being the occasional creak of the floorboards and the hum of the refrigerator. Around midnight, as I was preparing to head to bed, I heard a soft knock at the front door. It was an odd hour for visitors, but I thought maybe it was a late-night delivery or someone who had mistakenly come to the wrong house. I approached the door with caution, peering through the peephole, but seeing nothing. The porch light was off, and the only illumination came from the street lights casting faint shadows across the yard. When I opened the door, There was no one there. I frowned, puzzled, but dismissed it as my imagination playing tricks on me. I went back inside, locking the door behind me and turning off the porch light. I was about to head upstairs when I heard the knock again. It was louder this time, more insistent. I went to the door once more, feeling a growing sense of unease. Again, there was no one there. I checked the yard, the driveway, and even looked down the street, but there was no sign of anyone. I shrugged it off, thinking it must have been some kind of prank or a trick of the wind. As I headed back inside, I noticed that the lights in the living room flickered. I turned them on and off, trying to get them to work properly, but the flickering continued. I felt a shiver run down my spine, but I tried to convince myself it was just an electrical issue. The house was old, after all, and things like this were bound to happen from time to time. I decided to call it a night and went upstairs to bed. As I settled under the covers, I heard the sound of footsteps downstairs. They were slow and deliberate, as though someone was walking deliberately through the house. My heart raced as I tried to convince myself it was just the house settling or some other benign explanation, but the sound grew louder, more distinct, and it was definitely coming from the first floor. I crept out of bed, grabbing a flashlight and a baseball bat I kept in the closet. I carefully descended the stairs, trying to be as quiet as possible. The footsteps had stopped, but the air felt thick and oppressive. I checked each room, the flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. Everything seemed to be in place, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. When I reached the living room, I noticed the front door was slightly ajar. My heart pounded as I approached, the flickering lights casting long shadows across the floor. I stepped outside, scanning the yard, but there was no sign of anyone. I couldn't explain what was happening, but I had a sinking feeling that I was not alone. I returned to the upstairs bedroom, but sleep eluded me. I kept hearing noises, soft whispers, faint scratching sounds as if someone was trying to get in. The next morning, I woke to find the house in disarray. Objects were scattered around the living room, and the lights were still flickering intermittently. I searched the house thoroughly, but found no signs of forced entry or anything out of the ordinary. I was on edge, feeling as though I was being watched, but I tried to brush it off as stress from lack of sleep. The doorbell rang just after breakfast. I answered it, expecting perhaps a neighbor or someone from the local community. Instead, I was greeted by a man I had never seen before. He was disheveled, with an unkempt beard and wild eyes. He introduced himself as a repairman, claiming that he had been sent to fix the electrical issues I had reported. I was taken aback. I hadn't called for any repairs, and there was no record of such a request. I told him this, but he insisted he had been sent by a company he couldn't name. He seemed nervous and kept glancing over his shoulder, as though expecting someone to appear behind him. I refused to let him in, explaining that I would call the company myself if there was an issue. The man mumbled something about an urgent repair and left in a hurry, looking over his shoulder as he walked away. I watched him until he disappeared down the street, my unease growing. That night, as I tried to sleep, I heard the footsteps again. This time they were louder and closer, as though someone was walking around the upstairs hallway. I tried to convince myself it was just the house settling, but the noises were unmistakable. I grabbed my flashlight and bat, once more preparing to investigate. When I reached the hallway, the air was freezing cold. I could see my breath in the dim light of the flashlight. The footsteps stopped abruptly, and the silence was deafening. I searched the rooms, but found no one. Everything was in its place, but the feeling of being watched was overwhelming. As I turned to head back to the bedroom, I noticed something strange. There were fresh, muddy footprints leading from the stairs to the bedroom door. They were small, almost childlike, and they ended right outside my bedroom. My heart raced as I pushed open the door, but the room was empty. The only sound was the faintest whisper, as though someone was trying to communicate. I spent the rest of the night on edge, unable to shake the feeling that someone or something was lurking in the house. The noises continued intermittently, and the flickering lights seemed to grow more erratic. I spent the entire night awake, jumping at every sound. The next morning, I contacted the authorities and reported the strange occurrences. They conducted a thorough investigation but found no evidence of an intruder or anything unusual. They suggested it might be a case of stress or paranoia, but I knew something was off. The unsettling events continued sporadically, and I was never able to find a rational explanation. The house seemed to have an oppressive atmosphere, and I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was always watching me. Eventually, I decided to move out. Unable to endure the constant unease. To this day, I avoid staying alone in unfamiliar places, haunted by the memories of that night. The uninvited guest remains a mystery, and I can't help but wonder if the strange man I encountered was somehow connected to the disturbances. The house stands empty now, a silent witness to the fear and unease that once consumed me. I moved into my new home in the suburbs at the end of summer, eager to escape the noise and chaos of city life. The house was perfect spacious, with a large backyard, and in a quiet, peaceful neighborhood. It was everything I had ever wanted. The first few days were a blur of unpacking and getting settled in. I barely saw any of my neighbors, but I figured they were just giving me space to adjust. I was grateful for the quiet, the sense of privacy. On the third day, I finally saw the couple who lived next door. They were standing in their front yard, staring at my house. It was early in the morning, and the sun was just starting to rise, casting long shadows across the street. The couple didn't wave or smile when they saw me. They just stood there staring as if they were studying me. I gave them a hesitant wave, but they didn't respond. Instead, they turned and walked back into their house without a word. I shrugged it off, figuring they were just unfriendly or maybe didn't see me. I didn't think much of it at the time, but looking back, that was the first sign that something was wrong. Over the next few days, I started noticing strange things about the neighborhood. The streets were always eerily quiet, even during the day. There were no children playing, no dogs barking, no cars driving by. It was as if the entire neighborhood was deserted. But it wasn't. I could see the houses well maintained, with perfectly manicured lawns and lights on in the windows at night. But I never saw any of the other neighbors, except for the couple next door. They were always in their yard, staring at my house, never speaking, just watching. It was unnerving, but I tried to ignore it. I told myself that they were just curious about the new person in the neighborhood, that they would eventually come over and introduce themselves. But they never did. One evening, about a week after I moved in, I decided to go for a walk around the neighborhood. I wanted to get a feel for the area, see if there were any parks or shops nearby. As I walked down the street, I noticed something odd. Every house had the same layout, the same color scheme, the same style of windows and doors. It was like they were all copies of each other, and they all had the same eerie silence. I didn't see a single person during my walk, not even through the windows. The only signs of life were the lights inside the houses flickering on as the sun set. It was unsettling, but I tried to push the feeling aside. Maybe it was just a quiet neighborhood, a place where people kept to themselves. But deep down, I knew something wasn't right. That night, as I was getting ready for bed, I heard a strange noise coming from outside. It was a soft, rhythmic thumping, like something was tapping against the side of my house. I froze, listening intently, but the noise stopped as suddenly as it had started. I waited for a few minutes, my heart pounding, but when the noise didn't return, I convinced myself it was just a tree branch or a stray animal. I went to bed, but I couldn't shake the feeling of unease. I tossed and turned for hours, unable to sleep, my mind racing with thoughts of the strange neighbors and the unsettling quiet of the neighborhood. In the early hours of the morning, just as I was finally drifting off to sleep, I heard the noise again. This time it was louder, more insistent. It sounded like something was pounding on the walls of my house, trying to get in. I jumped out of bed and ran to the window, but there was nothing there, just the empty street and the darkened houses. I grabbed a flashlight and went outside, determined to find the source of the noise. I walked around the house, shining the light on the walls, the windows, the yard, but there was nothing there. No branches, no animals, nothing that could have made that noise. I was about to go back inside when I saw something that made my blood run cold. The couple from next door was standing in their yard, staring at my house. They were perfectly still, their eyes fixed on me, their faces expressionless. I couldn't move, couldn't speak. I just stood there, the flashlight trembling in my hand as they stared at me with those cold and blinking eyes. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, they turned and walked back into their house, disappearing into the darkness. I didn't sleep at all that night. The next day, I tried to shake off the encounter, convincing myself that I was just being paranoid. But the uneasy feeling in the pit of my stomach wouldn't go away. I couldn't stop thinking about the couple, their strange behavior, the way they always seemed to be watching me. A few days later, I decided to do some research on the neighborhood, see if I could find anything that might explain the odd behavior of the neighbors. I spent hours online searching for any information I could find, but there was nothing out of the ordinary. No reports of strange occurrences. No rumors of haunted houses or cursed land. It was as if the neighborhood didn't exist before I moved in. Frustrated and more than a little creeped out, I decided to pay a visit to the local library, hoping to find some old records or archives that might give me some answers. The librarian, an elderly woman with kind eyes, seemed surprised when I asked about the neighborhood. "That's an old part of town," she said, her voice tinged with curiosity. "Not many people move there these days. It's been quiet for years." I asked her if she knew anything about the history of the area, but she shook her head. "Not much. It's always been a quiet place, though. People keep to themselves out there. Some say it's too quiet, but I've never heard of anything strange happening." I thanked her and left the library feeling more unsettled than ever. If there was no history of anything strange in the neighborhood, then what was going on? That night, as I sat in my living room, trying to relax with a book, I heard the noise again. This time, it was coming from inside the house. I froze, my heart racing, as the sound grew louder, echoing through the empty rooms. It was a soft, rhythmic tapping, like something was knocking on the walls, moving closer with each passing second. I grabbed a kitchen knife and slowly made my way through the house, my hands trembling with fear. The tapping grew louder as I approached the back door, and when I opened it, I was met with nothing but darkness. I stepped outside, my breath visible in the cold night air, and shined the flashlight around the yard. There was nothing there, no signs of anyone or anything that could have made the noise, but the tapping continued, louder now, coming from all around me. It was as if the very walls of the house were alive, pulsing with some unseen force. I ran back inside, locking the door behind me, my mind racing with fear. I didn't know what to do, where to go. I felt trapped, surrounded by something I couldn't see or understand. And then, as suddenly as it had started, the tapping stopped. The house fell silent, and for a moment I dared to hope that it was over. But then I heard it, a soft whisper, coming from the darkness behind me. I spun around, but there was no one there, just the empty room and the flickering shadows cast by the flashlight. The whisper grew louder, more insistent, until it filled the room, drowning out all other sounds. I couldn't make out the words, but I could feel the malice behind them, the sense of something ancient and malevolent lurking just out of sight. I backed away, my heart pounding, until I hit the wall behind me. The whispering stopped, and for a moment the silence was deafening. And then I saw it, a shadow, moving across the wall in front of me, dark and shapeless, but unmistakably alive. It moved with a slow, deliberate grace, as if it was aware of me, watching me, waiting for the right moment to strike. I didn't wait to find out what it wanted. I bolted for the front door, my mind screaming at me to get out of the house, to get as far away as possible. But when I reached the door, I found it locked, the key missing from the lock. I was trapped. The shadow moved closer, its form shifting and changing as it crept along the walls. I could feel its cold presence, its hunger, its desire to consume me. And then, just as it was about to reach me, the front door burst open, and I was pulled outside by a strong hand. I looked up, dazed and terrified, to see the couple from next door standing over me. They didn't speak, didn't offer any explanation. They just stared at me with those same cold, unblinking eyes, and then they turned and walked back to their house, leaving me alone on the front porch, gasping for breath. I didn't go back into the house that night. I spent the night in my car, too scared to move, too scared to think. The next morning, I packed up my things and left the neighborhood without looking back. I never saw the couple again, never heard the whispers or the tapping, but the memory of that night haunts me still, a constant reminder that some places are best left alone. I don't know what was in that house, what it wanted, or why the neighbors were so strange, but I do know one thing. I will never forget the feeling of being watched, of being hunted by something I couldn't see or understand, and I will never, ever go back to that neighborhood. Some things are better left in the shadows. I've been a trucker for nearly 2 decades, and in that time I've seen my fair share of strange things on the road. But nothing could have prepared me for what I encountered on Route 66 one lonely, moonless night. I had picked up a load in Albuquerque, New Mexico, and was headed west towards Barstow, California. It was a route I knew well, one I had driven countless times before, but this time something was different. The air felt heavy, oppressive, as if the very atmosphere was pressing down on me. The sky was cloudless, yet there was no moon, no stars, just an impenetrable blanket of darkness. I tried to shake off the unease that had settled over me, convincing myself it was just fatigue from the long hours on the road. But as I drove on, the feeling only grew stronger. The headlights of my rig barely pierced the darkness, illuminating the cracked, desolate road ahead. There were no other cars, no signs of life, just the endless stretch of asphalt and the vast, empty desert on either side. I turned up the radio, hoping some music might help shake the eerie silence that surrounded me. But all I got was static, the white noise filling the cab with an unsettling hiss. I scanned through the stations, but there was nothing, not even the usual late-night talk shows or country music that kept me company on long drives. Just static. I was about to turn the radio off when I saw something in the distance, just at the edge of my headlights. It was a figure standing in the middle of the road, perfectly still. My heart skipped a beat as I instinctively slowed the truck, my eyes fixed on the figure ahead. As I got closer, I could make out the details. It was a woman, dressed in a long, white gown that fluttered slightly in the wind. Her hair was dark, cascading over her shoulders, and her face was obscured by the shadows. I brought the truck to a stop just a few feet away from her, the engine rumbling as I stared at her through the windshield. She didn't move, didn't react to the massive rig that had come to a halt in front of her. She just stood there, staring straight ahead, her eyes fixed on something I couldn't see. I rolled down the window and called out to her, asking if she needed help. But she didn't respond, didn't even acknowledge my presence. I tried again, louder this time, but still nothing. She just stood there as still as a statue, her gaze unblinking. I was torn between getting out of the truck to check on her and the overwhelming sense of dread that had settled in my chest. Something about the situation felt wrong, deeply wrong, and every instinct I had was screaming at me to stay in the truck and keep driving. But I couldn't just leave her there in the middle of the road. What if she was hurt or lost? I finally decided to get out and see if I could help her. As I opened the door and stepped down from the cab, a cold wind whipped through the air, chilling me to the bone. The temperature had dropped sharply, the warm desert air replaced by an icy cold that seeped into my skin. I walked slowly towards the woman, my footsteps echoing in the silence of the night. As I got closer, I called out to her again, but she still didn't respond. It wasn't until I was just a few feet away from her that I noticed something that sent a chill down my spine. Her feet weren't touching the ground. She was hovering a few inches above the asphalt, her gown billowing around her as if caught in a gentle breeze. My heart pounded in my chest as I took a step back, my mind racing with disbelief. This couldn't be real. There was no way. But before I could react, she turned her head and looked directly at me. Her eyes were pitch black, voids of darkness that seemed to swallow the light around them. There was no emotion in her gaze, no recognition, just an endless, suffocating darkness that filled me with a terror I had never known before. I stumbled back, my breath catching in my throat as she began to move towards me, her movements slow and deliberate. It was like watching a predator stalking its prey, each step measured, precise. I turned and ran back to the truck, my legs feeling like lead as I fumbled for the door handle. I could feel her behind me, the cold air growing even colder as she drew closer. I threw myself into the cab and slammed the door shut, my hands shaking as I started the engine. The headlights flickered for a moment, then roared to life, cutting through the darkness. But when I looked back at the road, she was gone. The road ahead was empty. The figure in white vanished as if she had never been there. I didn't wait to see if she would reappear. I hit the gas and sped down the road, my heart pounding in my chest, my mind reeling with what I had just seen. I drove for miles, my eyes darting to the rearview mirror, half expecting to see her standing in the middle of the road again. But there was nothing, just the empty highway stretching out behind me. It wasn't until I reached a truck stop a few hours later that I finally pulled over. I was shaking, my mind still struggling to process what had happened. I sat in the cab for a long time, the engine idling, before I finally gathered the courage to get out. The truck stop was nearly empty, just a few other rigs parked in the lot, their drivers probably asleep in their cabs. I made my way to the diner, hoping a hot cup of coffee would help calm my nerves. The place was empty, save for a tired-looking waitress behind the counter. She gave me a small smile as I sat down, but I could tell she was used to seeing exhausted truckers at all hours of the night. "Rough night?" she asked as she poured me a cup of coffee. I nodded, not trusting myself to speak. I took a sip of the coffee, the warmth spreading through me, but it did little to ease the tension in my chest. I could still see her eyes, those black, soulless eyes staring into mine. The waitress must have noticed my unease because she leaned on the counter and gave me a concerned look. "You okay, hon? You look like you've seen a ghost." I almost laughed at the irony of her words, but the sound caught in my throat. I shook my head, trying to push the image of the woman out of my mind. I think I did," I finally said, my voice barely above a whisper. The waitress raised an eyebrow, but she didn't press me for details. Instead, she gave me a sympathetic smile and topped off my coffee. "You're not the first," she said quietly, glancing around as if to make sure no one else was listening. "A lot of truckers have seen things on this stretch of road, things that don't make sense. You're not crazy, if that's what you're worried about." Her words brought a small measure of comfort, but they also raised more questions. What had I seen? Was it just a trick of the mind, a product of exhaustion and too many hours on the road? Or was there something more to it? The waitress leaned in closer, her voice dropping to a whisper. "There's an old legend around these parts about a woman who died on Route 66 back in the 1950s. They say she was on her way to meet her fiancé when she got into a car accident. She didn't survive, and ever since, she's been seen wandering the road, looking for a ride to her final destination." I felt a shiver run down my spine as she spoke. I wanted to dismiss it as just a story, a local legend meant to spook travelers. But after what I had seen, I wasn't so sure. The waitress must have sensed my unease because she straightened up and gave me a reassuring smile. "Don't worry, hon. She doesn't harm anyone. She's just lost, looking for a way home." I nodded, but her words did little to comfort me. I finished my coffee in silence, the waitress leaving me alone with my thoughts. When I finally got back on the road, the sky was starting to lighten with the first hints of dawn. The oppressive darkness had lifted, replaced by the soft glow of morning. But the unease lingered, a heavy weight in my chest that wouldn't go away. I couldn't stop thinking about the woman, about those black eyes staring into mine. I drove the rest of the way to Barstow in a daze, the memory of that night replaying in my mind over and over. When I finally delivered my load, I was exhausted, both physically and mentally. I parked the rig and sat in the cab for a long time, staring out at the bustling truck stop. I knew I couldn't keep this to myself, that I needed to talk to someone about what had happened. But who would believe me? Who would believe that I had seen a ghost on Route 66? I pulled out my phone and dialed a friend, another trucker who had been on the road even longer than I had. He answered on the second ring, his voice gruff but friendly. "Hey, man, what's up?" I hesitated, not sure how to start, but finally I just blurted it out. "Have you ever seen anything strange on Route 66? There was a long pause on the other end of the line before he spoke again, his voice low and serious. "You saw her, didn't you?" My heart skipped a beat at his words. "You've seen her too." "Yeah," he said quietly. "A few years back, she was standing in the middle of the road, just like you said. Scared the hell out of me. I didn't stop, though. I just kept driving. But I've heard stories from other truckers who did. Some say she tried to get in their trucks. Others say she just stared at them, like she was looking right through them." I felt a cold shiver run down my spine. "What do you think she wants?" There was another long pause before he answered, his voice barely above a whisper. "I don't know, man. But whatever it is, I don't think she's found it yet." His words stayed with me long after we hung up. I couldn't shake the feeling that there was something more to that night, something I was missing. But no matter how much I thought about it, I couldn't make sense of what had happened. I continued driving Route 66 after that, but I never saw her again. Still, every time I passed that stretch of road, I felt a chill run through me, a reminder of the night I had come face to face with something I couldn't explain. And every time I couldn't help but wonder if she was still out there, somewhere in the darkness, waiting for the next trucker to cross her path. It was supposed to be a quiet night. I had been working the night shift as a security guard at the old warehouse on the outskirts of town for about 6 months. The place was as dull as it got, a massive, empty building filled with dusty crates and old machinery that hadn't been used in years. My job was simple: make rounds, check the cameras, and make sure no one was sneaking around where they shouldn't be. Nothing ever happened, and I liked it that way. The warehouse had a reputation. The locals called it the box because of its cold, lifeless appearance. It had been abandoned for years after the company that owned it went bankrupt. No one wanted to buy it, so it just sat there, gathering dust and stories about strange noises and eerie sightings. I never paid much attention to the rumors. Ghost stories were just that, stories. I was here to do a job, not chase after shadows. The night started like any other. I clocked in, grabbed my flashlight, and began my rounds. The warehouse was massive, with long, dark corridors lined with rows of crates. The air was stale, and the only sound was the echo of my footsteps as I walked through the dimly lit halls. It was easy to get lost in your thoughts in a place like this, and most nights I found myself just going through the motions. Around midnight, I was sitting in the security office, watching the monitors, when I noticed something strange. One of the cameras showed a door in the far corner of the warehouse slowly creaking open. My first thought was that it was just the wind or a loose hinge, but there was no wind inside a sealed building like this, and the door hadn't moved in all the time I had been working here. I grabbed my flashlight and headed toward the door. The corridor leading to it was dark, and the light from my flashlight barely cut through the thick shadows. As I got closer, I could hear a faint, rhythmic tapping sound coming from behind the door. My pulse quickened, but I told myself it was probably just an animal or something equally harmless. After all, what else could it be? When I reached the door, I hesitated. The tapping had stopped, replaced by an oppressive silence. I pushed the door open slowly, half expecting something to jump out at me, but there was nothing. Just a small, empty room with bare concrete walls. The only thing in the room was an old wooden chair, placed squarely in the center. It was facing away from the door, and I couldn't see if there was anything or anyone sitting in it. I stepped inside, my flashlight flickering as I did. The air in the room was different, colder, heavier. It felt like stepping into a different world. I walked around the chair, my heart pounding in my chest, but when I got to the other side, I saw that it was empty. Just an old, creaky chair with nothing special about it. I let out a breath I didn't realize I had been holding and turned to leave. That's when I heard it. A soft, raspy voice whispered my name from somewhere behind me. I froze, every hair on the back of my neck standing on end. Slowly, I turned around, shining my flashlight around the room, but there was no one there. The voice called my name again, louder this time, echoing off the bare walls. I bolted out of the room, slamming the door behind me, and sprinted back to the security office. I sat there for what felt like hours, trying to calm down, trying to convince myself that I hadn't really heard anything. Maybe it was just the stress of working alone in a place like this. Maybe it was just my mind playing tricks on me, but deep down I knew that wasn't true. I knew what I had heard. I decided to check the security footage to see if the cameras had picked up anything unusual. As I rewound the tape, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. Just before the door had opened, the camera had caught a shadow moving across the floor, a shadow that didn't belong to anyone or anything in the warehouse. It moved slowly, deliberately, and then vanished just as the door creaked open. I couldn't stay there any longer. I called my supervisor and told him I was feeling sick, that I needed to leave. I didn't mention what had happened, didn't tell him about the voice or the shadow. I just needed to get out of there. As I was leaving, I passed by the corridor where the door was. The door was wide open again, and the tapping sound had returned, louder and more insistent. I didn't stop to investigate. I didn't want to know what was making that noise. I never went back to that warehouse. I quit the job the next day, not caring about the paycheck or the consequences. Whatever was in that building, whatever had called my name and made that shadow move, I didn't want anything to do with it. I still think about that night sometimes, about what might have happened if I had stayed or if I had opened that door one more time. But I'll never know, and I'm okay with that. Some things are better left unexplained. When I accepted the job at Riverside Hospital, I didn't know what I was getting into. It was an old building, its bricks worn and weathered from decades of use. The hospital had been around since the early 1900s and was known for treating all sorts of patients, from the mentally ill to those with tuberculosis. Over the years, countless people had passed through its doors, and as I would soon find out, not all of them had left. I was hired as a night shift nurse, filling in for someone who had left unexpectedly. The pay was decent, and I needed the money, so I didn't think twice about it. My first night was quiet, almost too quiet. The halls were dimly lit, the fluorescent lights flickering every now and then, casting eerie shadows on the walls. I made my rounds, checking on the few patients who were still awake, administering their medication, and ensuring they were comfortable. It was just another night at work, or so I thought. It wasn't until my second week that things started to get strange. I was making my way down one of the long, narrow corridors when I noticed something out of the corner of my eye. A figure standing at the end of the hall. I turned my head, but there was nothing there, just the empty hallway stretching out before me. I shook it off as a trick of the light, maybe a shadow from one of the old windows. But then it happened again and again, each time a little closer. By the end of the week, I was starting to get spooked. I would see the figure out of the corner of my eye, only for it to disappear the moment I turned to look. It was always just out of sight, lurking in the shadows. I tried to ignore it, telling myself it was just my imagination, but it was becoming harder and harder to convince myself of that. One night, as I was making my rounds, I heard something that made my blood run cold. It was a faint whisper, barely audible, coming from one of the empty rooms. I stopped in my tracks, my heart pounding in my chest. I strained to listen, but the whispering stopped as soon as I did. I stood there for what felt like an eternity, waiting for it to start again, but the only sound was the ticking of the clock on the wall. I continued on, my nerves on edge. The rest of the night was uneventful, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me, following me. When my shift finally ended, I practically ran out of the hospital, eager to be away from whatever was lurking in those dark halls. I didn't tell anyone about what I had seen or heard. I didn't want to sound crazy, and I needed the job. But the more time I spent in that hospital, the more convinced I became that something was wrong. The whispers became more frequent, always just on the edge of hearing, and the shadowy figure appeared more often, always just out of sight. One night, as I was making my rounds, I decided to check one of the old wings of the hospital that had been closed off for years. It was a part of the building that had once housed the most severe cases, patients who were deemed too dangerous to be in the general population. The wing was supposed to be empty, but as I walked down the corridor, I felt a chill in the air, the temperature dropping several degrees. I hesitated at the door, my hand hovering over the handle. Something inside me was screaming not to go in, but I pushed the feeling aside and opened the door. The room was dark, the only light coming from the moon shining through the cracked window. The air was thick with the smell of mildew and decay, and I could see the outline of old hospital beds covered in dust and cobwebs. I took a step inside, and the door slammed shut behind me. I spun around, my heart racing, but the door was locked, the handle refusing to budge. Panic set in as I pounded on the door, but no one answered. I was trapped. Then I heard it. The whispering, louder than before, filling the room with its insidious sound. It was coming from all around me, echoing off the walls, growing louder and louder until it was deafening. I covered my ears, trying to block it out, but it was no use. The whispers were inside my head, filling my mind with their terrible words, and then I saw them. Figures, dark and twisted, emerging from the shadows, their faces contorted in pain and anger. They moved towards me, their eyes glowing with a malevolent light. I backed away, my heart pounding in my chest, but there was nowhere to go. They surrounded me, their whispers turning into screams, their hands reaching out to grab me. I don't know how long I was in that room, but when I came to, I was lying on the floor, the door wide open. The figures were gone, the whispers silenced. I stumbled to my feet, my mind reeling, and ran out of the room, not stopping until I was outside the hospital. I quit the next day. I couldn't go back to that place, couldn't face whatever was lurking in those halls. I still don't know what I saw or heard, and I don't want to know. But I do know one thing. Riverside Hospital is not just a hospital. It's a place of pain, of suffering, and something far worse. And whatever is in there, it's not finished with us yet. I always thought the stories were just that, stories. Growing up in a small town, you hear all kinds of tales about the strange things lurking in the woods. The older folks would talk about creatures that could only come out under the cover of darkness, beings with glowing eyes and sharp teeth, beasts that roamed the forests just beyond the safety of the town's lights. As kids, we would share these stories around campfires, trying to scare each other with tales of the dogman, a half-man, half-beast that was said to haunt the deep woods. But none of us ever really believed it. At least I didn't, not until that night. It was late October, and the air was cold enough to see your breath. I was out with a couple of friends, Mark and Jason, on what was supposed to be a simple camping trip. We had done it 100 times before. Pack up some gear, head into the woods, pitch a tent, and spend the night telling ghost stories while drinking beer. We never expected anything more than a good time and maybe a hangover the next morning. We set up camp in a clearing about 10 miles outside of town, far enough into the woods that the lights and noise of the town wouldn't reach us, but close enough that we could hike back in the morning. The first few hours were just as you'd expect. We built a fire, roasted some marshmallows, and started telling the usual ghost stories. The ones we'd all heard before, the ones we knew by heart. It was around midnight when things started to get strange. We were sitting around the fire, talking about nothing in particular when we heard it a low, guttural growl coming from the trees. We all went quiet, straining to hear it again. At first I thought it was just the wind or maybe an animal passing through, but then it came again, louder this time and closer. It didn't sound like any animal I'd ever heard before. It was deeper, more menacing, like something straight out of a nightmare. Jason was the first to speak. "Did you guys hear that?" "Yeah," Mark replied, his voice barely a whisper. "What the hell was that?" We all stood up, trying to peer into the darkness beyond the firelight. The growl came again, this time followed by the sound of something large moving through the underbrush. Whatever it was big. My heart was racing, and I could see the same fear in Mark and Jason's eyes. None of us wanted to admit it, but we were all thinking the same thing. "Dogman. Maybe it's just a bear," I said, trying to convince myself as much as them. But we all knew that wasn't true. Bears don't make sounds like that, and they don't stalk people. Not like this. The fire crackled and popped, casting flickering shadows on the trees around us. The growling had stopped, but the silence was even worse. We could hear our own breathing, the crack of twigs underfoot, the rustle of leaves in the wind. Every sound seemed amplified, like the forest itself was alive and watching us. Then we saw it. A pair of glowing yellow eyes appeared in the darkness, just beyond the edge of the firelight. They were set too high off the ground to be a normal animal, and they were staring right at us. For a moment, none of us moved. We were frozen in place, locked in a silent stare with whatever was out there. Then it stepped into the light. The stories didn't do it justice. The thing was massive, standing on two legs like a man, but with the head of a wolf. Its fur was dark and matted, and its teeth were long and sharp, glinting in the firelight. It let out a snarl that sent a shiver down my spine, a sound so deep and primal that it felt like it was vibrating through the ground. Mark was the first to react. He grabbed a burning log from the fire and waved it at the creature, trying to scare it off. "Get out of here," he yelled, his voice cracking with fear, but the dogman didn't budge. It just stood there, watching us with those glowing eyes, as if it was deciding what to do next. My mind was racing, trying to figure out how we could get out of this alive. Running didn't seem like an option. There was no way we could outrun something like that. And fighting it, that was out of the question. Jason started backing away slowly, his eyes never leaving the creature. "We need to get out of here," he said, his voice trembling. But before we could do anything, the dogman let out a blood-curdling howl and lunged at us. The next few seconds were a blur of chaos and terror. I remember Mark swinging the burning log at it, trying to fend it off, but the creature was too fast. It knocked the log out of his hand and slashed at him with its claws, sending him crashing to the ground. Jason and I ran. We didn't look back, didn't stop to help Mark. We just ran as fast as we could, crashing through the underbrush, branches whipping against our faces. The growls and howls of the dogman echoed behind us, getting closer and closer. I didn't know if it was chasing us or if it had stayed behind with Mark, and I didn't care. All I knew was that I had to keep running. We eventually made it back to the road, gasping for breath, covered in cuts and bruises. We didn't stop running until we reached the safety of the town, where the street lights seemed to chase away the darkness that had nearly consumed us. We went to the police, told them what had happened, but they didn't believe us. They said Mark probably got attacked by a bear, that our minds were playing tricks on us in the darkness. But I knew what I saw. We both did. Mark's body was found the next day, or what was left of it. The official report said it was a bear attack, but I knew better. We never spoke of that night again, but the memory haunts me. Every time I close my eyes, I see those glowing yellow eyes staring back at me, and I hear that growl echoing in the back of my mind. The dogman is real, and it's still out there, waiting for its next victim. It started as a weekend getaway, a chance to escape the stress of everyday life and reconnect with nature. My friends and I had been planning the trip for months, and when the day finally arrived, we were all excited to hit the road. Black Hollow Forest was a remote area far from the city, known for its dense trees and pristine lakes. It was the perfect place to unwind and forget about the world for a while. We arrived at the campsite just as the sun was setting, the golden light filtering through the trees and casting long shadows on the ground. The forest was beautiful, almost surreal in its tranquility. We set up our tents, built a fire, and spent the evening roasting marshmallows and telling stories. It was the kind of night that made you forget all your worries, made you feel alive. But as the night wore on, something began to change. The air grew colder, the shadows longer, and the once soothing sounds of the forest became ominous. It was as if the forest itself was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. I shrug it off as my imagination, but deep down I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. The first sign that something was off came the next morning. We woke up to find strange symbols carved into the trees around our campsite. They were unlike anything I had ever seen before, intricate patterns that seemed to glow faintly in the early morning light. My friends tried to laugh it off, saying it was probably just some pranksters messing with us. But I could see the unease in their eyes dot as the day went on. The feeling of being watched grew stronger. No matter where we went, it felt like there were eyes on us, hidden in the shadows of the trees. We tried to stick together, but there was an unspoken tension in the air, a fear that none of us wanted to acknowledge. That night, we heard the whispers. They started out faint, just a low murmur on the edge of hearing, but they grew louder as the night went on. It was as if the forest was alive, its voice carried on the wind, speaking a language we couldn't understand. The whispers seemed to come from all around us, surrounding our campsite, closing in. One of my friends, Jake, decided he had had enough. He said it was all just a bunch of nonsense, that we were letting our imaginations get the better of us. He grabbed a flashlight and stormed off into the woods, determined to prove that there was nothing out there. We tried to stop him, but he wouldn't listen. Minutes passed, then an hour, and Jake didn't come back. We called his name, our voices echoing through the silent forest, but there was no answer. Panic set in, and we decided to go after him, splitting up to cover more ground. It was a mistake. I hadn't gone far when I heard it, a blood-curdling scream that cut through the night. It was Jake's voice, filled with a terror that I had never heard before. I ran towards the sound, my heart pounding in my chest, but when I reached the clearing, there was no sign of him, just his flashlight lying on the ground, the beam flickering weakly. I picked it up, calling out his name, but there was no response. The forest was silent, the only sound the rustling of leaves in the wind. I was about to turn back when I saw something move out of the corner of my eye, a figure tall and thin, standing just at the edge of the trees. Its eyes glowed in the darkness, a sickly yellow light that set chills down my spine. I froze, unable to move, as the figure took a step towards me. Its movements were slow, deliberate, as if it was savoring the moment. I wanted to run, to scream, but my body wouldn't respond. It was as if I was rooted to the spot, held in place by some unseen force. The figure reached out a hand, its fingers long and bony, the skin stretched tight over its knuckles. I could see its mouth moving, whispering something I couldn't understand. The words were like poison, seeping into my mind, filling me with a cold, suffocating dread. Just when I thought I couldn't take it any more, the figure stopped. It tilted its head as if listening to something, and then it turned and vanished into the trees, as if it had never been there. The spell broke, and I stumbled back, gasping for air, my heart racing. I ran back to the campsite, my mind reeling with what I had just seen. When I got there, the others were already packing up, their faces pale with fear. They had seen something too, something they couldn't explain. We didn't wait to find out what it was. We left Black Hollow Forest at night, our weekend getaway cut short by something none of us could put into words. We never spoke about what happened, never told anyone about the whispers, the figures in the trees, or the symbols carved into the bark. But the fear stayed with us, a constant reminder of what we had seen. Years later, I heard a story about Black Hollow Forest, about how it was cursed, a place where the spirits of the dead lingered, trapped between worlds. They said the forest had a way of drawing people in, of playing with their minds, driving them mad. I don't know if it's true, and I don't want to find out, but I do know this: whatever is in Black Hollow Forest, it's something that shouldn't be disturbed. It's a place that should be left alone, forgotten, because some things are better left in the dark. The day the lockdown was announced, I didn't think much of it. It was just another inconvenience, another disruption in a year already filled with chaos. Everyone was confined to their homes, told to stay inside and wait it out. I live alone in a small apartment on the third floor of an old building downtown, so the prospect of being stuck there for weeks didn't exactly thrill me, but I figured I could manage. I stocked up on groceries, settled into a routine of working from home, and tried to keep my mind occupied. But as the days turned into weeks, and the isolation began to wear on me, strange things started to happen. It began with small, almost unnoticeable changes. A cold draft that seemed to come from nowhere, the feeling of being watched even when I was alone, shadows that seemed to shift in the corners of my vision. I tried to brush it off as my imagination, the product of too much time alone and too little sleep. But the feeling of unease only grew stronger with each passing day. I started hearing noises at night, soft whispers, like someone was speaking just out of earshot, footsteps in the hallway outside my door, even though I knew I was the only one on my floor. Every time I checked, there was nothing there, just the empty corridor, dimly lit by the flickering fluorescent lights. I tried to tell myself it was just the building settling, that the whispers were the wind, the footsteps my own overactive imagination. But deep down, I knew something was wrong. The worst of it started on the 10th night of the lockdown. I was lying in bed, staring at the ceiling, unable to sleep. The room was dark, the only light coming from the faint glow of the street lamp outside my window. I had just started to drift off when I heard it, a low, guttural growl, like nothing I had ever heard before. It wasn't coming from outside, or the hallway, or even another room. It was coming from inside my apartment. My heart was pounding as I slowly sat up, trying to pinpoint the source of the sound. The growl came again, louder this time, and I could feel the vibrations through the floor. It was as if something was right beneath me, just below the surface, waiting to break through. I swung my legs over the side of the bed and stood up, the floor cold against my bare feet. The growling stopped, replaced by a deep, oppressive silence. I felt like I was being watched, like something was in the room with me, just out of sight. I grabbed my phone, using the flashlight to scan the room, but there was nothing there, just the same familiar furniture, the same empty space. But the feeling of dread didn't go away. I spent the next few nights sleeping on the couch in the living room, too afraid to go back to bed. The noises continued: scratches in the walls, soft thumps from the ceiling, the whispers that seemed to be coming from everywhere and nowhere at once. I was exhausted, but every time I tried to sleep, I was jolted awake by the feeling of something watching me. On the 15th day of the lockdown, things escalated. I had been avoiding the bedroom as much as possible, spending most of my time in the living room or the kitchen. But that night, as I sat on the couch, staring blankly at the TV, I heard it again. The growl, but this time it was different. It wasn't coming from the floor or the walls or even outside the apartment. It was coming from right behind me. I froze, every muscle in my body tense. I didn't dare turn around. The growling grew louder, more menacing, and I could feel the hot breath on the back of my neck. It was as if whatever had been stalking me these past weeks was finally making its move. In a panic, I grabbed the remote and turned off the TV. The apartment was plunged into darkness, save for the faint glow of the street lamp outside. I could still hear the growling, but now it was mixed with something else: heavy, labored breathing, like something was struggling to contain its rage. I bolted from the couch and ran to the front door, fumbling with the lock, desperate to get out. But the door wouldn't budge. It was as if something was holding it shut from the other side, something strong and determined to keep me inside. I pounded on the door, screaming for help, but no one came. The building was empty, everyone else having fled the city at the start of the lockdown. I was alone, trapped with whatever this thing was. The growling and breathing were getting closer, and I could feel the cold creeping up my spine, like icy fingers wrapping around my neck. I knew I couldn't stay in the apartment any longer. I had to find a way out, or I was going to die. I ran to the window, throwing it open and looking down at the street below. 3 stories up. It wasn't an ideal escape route, but I didn't have a choice. I started to climb out, one leg over the windowsill, when I felt it. Something grabbed my ankle, yanking me back into the apartment with a force that sent me crashing to the floor. I hit the ground hard. The wind knocked out of me, that I didn't have time to recover. Whatever it was on me, pinning me to the ground, the growling filling my ears, the hot breath on my face. I thrashed and kicked, trying to free myself, but it was no use. It was too strong, too powerful. I could feel the claws digging into my skin, the weight of it pressing down on me, suffocating me. I was going to die, I knew it, and no one would ever know what happened to me. But then, just as suddenly as it had started, it stopped. The weight lifted off of me, the growling ceased, and the room was silent once again. I lay there, gasping for breath, too terrified to move. I didn't dare open my eyes, afraid of what I might see. Eventually, I managed to crawl to my feet, every muscle in my body screaming in pain. The apartment was dark and silent, the oppressive presence gone. But I knew it was still there, lurking in the shadows, waiting for its next chance. I didn't wait around to find out. I grabbed my phone, my keys, and bolted out of the apartment, not stopping until I was outside, breathing in the cold night air. I didn't care about the lockdown, didn't care about the risks. I just needed to get as far away from that place as possible. I never went back. I left the city the next day, moving in with my parents in a different state. I never told them what happened, never told anyone, but I know the truth. I know what's out there, waiting in the shadows, biding its time, and I know that it's only a matter of time before it finds someone else. I wasn't new to the wilderness, As a seasoned park ranger, I had seen my fair share of strange things out in the wild, but nothing could have prepared me for what happened that night. It was supposed to be a routine patrol, just another night shift in the vast expanse of the national park. The sun had set hours ago, leaving the sky a deep, inky black, dotted with stars that seemed too bright for such a dark night. The forest was quiet, almost unnervingly so, with only the occasional rustle of leaves in the wind to break the silence. I was making my way down one of the less traveled trails, my flashlight cutting through the darkness, when I noticed something strange. The forest, usually alive with the sounds of nocturnal creatures, was dead silent. Not even the chirping of crickets or the hoot of an owl. It was as if the entire forest was holding its breath, waiting for something. As I continued down the trail, the feeling of being watched grew stronger. It wasn't uncommon to feel like you were being observed by the wildlife, but this was different. It felt wrong, like something was out there, just beyond the reach of my flashlight, lurking in the shadows. I tried to shake off the feeling, telling myself it was just the isolation playing tricks on my mind. But as the minutes ticked by, the sensation became impossible to ignore. I could feel eyes on me, cold and calculating, as if something was studying me, deciding what to do next. My hand instinctively moved to the radio on my belt. But before I could call in, I saw a figure standing in the middle of the trail, illuminated by the weak beam of my flashlight. At first, I thought it was another person, maybe a hiker who had gotten lost. But as I stepped closer, I realized I was wrong. The figure was tall, unnaturally so, with limbs that seemed too long for its body. Its skin was pale, almost translucent, and its eyes. Those eyes were like nothing I had ever seen before. They were large, completely black, reflecting the light like a predator's in the dark. I froze, my heart racing in my chest. Every instinct I had was screaming at me to run, but my legs refused to move. The figure didn't make a sound, didn't move, just stood there, watching me. I could feel the weight of its gaze, cold and menacing, like it was probing my mind, searching for something. Then, without warning, the figure vanished. One moment it was there, and the next it was gone, as if it had never existed. I stood there, stunned, my mind struggling to process what had just happened. I knew I should leave, get out of there as fast as I could, but something kept me rooted to the spot, a nagging curiosity that wouldn't let go. I shined my flashlight around, searching for any sign of the figure, but the forest was empty, the trail clear. I turned to head back to my patrol truck, but as I did, I heard something that made my blood run cold. It was a low growl, coming from somewhere deep in the woods, followed by the unmistakable sound of something moving through the underbrush. Fast and heavy, panic set in, and I started running, my flashlight bobbing wildly in front of me. The growl grew louder, closer, until it was right behind me. I could feel the ground vibrating under my feet, as if something massive was charging through the forest, chasing me. I didn't dare look back. I just kept running, my breath coming in ragged gasps, my heart pounding in my ears. I stumbled onto the main trail, my legs burning with exertion, but I didn't stop. I could still hear it behind me, the growl turning into a deep, guttural roar that echoed through the trees. I was nearly at my truck when I felt it, a sharp, cold pain in my back, like icy claws digging into my flesh. I cried out, my body jerking forward as the force of the impact knocked me off my feet. I hit the ground hard. The wind knocked out of me, but I didn't stay down. I scrambled to my feet, ignoring the pain, and threw myself into the truck, slamming the door shut behind me. I fumbled with the keys, my hands shaking so badly I could barely get them into the ignition. Finally, the engine roared to life, and I floored the gas pedal Speeding down the dirt road as fast as the truck would go, I didn't stop until I reached the ranger station, the lights of the building a welcome sight in the darkness. I burst through the door, gasping for breath, my clothes soaked with sweat and blood. My colleagues stared at me, their faces a mix of shock and confusion, but I couldn't find the words to explain what had happened. All I could do was collapse into a chair, my mind reeling from the terror of what I had just experienced. The following morning, I went back to the spot where it had happened, though I wasn't sure why. Maybe I needed to prove to myself that it was real, that I hadn't imagined the whole thing. But when I got there, the trail was empty. No sign of the figure, no evidence of the chase, not even a footprint. The only thing I found was my flashlight, lying on the ground where I had dropped it. The battery's dead. I never saw the figure again, but the memory of that night still haunts me. The forest, once a place of peace and solitude, now feels like a predator, always watching, always waiting. And though I still patrol those trails, I do so with a new sense of respect and fear for the unknown. Because out there in the darkness, there are things we're not meant to understand, things that defy explanation. And sometimes those things are watching us, waiting for the perfect moment to make themselves known. It was late October when I first heard about the town of Ashwood. I was at a Halloween party, the kind where everyone dresses up in cheap costumes and drinks too much. I was talking to this guy, Ryan, someone I barely knew, when he mentioned the place. He said it in passing, like it was just another small town, but there was something in his tone that caught my attention. "You ever been to Ashwood?" he asked, taking a sip of his beer. I shook my head, curious. "It's this tiny place up in the mountains, real quiet, real isolated. But there's something off about it, you know. Like the people there they're weird. Almost like they're part of some cult or something." I laughed it off at the time, figuring he was just trying to spook me. But the name stuck with me, Ashwood. There was something about it that I couldn't shake, a nagging curiosity that wouldn't let go. So a few weeks later, I decided to check it out for myself. It was a Saturday, and I didn't have anything better to do. The drive was long and winding, taking me up into the mountains, away from the city, and into the thick forest that seemed to go on forever. I finally reached Ashwood just as the sun was setting. The town was small, barely more than a few streets and a handful of houses. There was a single gas station, a diner, and what looked like an old general store. The place was deserted, eerily quiet, like it had been forgotten by the rest of the world. I parked my car near the diner and got out, stretching my legs. The air was cold and crisp, the kind that bites at your skin and makes you want to go inside and sit by a fire. As I walked down the main street, I noticed that the houses all looked the same old, weathered with peeling paint and overgrown yards. There were no lights on, no signs of life. It was as if the entire town was in hibernation. But as I passed by one of the houses, I saw something that made me stop in my tracks. There was a symbol carved into the door, a strange, twisted design that looked like a mix between a pentagram and some kind of animal. It was crude, but there was something about it that sent a shiver down my spine. I continued walking, my curiosity piqued. The diner was just ahead, the only building with any lights on. I figured it would be a good place to start, maybe get some information about the town. As I pushed open the door, a bell jingled above me, and I was hit with the smell of stale coffee and frying grease. There were a few people sitting at the counter, all of them older, dressed in plain, worn-out clothes. They barely glanced up as I walked in. I took a seat at the counter and waited. The waitress, a middle-aged woman with tired eyes and a cigarette hanging from her lips, came over after a few minutes. "What can I get you?" she asked, her voice flat and emotionless. "Just a coffee, thanks," I reply, trying to make small talk. "I'm just passing through. Never been to Ashwood before." She gave me a strange look, like she was trying to figure out if I was joking or not. "Not many people come here," she said finally, pouring the coffee into a chipped mug. "It's not exactly a tourist spot." I nodded, taking a sip. The coffee was bitter and lukewarm, but I drank it anyway. "Yeah, I can see that. But I heard about this place from a friend. He said there was something different about it." The waitress didn't respond, just gave me another one of those strange looks before walking away. I sat there for a while, sipping my coffee and watching the people around me. They all seemed to be in their own little worlds, not paying any attention to me or each other. It was unsettling, to say the least. After finishing my coffee, I paid and left the diner, stepping back out into the cold night air. The streets were still empty, the town quiet as a graveyard. But as I made my way back to my car, I heard something, a faint sound, like chanting, coming from somewhere in the distance. It was so faint that I almost missed it, but once I noticed it, I couldn't ignore it. It was coming from the woods, just beyond the edge of town. I hesitated for a moment, debating whether or not to follow the sound, but my curiosity got the better of me. I started walking towards the woods, the chanting growing louder with each step. It was rhythmic, almost hypnotic, like a lullaby from a nightmare. The trees were thick and tall, their branches intertwining above me, blocking out the moonlight. The deeper I went, the darker it became, until I could barely see my hand in front of my face, and then, suddenly, I came to a clearing. The trees opened up, revealing a wide, open space illuminated by the flickering light of torches. There were people gathered in a circle, all of them dressed in dark robes, their faces hidden by hoods. In the center of the circle was a large stone altar, covered in symbols similar to the one I had seen on the door earlier. And on the altar there was a figure tied down, struggling against the ropes. I couldn't see the figure's face, but I could hear their muffled cries, their desperate pleas for help. The chanting grew louder, more frenzied, as one of the robed figures stepped forward, holding a knife in their hand. The blade glinted in the torchlight, and I realized with horror what was about to happen. I wanted to move, to scream, to do something, but I was frozen in place, paralyzed by fear. The figure raised the knife above their head, the chanting reaching a fever pitch, and then brought it down with a swift, brutal motion. The muffled cries were cut short, replaced by a sickening silence. The chanting stopped, and the robed figures all bowed their heads as if in prayer. I couldn't breathe, couldn't think. I just stood there, watching in horror as the figure with the knife raised their head, pulling back their hood. It was the waitress from the diner. Her eyes were wide, glazed over with some kind of fervor, a twisted smile on her face. That's when I turned and ran. I didn't stop until I was back at my car, my heart racing, my mind spinning. I fumbled with the keys, finally managing to get the door open and jump inside. I started the engine and peeled out of there. Not daring to look back, I drove for hours, not stopping until I was miles away from Ashwood, the sun rising on the horizon. My hands were shaking, my mind still reeling from what I had seen. I didn't know what to do, who to tell. I knew no one would believe me. It would sound like the ramblings of a madman, a story too horrifying to be true. But I know what I saw. I know what's out there, hidden away in the quiet, forgotten corners of the world. A darkness that festers and grows, waiting for its next victim. And I know that no matter how far I run, How much I tried to forget, the memory of that night will haunt me forever. I've always been drawn to abandoned places, the crumbling ruins of a world that once was. There's something about them that fascinates me, the way they hold on to the past, like echoes of lives long gone. But there was one place I always avoid, even though it was the crown jewel of urban exploration in our area, the old Blackwood Asylum. The stories that surrounded it were enough to keep even the most daring explorers at bay. Tales of ghostly apparitions, strange noises, and people who went in but never came out. So naturally, I decided that's where I needed to go. I wasn't alone in my curiosity. My friend Tom was equally intrigued by the place, and we spent weeks planning our trip. We knew it wouldn't be easy. Blackwood was surrounded by a tall, rusted fence, and the grounds were patrolled by a security guard who took his job a little too seriously, but we were determined. We chose a night when the moon was new, plunging the world into darkness, perfect for slipping past the guard unnoticed. The moment we stepped onto the asylum grounds, a chill ran down my spine. The building loomed before us, a hulking mass of brick and broken windows, its facade cracked and peeling. It looked like it was barely holding together, as if one strong wind could bring it all crashing down. But it wasn't the building that unnerved me, it was the silence. The air was thick with it, oppressive, as though the asylum itself was holding its breath, waiting for us to make the first move. We found an entrance at the back of the building, a door hanging off its hinges, and slipped inside. The air was stale, thick with dust and decay. Our flashlight cut through the darkness, revealing long, empty hallways lined with doors that led to God knows where. We moved cautiously, our footsteps echoing through the empty corridors, the sound unnervingly loud in the otherwise silent building. As we ventured deeper into the asylum, the temperature seemed to drop. I could see my breath in the beam of my flashlight, and my fingers were starting to go numb. It didn't make sense outside. It had been a mild night, but in here it felt like we had stepped into a freezer. Tom noticed it too, but we didn't say anything. We just kept moving, too stubborn to admit that maybe this wasn't such a good idea after all. We found ourselves in what must have been the main ward, a large open space with rows of rusted bed frames, some still with tattered mattresses. The walls were covered in graffiti, layers upon layers of it, but beneath the spray paint I could still see the remnants of something older. Words scratched into the plaster, names, dates, desperate pleas for help. The sight of it made my skin crawl, but I couldn't look away. It was then that we heard it, a faint whisper, so quiet I almost thought I imagined it. But when I looked at Tom, I saw the fear in his eyes, and I knew he had heard it too. We stood there, frozen, listening as the whispers grew louder, more distinct. They were coming from all around us, a chorus of voices overlapping, merging into a single, unintelligible sound. My heart raced, and for the first time since we stepped inside, I felt a deep, primal fear. Tom grabbed my arm and pulled me towards the exit, but as we turned to leave, the door slammed shut with a deafening bang. We both jumped, our flashlights flickering wildly as we scrambled to get out. But the door wouldn't budge. No matter how hard we pushed or pulled, we were trapped. The whispers grew louder, almost deafening now, and I could hear my name among them, clear as day. Michael, they hissed, the sound slithering into my ears like a snake. I whipped around, shining my flashlight into the darkness, but there was no one there, just the empty ward and those awful voices. Tom was panicking, pounding on the door, but I couldn't move. I was rooted to the spot, staring into the shadows, waiting for something, anything to emerge. And Then it did. At the far end of the ward, a figure stepped into the light of my flashlight. It was a man, or at least it had been once. His clothes were filthy, tattered beyond recognition, and his skin was pale, almost gray. But it was his eyes that terrified me the most. Empty, black voids that seemed to suck in the light, leaving nothing behind. He stood there, watching us, his head tilted to one side as if he were curious. Then he started to move slowly, deliberately, his footsteps echoing through the ward. Tom screamed, a sound of pure terror that set chills down my spine. He bolted for the door again, slamming his shoulder against it with all his might. But it was no use. The figure kept coming, closer and closer, until I could see every detail of his rotting face, the way his skin hung from his bones, the dark stains that covered his clothes, and then he spoke. His voice was low, guttural, like the sound of rocks grinding together. "You shouldn't be here," he said, and with those words the whispers stopped, leaving behind an eerie silence that was somehow worse. I wanted to scream, to run, to do anything but stand there and face whatever this thing was. But I couldn't move. I could only watch as he reached out, his fingers long and bony, and touched my chest. The moment his hand made contact, a wave of cold washed over me, so intense it felt like I had been plunged into ice water. I gasped, my breath freezing in my lungs, and for a moment I thought I was going to die right there in that forsaken place. But then he was gone, just like that, leaving me shivering and gasping for air. The door burst open, and Tom grabbed me, dragging me out of the ward and down the hall. We didn't stop running until we were outside, the cold night air hitting us like a slap in the face. We didn't speak, didn't look back, just ran as fast as we could until we were safely on the other side of the fence. We never spoke about what happened that night. I think we were both too scared to admit it was real, but I know what I saw, what I felt, and I'll never forget it. The Blackwood Asylum is a place that should be left alone, a place where the past lingers, where the dead don't rest. I haven't been back since, and I don't plan to. Some doors are meant to stay closed, and some places are better left forgotten. I don't know what possessed me to take the night shift at Shadow Lake. Maybe it was the solitude, the idea of being alone with my thoughts, or maybe it was the extra pay that came with the job. Whatever it was, I never imagined that it would lead to the most terrifying experience of my life. Shadow Lake wasn't much of a place, a small, secluded spot in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by dense forest, the kind of place people went to escape the world, to fish or camp or just sit by the water and forget about life for a while. It was peaceful during the day, almost serene, but at night, it was a different story. I had only been working there for a few weeks when it happened. My job was simple: patrol the area, make sure no one was trespassing or causing trouble, and keep an eye on the cabins that dotted the shoreline. Most nights were uneventful, the hours passing slowly as I made my rounds, the only sound the wind rustling through the trees and the occasional hoot of an owl. But this night was different. It was early November, the air cold and crisp, the first hints of winter in the breeze. The lake was still, the surface like glass, reflecting the full moon that hung low in the sky. I was making my usual rounds, flashlight in hand, when I heard something, a low, guttural growl, coming from the direction of the woods. At first, I thought it was just an animal, a coyote, or maybe a wolf. But there was something about the sound that made my skin crawl, something that sent a shiver down my spine. It was too deep, too resonant, like nothing I had ever heard before. I stopped in my tracks, listening, my heart beginning to race. The growl came again, louder this time, closer. I swung my flashlight towards the trees, the beam cutting through the darkness, but there was nothing there, just shadows and the faint outline of the forest. But I knew something was out there. I could feel it, a presence lurking just beyond the edge of the light. I tried to tell myself it was just my imagination, that the night was playing tricks on me. But then I saw it, a pair of eyes, glowing in the darkness, staring back at me from the shadows. They were large, too large for any normal animal, and they were fixed on me. And blinking, cold and calculating, I froze, my mind racing, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. But before I could react, the eyes disappeared, and I heard the sound of something large moving through the trees, the underbrush crunching under its weight. It was heading towards the lake, towards the cabins. I don't know what compelled me to follow it. Maybe it was curiosity, or maybe it was some deep-seated sense of duty. But whatever it was, I found myself moving towards the sound, my flashlight shaking in my hand. The growling grew louder, more menacing, and I could hear the sound of claws scraping against the ground, the unmistakable sound of something huge and powerful. I reached the edge of the woods just in time to see it, a massive, hulking figure standing on two legs, its fur matted and dark, almost black. It was easily over 7 feet tall, its body covered in thick, rippling muscles, its hands ending in long, razor-sharp claws. But it was its face that terrified me the most. It was like a twisted mix of man and beast, a canine snout with sharp, gleaming teeth, and those same glowing eyes staring right at me. For a moment, we just stood there, locked in a silent stare, and then, without warning, it let out a blood-curdling howl, the sound echoing across the lake, sending chills down my spine. I turned and ran, my heart pounding in my chest, my mind screaming at me to get out of there, to get as far away as possible. I sprinted towards the nearest cabin, my breath coming in ragged gasps, my legs burning with the effort. I could hear it behind me, the sound of its heavy footsteps, gaining on me with every second. I reached the cabin, throwing myself against the door, fumbling with the keys, my hands shaking so badly that I could barely get the key into the lock. Finally, the door gave way, and I threw myself inside, slamming it shut behind me. I leaned against it, my chest heaving, my mind racing. For a moment, there was nothing but silence, and I dared to hope that maybe I had lost it, that maybe it had decided to leave me alone. But then I heard it, the sound of something scratching against the door, something strong and determined. The door shook with the force of it, and I could hear the wood splintering under the pressure. I backed away, my eyes wide with terror, my mind desperately trying to think of a way out. The cabin was small, just one room with a bed, a table, and a small wood stove in the corner. There was a window on the opposite wall, but it was too small to climb through, and even if I could, there was no guarantee I'd be able to outrun whatever was out there. I was trapped. The scratching stopped, and for a moment there was nothing but silence. And then, with a deafening crash, the door splintered open, and the creature stepped inside. It ducked under the doorframe, its eyes glowing in the darkness, its teeth bared in a terrifying snarl. I backed away, my hands trembling, my mind screaming at me to do something, anything, but I was frozen in place, paralyzed with fear. The creature took a step towards me, its claws scraping against the wooden floor, and I could see the hunger in its eyes, the raw, animalistic desire to tear me apart. I don't know what happened next. Maybe it was instinct, or maybe it was sheer desperation. But I found myself grabbing the only weapon I could find, a small hatchet that was sitting by the wood stove. I swung it wildly, my eyes squeezed shut, my mind a blur of fear and adrenaline. I felt the hatchet connect with something solid, and there was a loud, guttural howl of pain. I opened my eyes just in time to see the creature stagger back, clutching its shoulder, blood dripping from the wound. It stared at me, its eyes filled with fury and hatred, and for a moment I thought it was going to attack again, but then it turned and fled, crashing through the door and disappearing into the night. I stood there, the hatchet still in my hand, my body trembling, my mind struggling to process what had just happened. I didn't move for what felt like hours, my eyes fixed on the broken door, waiting for the creature to return. But it never did. When the sun finally rose, I found the courage to leave the cabin. The woods were silent, the lake calm and peaceful, as if nothing had happened. But I knew better. I knew what I had seen, what I had fought off, and I knew that it was still out there, lurking in the shadows, waiting for the next unfortunate soul to cross its path. I never went back to Shadow Lake after that. I quit my job the next day, packed up my things, and left town without looking back. But even now, years later, I can still hear that growl, still see those glowing eyes staring at me from the darkness. And I know that no matter how far I run, how much I try to forget, the memory of that night will haunt me forever. When I first moved to the small town of Ashfield, I was looking for a quiet place to start over. I'd gone through a rough patch of bad breakup, losing my job, and feeling generally lost in life. So when I found the little cabin in the woods for rent at a ridiculously low price, I didn't think twice. It was secluded, far from the hustle and bustle, just what I needed to clear my head and figure out my next steps. The cabin was old, almost ancient, with a sagging roof and creaky floors, but it had a certain charm. It sat at the edge of a dense forest, surrounded by towering pines and thick underbrush, the kind of place that made you feel miles away from civilization. The nearest neighbor was a good half-hour drive, and the town itself wasn't much closer. It was perfect. The first few weeks were blissful. I spent my days hiking the trails around the cabin, soaking in the peace and quiet, and my nights curled up by the fireplace with a good book. But then things started to change. It was subtle at first, a feeling of being watched, the sensation that I wasn't alone, even though I knew I was. I chalked it up to nerves, the remnants of stress from the life I'd left behind, but the feeling didn't go away. In fact, it got worse. One night I woke up to the sound of footsteps outside my window. They were slow, deliberate, like someone was walking around the cabin, inspecting it. I froze, listening, my heart racing in my chest. The footsteps stopped right below my bedroom window, and I held my breath, waiting for something to happen. But nothing did. After what felt like an eternity, the footsteps moved away, fading into the distance. I was too scared to look outside, so I stayed in bed, wide awake until the first light of dawn. When I finally mustered the courage to check, there was no sign of anyone. The ground was undisturbed, the leaves piled up against the cabin walls untouched. But I knew what I'd heard. I tried to shake it off, telling myself it was just my imagination playing tricks on me. But as the days went by, the strange occurrences only escalated. Doors that I was sure I had locked would be found wide open. Objects would go missing, only to reappear in the oddest places. And then there were the whispers, faint and indistinct, that seemed to come from the walls themselves. I couldn't make out what they were saying, but I knew they were there, haunting the silence of the cabin. Desperate for answers, I began asking around in town, trying to find out if anyone else had experienced anything strange near the cabin. That's when I heard the legend of the witch. According to local folklore, the cabin had once belonged to a woman named Eliza, who lived there over a century ago. She was a recluse, rarely seen in town, and rumors started to spread that she was a witch practicing dark magic in the solitude of the woods. The townsfolk were terrified of her, and when crops failed and livestock died, they blamed Eliza. One night, a mob marched to her cabin, determined to rid the town of her evil. They dragged her out, beat her, and left her for dead in the forest. But before she died, Eliza cursed the land, vowing that anyone who lived in her cabin would suffer the same fate she did. The story was chilling, but I didn't believe in curses or witches. Still, I couldn't deny that something was wrong with the cabin. I decided to leave, pack up my things, and find somewhere else to start over. But as I prepared to go, the cabin seemed to fight back. It started with the doors slamming shut every time I tried to leave. Then the whispers grew louder, angrier, until they were a constant presence in my ears, driving me to the brink of madness. And finally, one night, the witch herself appeared. I had been lying in bed, trying to ignore the sounds around me, when I felt a cold hand on my ankle. I bolted upright, but there was no one there. The room was dark, but in the faint light from the moon, I saw her, Eliza, standing at the foot of my bed. Her eyes were hollow, her skin gray and withered, and her mouth twisted into a grotesque smile. She reached out to me, and I felt a cold dread wash over me, paralyzing me with fear. "You cannot leave," she whispered, her voice like the rustling of dead leaves. "This is my home, and now it is yours," I screamed, a raw, terrified sound that echoed through the cabin. I scrambled out of bed, ran for the door, but it wouldn't open. I pounded on it, clawed at it, desperate to escape, but it was no use. The witch was right behind me, her presence a suffocating weight that pressed down on my chest. I could hear her breathing, feel the icy breath on the back of my neck, and then, just as suddenly as it started, it stopped. The door flew open, and I tumbled out into the night. I didn't stop running until I reached my car, not daring to look back. I left everything behind, the few belongings I had packed scattered on the cabin floor. I drove straight out of Ashfield, not stopping until I was miles away. I never went back to that cabin. I didn't even return to Ashfield to collect the rest of my things. The town, the cabin, it all felt like a bad dream, something I was desperate to forget. But I couldn't shake the feeling that the witch's curse was still with me, that her cold, dead eyes were watching me even now. Wherever I went, I felt her presence, a shadow that lurked just out of sight, waiting for the right moment to strike. They say the cabin still stands, empty and abandoned, just as it was when I left. But I know better. The witch is still there, waiting for the next poor soul to wander into her trap, to fall victim to the curse that binds her to that place. I can only hope that no one else is foolish enough to follow in my footsteps, to awaken the darkness that sleeps in those woods, because once you do, there's no escape. I had always loved the isolation of Eagle's Hollow. Nestled deep within the Appalachian Mountains, it was the kind of place where you could get away from the noise of life, where the only sounds were the whispering winds and the distant calls of wildlife. My family had owned a cabin there for generations, a simple, sturdy structure built from logs hewn from the surrounding forest. It was my sanctuary, a place where I could escape the pressures of work and the demands of daily life. I'd been looking forward to my week-long retreat for months. The plan was simple: a few days of hiking, maybe some fishing in the nearby stream, and plenty of time to relax by the fire with a good book. I had packed enough supplies to last me the week: canned food, bottled water, firewood, and a few other essentials. I arrived at the cabin late on a Sunday afternoon, just as the sun was dipping below the horizon, casting long shadows across the valley. The first couple of days passed uneventfully. I spent my mornings hiking the trails that wound through the dense forest, marveling at the beauty of the untouched wilderness. The afternoons were spent by the stream, casting a line and enjoying the simple pleasure of being alone in nature. And in the evenings, I would sit by the fire, sipping on a cup of coffee, the warmth of the flames warding off the chill of the mountain air. But by the third night, something changed. It started with a feeling, a strange sense of unease that I couldn't quite shake. It was as if the air had grown heavier, the shadows deeper, the silence more oppressive. I told myself it was just my imagination, that I was simply not used to being so isolated. But the feeling persisted. That night, as I lay in bed, I heard it a soft, almost imperceptible sound, like the creak of a floorboard. I sat up, my heart beginning to race, my eyes scanning the darkness of the cabin. The fire had burned down to embers, casting a faint, flickering light across the room, but there was nothing out of place, nothing to explain the noise. I told myself it was just the old cabin settling, the wood expanding and contracting with the change in temperature. But as I lay back down, I heard it again, louder this time, closer. It was the unmistakable sound of footsteps, slow and deliberate, moving across the floor just outside my bedroom door. I sat up again, my heart pounding in my chest, my mind racing with possibilities. I knew I was alone in the cabin. There was no one else for miles around. But those footsteps were real as the fear that was now gripping me. I reached for the flashlight on the nightstand, my hand trembling as I switched it on. The beam cut through the darkness, illuminating the small bedroom. I swung it towards the door, half expecting to see someone standing there, but the doorway was empty. The only sound was the faint crackle of the dying fire. I forced myself to get out of bed, my legs shaking as I approached the door. I stood there for what felt like an eternity, listening, but the footsteps had stopped. I slowly opened the door, the hinges creaking loudly in the silence. The cabin's main room was empty, the shadow stretching long and dark across the floor. But the front door, which I had locked before going to bed, was slightly ajar, a thin sliver of moonlight spilling in from outside. I moved to the door, every instinct telling me to shut it, to lock it, to barricade it with whatever I could find. But something compelled me to step outside, to see if anyone was there. The night was cold, the air biting against my skin. As I stood on the porch, the forest surrounding the cabin cloaked in darkness, I listened, straining to hear anything. But the night was silent. No footsteps, no rustling in the trees, not even the chirp of a cricket. It was as if the world had been swallowed by the darkness, leaving me alone in the void. I quickly shut the door, bolting it this time, and returned to bed, but sleep didn't come easily. I lay there for hours, my mind replaying the events of the night, trying to make sense of what I had heard. The next day I searched the area around the cabin for any signs that someone had been there, but there was nothing, no footprints, no broken branches, nothing to suggest that anyone had been near the cabin. I tried to convince myself that it had all been in my head, that the isolation was playing tricks on me, but the uneasy feeling remained, gnawing at the back of my mind. That night the footsteps returned. This time they were louder, more insistent, as if someone or something was pacing back and forth outside my bedroom door. I didn't bother turning on the flashlight. I knew there was no point. Instead, I lay there, frozen with fear, listening as the footsteps grew closer, stopping just outside my door. I don't know how long I lay there, my body rigid with terror, but eventually the footsteps stopped, and the cabin fell silent once more. When I finally mustered the courage to get out of bed, I found the front door ajar again, just as it had been the night before. But this time there were muddy footprints on the porch, leading away from the cabin and into the woods. The prints were large, too large to be human, and they were unlike anything I had ever seen before. They were deep, as if whatever had made them was incredibly heavy, and they had an odd, almost claw-like shape. I followed them for a short distance into the woods, but they disappeared into the underbrush, leaving me with more questions than answers. By the fifth night, I was on edge, my nerves frayed from the lack of sleep and the constant fear. I had taken to keeping the hatchet by my bed just in case, but I knew it wouldn't do much good if whatever was out there decided to come inside. I was beginning to regret coming to Eagle's Hollow, beginning to wish I had stayed home where it was safe. That night, the footsteps came again, but this time they didn't stop at the door. They entered the room. I could hear them, slow and deliberate, moving across the floor towards my bed. I clutched the hatchet, my knuckles white, my breath coming in shallow gasps. I wanted to scream, to run, to do anything but lie there and wait for whatever was coming. But I couldn't move. I was paralyzed with fear. The footsteps stopped, and for a moment there was nothing but silence. And then I felt it, a cold, clammy hand on my shoulder, gripping me with a strength that I couldn't fight. I tried to scream, but no sound came out. I tried to move, but my body wouldn't respond. All I could do was lie there, the cold hand tightening its grip, my mind screaming in terror. And then, just as suddenly as it had started, it was over. The hand released me, the footsteps retreated, and the cabin fell silent once more. I lay there, trembling, my body drenched in sweat, my mind struggling to process what had just happened. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. As soon as the first light of dawn broke through the trees, I packed my things and left Eagle's Hollow. I didn't care about the week I had planned or the supplies I had brought with me. I just wanted to get as far away from that cabin as possible. I've never been back to Eagle's Hollow since that night, and I don't plan to. Whatever was there, whatever had taken up residence in that cabin, it wasn't something I wanted to encounter again. I don't know if it was a spirit, a creature, or something else entirely, but I do know one thing. Some places are meant to be left alone, forgotten by time and untouched by man, and Eagle's Hollow is one of them. The day started like any other, with the early morning sunlight filtering through the trees and the sound of birdsong in the air. I was about halfway through my shift as a park ranger, patrolling the vast expanse of woodland that I had come to know as well as my own backyard. The forest was my second home, a place where I felt at peace, surrounded by the quiet majesty of nature. But on that particular day, something was different. It was subtle at first, just a nagging feeling at the back of my mind that something wasn't quite right. I tried to shake it off, blaming it on the fact that I hadn't slept well the night before, but as the hours passed, the feeling grew stronger, an unease that settled in my gut and refused to leave. The forest, normally so full of life, seemed quieter than usual. The birds had stopped singing, and the rustle of small animals in the underbrush was conspicuously absent. Even the wind, which usually whispered through the trees, had still radioed into the station, but there was no response. That wasn't unusual. Reception out here was spotty at best, and I figured I was just in a dead zone. Still, the silence was unnerving. I decided to head towards one of the more remote parts of the park, an area that didn't see many visitors. It was a place I usually avoided, not because it was particularly dangerous, but because it had a reputation among the rangers. Stories of strange occurrences, unsettling sightings, and people who claimed to have seen things that couldn't possibly be real. I had always dismissed the stories as just that, stories. But on that day, something drew me there. The deeper I went into the woods, the more oppressive the atmosphere became. The trees, tall and ancient, seemed to close in around me, their gnarled branches reaching out like skeletal fingers. The path, once clear, began to disappear, swallowed by the undergrowth until I was left pushing my way through thick brush, the branches scratching at my arms and face. I checked my map, but it was useless. I wasn't lost. I knew exactly where I was, but the path was gone, as if it had never existed. I should have turned back, but I didn't. I couldn't. Something was pulling me forward, deeper into the forest. I told myself I was just curious, that I wanted to see if there was a reason the path had disappeared, but deep down I knew that wasn't true. I was being drawn towards something that was waiting for me. Eventually, I came to a clearing, a small patch of open ground surrounded by trees so tall and thick that they blocked out the sky. The ground was covered in a thick layer of moss, soft and spongy underfoot. In the center of the clearing was a large stone, half buried in the earth. It was covered in strange carvings, symbols that looked old, ancient even, but I couldn't recognize them. They were intricate, swirling patterns that seemed to move if you stared at them for too long. I felt a sudden urge to touch the stone, to run my fingers over the carvings. But I resisted. That's when I heard a low, rumbling sound that seemed to come from the stone itself. It was deep and resonant, like the growl of a large animal, but there was something almost human about it. The sound vibrated through the ground, through my feet, up into my bones. I took a step back, but the ground beneath me shifted, like it was alive. I lost my balance and fell, my hands sinking into the moss. It was wet, almost slimy, and as I pushed myself up, I noticed that the moss wasn't just green. It was streaked with red, like it had been stained with blood. The rumbling grew louder, and the carvings on the stone began to glow, a faint, eerie light that pulsed in time with the sound. I watched, transfixed, as the light grew brighter, the patterns shifting, changing. The ground beneath me trembled, and I realized that the sound wasn't just coming from the stone, it was coming from the forest itself. The trees were groaning, their trunks bending and twisting as if they were trying to pull themselves out of the ground. The branches above me shook, leaves falling like rain, and the air grew thick with the smell of damp earth and decay. I scrambled to my feet, my heart pounding in my chest. The light from the stone was almost blinding now, casting long, twisted shadows across the clearing. The ground was moving, rippling like water, and I could feel something rising up beneath it, something massive. I didn't wait to see what it was. I turned and ran, crashing through the undergrowth, not caring about the scratches and cuts from the branches that tore at my skin. I just ran, driven by a fear that I had never felt before, a primal terror that gripped me so tightly I could barely breathe. The forest was alive with sound now, a cacophony of creaking wood, snapping branches, and that awful rumbling that seemed to follow me, growing louder with every step. The trees were closing in around me, the path disappearing completely, leaving me stumbling through the dark, lost and terrified. I could feel something behind me, something big, moving through the trees with a speed and grace that didn't seem possible. I didn't dare look back, but I could hear it, the sound of heavy footsteps, the crack of branches, and a low growl that made the hair on the back of my neck stand on end. I ran until I thought my lungs would burst, until my legs gave out and I collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. The forest was quiet again, the only sound my own ragged breathing. I looked around, expecting to see the trees closing in, but I was alone. The path was back, clear and wide, leading me back to safety. The clearing, the stone, the rumbling, it was all gone, as if it had never been there, but I knew it had. I could still feel the cold, wet moss on my hands, the sting of the scratches on my arms. I could still hear the rumbling in my ears, the low growl that had followed me through the forest. I made my way back to the station, shaken and exhausted. I didn't tell anyone what had happened. Who would believe me? But I knew I would never go back to that part of the forest again. There was something there, something old and powerful, something that didn't want to be disturbed. The forest is still my home, but I'm more careful now. I stick to the well-worn paths, and I always keep an eye on the trees, watching, waiting, because I know that somewhere out there, in the dark, something is watching me too. It was supposed to be an easy job. The security company had contracted me to watch over an old factory that was slated for demolition in a few weeks. The building had been abandoned for years, left to decay in the outskirts of the city, but recent interest in the land meant they needed someone to keep an eye on it, mainly to deter vandals and trespassers. The pay was decent, and I figure it would be a quiet gig, maybe even a little boring. I had no idea what I was signing up for. The factory was massive, a sprawling complex of rusted steel and crumbling concrete. It had been a textile plant once, employing hundreds of workers, but it had shut down decades ago, leaving the machinery to rot and the walls to peel. Nature had started to reclaim the building, with vines creeping through broken windows and moss growing in the damp corners. It was eerie in the daylight, but at night it became something else entirely, a dark, hulking beast of a place that seemed to swallow the light from my flashlight. My first night on the job, I parked my car just outside the main entrance and made my way inside. The company had set up a small security station near the front of the building, a portable cabin with a few monitors linked to security cameras positioned throughout the factory. I settled in, checking the feeds, but there wasn't much to see, just empty hallways, dusty rooms, and long-forgotten machinery. For the first few hours, everything was quiet. I did my rounds, walking through the cold, empty corridors, my footsteps echoing off the walls. The place was a labyrinth, with narrow hallways that twisted and turned, leading to rooms filled with rusted machines and stacks of old wooden pallets. It was easy to get lost if you weren't paying attention, but I had the layout memorized. After a few passes, around midnight, I returned to the security station, grabbed a cup of coffee from the thermos I had brought, and settled in to watch the monitors again. That's when I saw a flicker of movement on one of the screens. At first I thought it was a trick of the light, a glitch in the camera, but then it happened again, a shadow moving in the corner of the frame. I leaned in closer, trying to make out what it was. The camera was positioned in one of the old loading bays, a large, empty space with a few rusted shipping containers stacked against the far wall. The shadow moved again, slipping between the containers, and then disappeared from view. I felt a chill run down my spine. There wasn't supposed to be anyone else in the building, but I couldn't deny what I had seen. I grabbed my flashlight, checked the batteries in my radio, and headed out to investigate. The factory was dead silent as I made my way to the loading bay, the only sound the soft crunch of my boots on the concrete floor. My flashlight beam cut through the darkness, illuminating the rusted metal and flaking paint, but there was no sign of movement, no hint that anyone had been there. When I reached the loading bay, I found it empty, just as I had left it. The containers were there, covered in a thick layer of dust, but there were no footprints, no signs that anyone had disturbed them. I walked around the area, shining my light into the dark corners, but there was nothing, just the cold, empty space and the quiet hum of the wind outside. I tried to shake off the uneasy feeling that had settled over me, convincing myself that it had just been a trick of the light, a shadow cast by something outside. But as I turned to leave, I heard a soft, shuffling sound, like something being dragged across the floor. I froze, my heart racing, and slowly turned back towards the containers. The sound came again, louder this time, coming from behind one of the larger containers. I gripped my flashlight tighter and approached, every nerve in my body on edge. When I rounded the corner of the container, I nearly dropped the flashlight. Lying on the floor was an old, worn-out doll, its clothes tattered and its face cracked and dirty. It looked like it had been there for years, forgotten and abandoned, like everything else in the factory. But what caught my attention was the fact that the doll was wet, as if it had been left out in the rain. Even though the factory had been dry as a bone, I stared at the doll for a moment, my mind racing to make sense of what I was seeing. But before I could process it, the lights in the loading bay flickered and then went out completely, plunging me into darkness. My flashlight was the only source of light, its beam suddenly feeling weak and inadequate in the vast, dark space. I backed away from the container, my breath coming in quick, shallow gasps. I had been in the dark before, but this was different. The darkness here felt oppressive, heavy, as if it was pressing down on me, suffocating me. And in that darkness, I could hear something else, the soft, almost inaudible sound of breathing. Close to close, I swung the flashlight around, trying to find the source of the sound, but there was nothing, just the empty space and the shadows that seemed to move just out of the corner of my eye. I wanted to run, to get out of that place, and never come back, but my legs felt like they were made of lead, unable to move. The breathing grew louder, closer, and then suddenly it stopped. The silence that followed was deafening, the kind of silence that fills your ears and drowns out everything else. And then, from behind me, I heard a low, guttural growl, deep and menacing, the kind of sound that makes the hairs on the back of your neck stand on end. I spun around, my flashlight beam cutting through the darkness, but there was nothing there, nothing that could have made that sound. But I could feel it, something watching me, something waiting in the darkness, just out of sight. I stumbled backwards, my mind racing with fear, and then, without warning, the lights flickered back on, flooding the loading bay with harsh, fluorescent light. I blinked, momentarily blinded by the sudden brightness, and when my vision cleared, I found myself alone in the loading bay, the doll still lying on the floor, the silence pressing in on me. I didn't waste any time. I turned and ran, not caring about the noise I was making, not caring about anything but getting out of that factory. I reached the security station in record time, slammed the door behind me, and collapsed into the chair, my heart pounding in my chest. I stared at the monitors, half expecting to see something, anything, but the screens were empty, showing only the still, silent factory. I didn't know what I had seen, or if I had seen anything at all. Maybe it was just my mind playing tricks on me, the isolation and the darkness getting to me. But deep down, I knew that wasn't the case. There was something in that factory, something that didn't want me there. The rest of the night passed in a blur. I stayed in the security station, too scared to leave, watching the monitors and jumping at every little sound. But the factory remained silent. The only movement, the occasional flicker of the old, malfunctioning cameras. When my shift finally ended, I practically ran to my car, not daring to look back at the factory. I never returned to that job, never set foot in that building again. I told the company I wasn't feeling well and couldn't continue, and they found someone else to replace me. I don't know what happened to them, and I don't want to know. To this day, I can't explain what I saw or heard in that factory. Maybe it was a ghost, Maybe it was something else, something darker. All I know is that there are places in this world that are better left alone, places where the past lingers waiting for someone to disturb it. And the abandoned factory at the edge of the city is one of those places. It was just supposed to be another night on the job. As an Uber driver, I was used to all kinds of passengers, from the rowdy late-night partygoers to the quiet loners just trying to get home. But this ride was different. It started like any other. I had just dropped off a group of friends in the city and was about to head back home when I got a ping for a pickup in a quiet suburban neighborhood. I hesitated for a moment, considering just calling it a night, that the lure of one last fare was too tempting. I accepted the ride and made my way to the location. The street was dark and eerily quiet, with most of the houses looking like they hadn't seen a soul in years. As I pulled up to the address, I noticed something strange. There were no lights on in the house, no sign of anyone waiting for me. I checked the app to make sure I was in the right place, and sure enough, I was. I figured the passenger must be waiting inside to avoid the chill, so I sent a message letting them know I had arrived. A moment later, the front door creaked open, and a woman stepped out. She was tall and slender, dressed in a long black coat that seemed to swallow her whole. Her hair was dark and hung loosely around her pale face, which was almost ghostly white under the dim street lights. She moved with a slow, deliberate grace, almost gliding towards the car rather than walking. I couldn't help but feel a shiver run down my spine as she got closer. Something about her just felt off. When she reached the car, she paused for a moment, staring at me through the passenger side window. Her eyes were dark, almost black, and there was something unsettling about the way she looked at me, like she was peering straight into my soul. After what felt like an eternity, she opened the door and slipped into the back seat. "Good evening," I said, trying to sound cheerful, but my voice came out more shaky than I had intended. She didn't respond, just stared straight ahead, her hands folded neatly in her lap. I glanced at the app to check the destination, a place on the outskirts of the city, a good 20 minutes away. I started the car and pulled away from the curb, trying to shake off the uneasy feeling that had settled over me. The ride was silent, the only sound the hum of the engine and the occasional rustle of leaves as we passed under the trees. The woman didn't say a word, didn't move, didn't even seem to blink. She just sat there, staring ahead with those cold, dark eyes. I tried to make small talk, asking her how her night was going, but she didn't respond, didn't even acknowledge that I had spoken. I finally gave up, focusing on the road and hoping the ride would be over soon. As we drove, the streets grew darker, the houses more spaced out, until we were driving through a stretch of road surrounded by dense woods. The trees loomed over us like twisted, skeletal fingers, blocking out the moonlight and casting long, eerie shadows across the road. I felt a growing sense of dread, like something was watching us from the darkness. Suddenly, out of nowhere, the woman spoke. Her voice was soft, almost a whisper, but it sent chills down my spine. "Do you believe in ghosts?" she asked, her tone calm and detached, as if she were asking about the weather. I swallowed hard, glancing at her in the rearview mirror. "I'm not sure," I replied, trying to keep my voice steady. "Why do you ask?" She didn't answer right away, just kept staring out the window. "They say this road is haunted," she finally said, her voice so quiet I almost didn't hear her. "Many people have died here, in accidents, murders. They never left." A cold sweat broke out on my forehead. I knew the road had a reputation but I had never given it much thought. It was just a road after all. But the way she said it with such conviction made my skin crawl. We continued driving in silence, the tension in the car thick enough to cut with a knife. I could feel my heart racing, my hands gripping the steering wheel so tightly my knuckles were white. Every shadow, every rustle of leaves seemed to take on a sinister quality, like the forest itself was alive, watching us, waiting for something. Then, without warning, the car's headlights flickered, and the engine sputtered. My heart skipped a beat as the car slowed to a stop, the lights dimming until we were plunged into darkness. I tried turning the key, but the engine just clicked, refusing to start. Panic set in as I realized we were stranded on this dark, lonely road in the middle of nowhere. I turned to the woman, intending to apologize for the inconvenience, but the words caught in my throat. She was staring at me, her dark eyes wide, almost frantic, and there was something in her expression that sent a jolt of fear through me. "We need to leave," she whispered, her voice trembling. Now, I didn't need to be told twice. I grabbed my phone, intending to call for help, but there was no signal. Of course there wasn't. I looked around, trying to figure out what to do, when I noticed something in the rearview mirror, a shadow moving in the trees behind us. At first I thought it was just my imagination, but then I saw it again, a dark shape shifting in the shadows. Coming closer, I felt a surge of adrenaline and threw open the car door. "We need to get out of here," I shouted. But when I turned around, the woman was gone. The back seat was empty, the door still closed. I blinked, my mind struggling to process what I was seeing, or rather, what I wasn't seeing. I spun around, searching the darkness for any sign of her, but she was nowhere to be found. It was like she had vanished into thin air. My heart was pounding in my chest as I backed away from the car, every instinct screaming at me to run, to get as far away from this place as possible. But then I heard it, a soft, whispering voice coming from the trees. I couldn't make out the words, but it was unmistakably her voice, calling to me, beckoning me to come closer. I knew I should run, but something compelled me to move forward, to step into the shadows. But as I walked into the darkness, the whispering grew louder, more insistent, like a chorus of voices all around me. The trees seemed to close in, the air growing colder with every step. I felt like I was being drawn into a nightmare, unable to escape, unable to wake up. And then I saw a figure standing in the shadows, just at the edge of my vision. It was her, the woman from the car, but something was different. Her face was twisted, her eyes wide and empty, her mouth hanging open in a silent scream. She reached out to me, her fingers long and bony, and I felt a cold, clammy hand grip my wrist. I tried to pull away, but her grip was like iron, dragging me deeper into the darkness. The whispering grew louder, the voices merging into a deafening roar that filled my head, drowning out my thoughts. I was consumed by fear, unable to think, unable to move, as she pulled me closer, her face inches from mine. And then, just as suddenly as it had started, it stopped. The whispering ceased, the darkness lifted, and I was alone, standing in the middle of the road, the car behind me. I looked around, my heart still racing, but there was no sign of her, no sign of anything. The forest was silent, the road empty. I stumbled back to the car, my hands shaking as I fumbled with the keys. The engine roared to life on the first try, the headlights cutting through the darkness as if nothing had happened. I didn't question it. I just floored the gas and sped away, not daring to look back. I never saw the woman again. I don't know who she was or what happened that night, but I'll never forget the terror I felt, the sense that something beyond my understanding had reached out and touched me. Since then, I've avoided that road, and I've stopped driving Uber at night. Some things are better left alone, and I've learned my lesson. I grew up hearing stories about the old hacienda on the outskirts of town, a crumbling relic of a bygone era, abandoned for as long as anyone could remember. Locals said it was cursed, that the land itself had been tainted by something evil, something that refused to die. Most people avoid the place, steering clear of the overgrown road that led to it. But I was always curious. I wanted to know what was so terrifying about a bunch of old bricks and rotting. Would doubt I was 23 when I finally decided to check it out for myself. My friends thought I was crazy, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I needed to see it with my own eyes. I grabbed my camera, a flashlight, and set out one evening just before dusk. The road to the hacienda was little more than a dirt track, winding through fields that had long since gone to seed. As I walked, the light began to fade, casting long shadows across the ground. The air grew cooler, and a heavy, oppressive silence settled over everything. When I finally saw the hacienda, it was exactly as I had imagined, an imposing structure, 3 stories tall, with crumbling walls and a roof that sagged in the middle. The windows were broken, the wooden shutters hanging by a thread, and the front door, which had once been grand and imposing, was barely hanging on its hinges. The place looked like it had been abandoned for 100 years, maybe more. I pushed open the door, and it creaked loudly, the sound echoing through the empty halls. The interior was just as decrepit as the outside. Dust and cobwebs covered everything, and the air was thick with the smell of mildew and decay. I wandered through the rooms, my flashlight cutting through the darkness, revealing glimpses of the past. There was a grand staircase in the center of the house, leading up to the 2nd and 3rd floors, but the steps were rotted and unstable. I decided to stick to the ground floor, not wanting to risk falling through. The more I explored, the more uneasy I felt. The silence was oppressive, like a weight pressing down on me, and I started to feel like I wasn't alone. It wasn't just the creaking of the old house settling, or the rustle of the wind through the broken windows. It was something else, something I couldn't quite put my finger on. I brushed it off as nerves, telling myself that I was just letting the stories get to me. But then I found the mirror. It was in what had once been the dining room, propped up against the wall, covered in dust and grime. It was large, ornate, with a gold frame that had tarnished over the years. I don't know why, but I felt drawn to it. I knelt down and wiped away the dust with my sleeve, revealing a surface that was surprisingly intact, despite its age. As I looked into the mirror, I saw something move behind me, a flicker of shadow, there and then gone. I whipped around, but there was nothing there, just the empty room, lit only by the beam of my flashlight. I turned back to the mirror, and that's when I saw it, my reflection, staring back at me with eyes that weren't my own. I froze, my heart hammering in my chest. The face in the mirror was mine, but twisted wrong. The eyes were black, soulless, and the mouth was curved into a smile that sent chills down my spine. I stumbled back, my foot catching on something, and I fell to the floor, the flashlight skittering across the room. The light went out, plunging me into darkness. I scrambled to my feet, my hands shaking as I fumbled for the flashlight. When I finally found it and turned it back on, the mirror was empty, just a reflection of the room behind me. But the feeling of dread didn't go away. It clung to me, a cold, clammy sensation that seeped into my bones. I needed to get out of there. I turned and ran, not caring about the noise I was making, just wanting to put as much distance between myself and that cursed mirror as possible. I reached the front door, but when I tried to open it, it wouldn't budge. I pulled and yanked on the handle, but it was like the door was stuck fast. I was trapped. Panic set in, my breath coming in short, ragged gasps. I turned back, looking for another way out, when I saw something that made my blood run cold. The figure from the mirror was standing at the top of the stairs, watching me. It was me, but not me, a twisted, malevolent version of myself, with those same black eyes and that horrible, twisted smile. I backed away, but the figure started to descend the stairs, slowly, deliberately, its eyes never leaving mine. I bolted for the back of the house, crashing through doorways and skidding around corners, looking for an exit. I could hear footsteps behind me, heavy and slow, like they were taking their time, savoring the chase. I found a door leading to the backyard and flung it open, not caring where it led, just needing to get out of that house. I burst into the night air, the cool breeze hitting my face like a splash of water. I didn't stop running until I was back on the road, the hacienda far behind me. I didn't look back. I didn't want to see if it was following me. When I finally made it back to town, I collapsed on the steps of the church, gasping for breath, my heart racing. I told myself it was just my imagination, that the stories had gotten into my head, but deep down, I knew the truth. The old hacienda is cursed, just like the stories said. I saw something that night, something that wasn't meant to be seen, and I don't think it's done with me yet. I haven't been back since, and I never will, but I can still feel it, watching, waiting, and sometimes, when I look in the mirror, I see those black eyes staring back at me, that twisted smile that I know isn't mine. I don't know how much longer I can keep running. I had always been a night owl, which made working the graveyard shift at the old textile factory bearable. The factory had been around for nearly a century, producing everything from garments to linens, and it had seen better days. The machines were ancient, the floors creaked underfoot, and the walls were thick with layers of dust and grime that no amount of cleaning could remove. But the pay was good, and the solitude of working late at night suited me just fine. Or so I thought. It was a typical Friday night, and I had just settled into my routine. My job was simple: keep an eye on the machines, make sure nothing went wrong, and do a bit of maintenance when needed. The factory was huge, with rows upon rows of old looms and sewing machines stretching as far as the eye could see. During the day, the place was a hive of activity with workers bustling about, but at night it was a different story. The silence was almost oppressive, broken only by the occasional creak or groan of the aging building. I was about halfway through my shift when I first noticed it, a faint sound, just on the edge of hearing. At first I thought it was just the wind rattling the windows, but as I listened closer, I realized it was something else entirely. It sounded like ... whispering, soft, indistinct voices coming from somewhere deep within the factory. I tried to ignore it, chalking it up to my imagination or the acoustics of the old building. But the sound persisted. It seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere all at once, surrounding me, filling the empty space with a sense of unease. I turned up the volume on my radio, hoping to drown it out, but the whispering grew louder, more insistent, as if it was trying to get my attention. My heart began to race, and I found myself glancing around nervously, half expecting to see someone lurking in the shadows. But the factory was empty, just me and the machines. Still, the whispering continued, growing louder and more distinct until I could almost make out the words. It was like a chorus of voices overlapping and merging into a single, disjointed message that sent chills down my spine. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was very wrong. I checked the machines, but they were all functioning perfectly, their steady hum almost comforting in the otherwise eerie silence. But the whispering wouldn't stop. It seemed to be coming from the far end of the factory, near the old storage rooms that hadn't been used in years. Against my better judgment, I decided to investigate. I grabbed a flashlight and made my way through the factory, the beam of light cutting through the darkness. As I got closer to the storage rooms, the whispering grew louder, more distinct, until it was almost deafening. My pulse quickened, and I could feel a cold sweat forming on my brow as I reached the door to the storage room. I hesitated for a moment, every instinct telling me to turn back, to leave the factory and never return. But curiosity got the better of me. I pushed open the door, the hinges groaning in protest, and stepped inside. The room was cold, much colder than the rest of the factory, and the air was thick with dust. Old crates and boxes were piled haphazardly around the room, some of them dating back decades. The whispering was louder now, almost like a chant, and it seemed to be coming from somewhere deeper within the room. I moved slowly, my flashlight sweeping across the cluttered space. As I rounded a corner, I saw a large, old wooden crate, partially open, with something inside. I approached cautiously, my heart pounding in my chest, and shined the light into the crate. What I saw made my blood run cold. Inside the crate were old, tattered pieces of fabric, covered in dust and grime. But that wasn't what terrified me. It was the faces, dozens of faces, sewn into the fabric, their eyes wide open, staring at me. The mouths were twisted into silent screams, and the stitching was crude, almost barbaric, as if someone had tried to fuse the fabric and flesh together. I stumbled back, dropping the flashlight, and the whispering reached a fever pitch, the voices screaming in my ears. I could feel something behind me, something cold and malevolent, and I knew I had to get out of there. I turned and ran, not daring to look back, the whispering following me, chasing me through the factory. I didn't stop until I was outside, gasping for air, my heart racing. The whispering had stopped, but the memory of those faces, those lifeless, tormented faces, was burned into my mind. I never went back to that factory. I quit the next day, unable to explain what I had seen, unwilling to even try, but the nightmares never stopped. Every night I would dream of that room, that crate, those faces, and in the darkness I would hear the whispering, growing louder and louder, until it was all I could hear, all I could think about. I don't know what happened in that factory, what kind of horrors took place in those walls, but I do know one thing. Some things are better left forgotten. Some places should remain abandoned, their secrets buried with them, because sometimes those secrets have a way of coming back, of finding you, no matter how far you run. I had always considered myself a nature enthusiast, drawn to the rugged beauty of remote places. So when my friends suggested a hiking trip through Cabrillo Canyon, I jumped at the chance. The canyon was known for its stunning views and challenging trails, but it also had a darker reputation. Local legends spoke of strange occurrences and unexplained disappearances. But we were young and eager for adventure, dismissing the stories as nothing more than campfire tales. We set out early one morning, the sun just beginning to rise over the jagged peaks. The trail started out easy enough, winding through lush vegetation and alongside a crystal-clear stream. The further we went, however, the more difficult the terrain became. The path narrowed, the vegetation thickened, and the canyon walls rose steeply on either side, casting long shadows that made the air feel cooler, even in the midday sun. By the time we reached the halfway point, we were exhausted. We decided to take a break in a small clearing where the ground leveled out and we could catch our breath. As we rested, We noticed something strange. There were no sounds of wildlife, no birds singing, no rustling in the underbrush. The only sound was the wind whistling through the canyon like a mournful cry. It was eerie, but we chalked it up to our nerves and continued on our way. The trail grew more treacherous as we climbed higher, the path barely discernible among the rocks and tangled roots. The canyon walls closed in around us, and the sky above was reduced to a narrow strip of blue. I started to feel uneasy, like we were being watched, but every time I looked around, there was nothing there, just the empty trail behind us and the sheer cliffs on either side. Then we reached the cave. It wasn't marked on any of the maps we had, but there it was, a dark opening in the rock face, partially hidden by overgrown vines. Something about it drew us in, a strange compulsion to see what lay inside. We argued about whether to explore it, but in the end, curiosity won out. We grabbed our flashlights and ventured into the cave, the light from the entrance quickly fading behind us as we descended into the darkness. The air inside was cool and damp, with a faint, musty odor that made me think of forgotten places untouched by time. The walls were rough and jagged, the floor uneven and slick with moisture. We moved slowly, our footsteps echoing in the confined space. As we went deeper, the tunnel began to narrow, forcing us to crouch as we continued forward. That's when we heard the sound of something moving in the darkness ahead. We stopped, straining to hear over the sound of our own breathing. It was faint but unmistakable, a shuffling noise, like something dragging itself across the ground. We exchanged nervous glances, unsure of what to do. Part of me wanted to turn back, but another part, the part that had always been drawn to the unknown, urged me to keep going. We pressed on, the tunnel growing narrower and more claustrophobic with each step. The shuffling sound grew louder, closer, and I could feel my heart pounding in my chest. Then, without warning, the tunnel opened up into a large cavern, and we froze at the sight before us. In the center of the cavern was a large circular pit, surrounded by strange markings carved into the rock. The shuffling sound was coming from the pit, but we couldn't see what was making it. We approached cautiously, our flashlights trembling in our hands. As we reached the edge of the pit, we shone our lights down into the darkness, and what we saw made my blood run cold. At the bottom of the pit were dozens of bones, human bones, scattered in a haphazard pile. Some were old, bleach-white by time, while others looked disturbingly fresh. But that wasn't the worst part. Standing among the bones was a figure, hunched and emaciated, with skin stretched tight over its skeletal frame. Its eyes glowed faintly in the darkness, and its mouth hung open in a silent scream. We stood there, frozen in terror, as the figure slowly turned its head to look up at us. For a moment, time seemed to stand still, and I could feel a cold, creeping dread seeping into my bones. Then the figure let out a low, guttural moan, and began to crawl up the sides of the pit, its bony fingers scrabbling at the rock as it climbed toward us. That was all it took. We turned and ran, scrambling back through the tunnel as fast as we could. The walls seemed to close in around us, the darkness pressing down like a weight. I could hear the creature behind us, its claws scraping against the stone, and I knew it was getting closer. We burst out of the cave, gasping for air, and didn't stop running until we were back on the main trail. My lungs burned, my legs felt like they were going to give out, but I didn't care. I just needed to get as far away from that cave as possible. We didn't speak much after that. The rest of the hike was a blur, a desperate race to get back to civilization. When we finally reached the trailhead, it was nearly dark, and we were too exhausted to do anything but collapse in the dirt. We never talked about what happened in that cave. It was like some unspoken agreement, a pact to leave it behind and never speak of it again, but I can't forget. I can still hear the sound of those claws scraping against the rock, and sometimes, in the dead of night, I see those glowing eyes staring at me from the darkness. Cabrillo Canyon isn't just a place. It's a living, breathing entity, and it doesn't like to be disturbed. I learned that the hard way, and I'll never make that mistake again. The first time I set foot in Crestwood High School at night, it was to fulfill a dare. The school had been abandoned for over a decade, left to decay in a forgotten part of town. The bricks were crumbling, windows shattered, and the roof sagged in places. Rumors had circulated for years about why the school closed down, whispers of strange occurrences, unexplained disappearances, and the tragic death of a student in the gymnasium. I had just started my freshman year at a nearby school, and my older brother, Danny, had dared me to spend a night in the old building. "If you make it till morning, I'll do your homework for a month," he said with a smirk. My friends thought it was a bad idea, but I didn't want to back down. I had something to prove, mostly to myself. Armed with nothing but a flashlight and a backpack filled with snacks, I arrived at Crestwood High around 9 p.m. The air was cool, the sky clear, and the full moon cast eerie shadows across the dilapidated building. As I approached the front entrance, the wind picked up, rustling the overgrown weeds and sending a chill down my spine. The door creaked as I pushed it open, and I stepped inside. The musty smell of mold and decay hit me immediately, and I covered my nose with the sleeve of my hoodie. The hallways were dark, the floors littered with debris, and the walls were covered in faded graffiti. I clicked on my flashlight, the beam cutting through the darkness, illuminating the dust particles that hung in the air like tiny specters. I decided to make my way to the gymnasium first, the site of the supposed tragedy. The journey through the school was unnerving, to say the least. Every creak of the floorboards, every gust of wind through the broken windows made me jump. The silence was heavy, oppressive, and the longer I walked, the more I felt like I wasn't alone. When I finally reached the gym, the large double doors were slightly ajar, and I hesitated for a moment before pushing them open. The room was massive, with a high ceiling and rows of bleachers that loomed like ancient ruins in the dark. The moonlight streamed in through the shattered skylights, casting long shadows across the dusty floor. I had heard the story 100 times how a student named Rachel had died during a basketball game, collapsing on the court for no apparent reason. Some said it was a heart attack, others believed she had been cursed, but the truth was never officially revealed. The school closed down shortly after, and the town slowly forgot about it. As I stood in the middle of the gym, I suddenly felt a cold breeze. Even though there were no open windows nearby, the temperature dropped, and I could see my breath in the air. That's when I heard it, a faint sound, like the bouncing of a basketball. The sound echoed through the gym, and I turned, shining my flashlight in the direction of the noise. The light landed on something in the corner of the room. At first, it was just a shadow, but as I squinted, I realized it was a figure, a person, standing still, watching me. My heart raced, and I felt a surge of fear. The figure was tall and thin, wearing what looked like an old gym uniform. I couldn't make out any details, but I knew it wasn't supposed to be there. I wanted to run, but my legs felt like lead. The figure didn't move, didn't make a sound, just stood there staring. And then, as if on cue, the sound of the basketball grew louder, closer. I looked down and saw a ball rolling toward me slowly, As if being pushed by an invisible hand, it stopped right at my feet. Without thinking, I picked up the bowl. The moment I did, the figure vanished, and the gem was plunged into an even deeper silence. My hands were trembling as I dropped the ball, and it bounced once before rolling back into the darkness. I didn't wait to see where it went. I turned and bolted out of the gym, my footsteps echoing in the empty halls as I ran through the school. Trying to find my way out, the building seemed to change. Hallways that should have led to the exit now twisted and turned in ways that didn't make sense. Doors that had been open were now locked, and every corner I turned brought me face to face with dead ends. Panic set in, and I began to feel like I was trapped in a maze with no way out. The whispers started then, soft at first, barely audible, but growing louder with each passing second. They seemed to come from the walls themselves, from the shadows that danced just out of reach of my flashlight. The voices overlapped, a cacophony of murmurs that I couldn't understand, but the tone was unmistakable, angry, vengeful. I kept running, my heart pounding in my chest, desperate to find the exit. The school felt alive, like it was watching me, toying with me. Every turn I took seemed to lead me deeper into the heart of the building, further away from safety. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, until they were all I could hear, drowning out even the sound of my own footsteps. Finally, I saw at the front entrance, the door I had come through just a few hours earlier. I sprinted toward it, the whispers now a deafening roar in my ears. I could feel something behind me, something dark and malevolent, closing in on me. I didn't dare look back. I reached the door and threw it open, stumbling out into the night. The cool air hit me like a slap in the face, and the whispers stopped abruptly, replaced by the sound of my own ragged breathing. I collapsed on the ground, my body trembling with fear and exhaustion. When I finally looked back at the school, it was just as I had found it, a decaying, abandoned building, silent and still. But I knew what I had experienced was real. I had felt the presence of something in there, something that didn't want me to leave. I never spoke about that night to anyone. Not even Danny. The memories of those whispers, that figure in the gem, still haunt me. Crestwood High may be abandoned, but it's far from empty. Something lingers in those halls, something that's been waiting for a long time. And if you're ever foolish enough to step inside, you might not be as lucky as I was. It was a late Friday night when my friends and I decided to do something we had never done before: explore the old, abandoned asylum on the outskirts of town. The place had been shut down for decades, ever since a fire had gutted the east wing and left several patients unaccounted for. The local kids told stories about it being haunted, but none of us really believed in ghosts. We were just looking for a thrill, a way to kick off the weekend with something more exciting than the usual hangout spots. We met up at the edge of the woods that bordered the asylum grounds. The building was barely visible through the trees, its dark silhouette looming against the night sky. The path leading to it was overgrown and forgotten, as if nature itself was trying to hide the place from curious eyes. We brought flashlights and a couple of beers, laughing and joking to keep our nerves in check as we made our way through the underbrush. As we approached the asylum, the laughter died down. The place was more imposing up close, with its tall, broken windows and crumbling brick walls. There was an eerie silence around it, no sounds of night creatures, no wind rustling the leaves, just a heavy stillness that made my skin crawl. We hesitated for a moment, but then someone cracked a joke, and we all forced ourselves to laugh. Pushing forward, the front door was still intact, though the wood was warped and rotting. It creaked loudly as we pushed it open, the sound echoing through the empty hallways. The smell hit us first, a mix of mildew, old wood, and something else, something that made me think of a long-abandoned basement. We switched on our flashlights and stepped inside, the beams cutting through the darkness to reveal peeling wallpaper, broken furniture, and scattered debris. The place was a maze of hallways and rooms, some of them still partially furnished with rusted beds and empty shelves. Graffiti covered the walls, left behind by other explorers who had dared to enter before us. We wandered through the first floor, peeking into rooms and calling out to each other whenever we found something interesting: a broken wheelchair, a pile of old medical records, a disintegrating straitjacket. It was creepy, but we were having fun, our initial fear giving way to curiosity. It was when we reached the second floor that things started to feel off. The air was colder up there, and the silence was more oppressive. The floorboards creaked under our feet, and every sound seemed to echo too loudly, as if the building was amplifying our presence. We found an old patient chart lying on the floor, the ink faded but still legible. It belonged to a woman named Eleanor Reese, admitted in 1952 for severe hysteria. There were notes about treatments, most of which I didn't understand, but the last entry caught my eye. Patient transferred to East Wing. The East Wing was the part of the building that had burned down. I glanced at my friends, but none of them seemed to notice the significance. We continued exploring, our voices quieter now, as if we were subconsciously aware that we weren't alone. I kept looking over my shoulder, feeling like there were eyes on me, but every time I turned around, there was nothing, just the empty hallway stretching out behind us. Then we heard the nose. It was faint at first, a distant thudding sound, like something heavy being dragged across the floor. We all stopped, our flashlights darting around the hallway, but there was nothing to see. The sound came again, louder this time, and we realized it was coming from above us. The third floor. We exchanged uneasy glances, the bravado from earlier completely gone. Someone suggested we leave, but curiosity got the better of us. We had come this far, turning back now would feel like admitting we were scared. We climbed the stairs to the third floor, the old wood groaning under our weight. The air was colder up there, and the smell of smoke lingered faintly, a reminder of the fire that had ravaged the building all those years ago. The hallway was darker, the windows here boarded up or broken, letting in only slivers of moonlight. We moved slowly, our footsteps cautious. As we followed the sound at the end of the hallway, we found the source of the noise, a large metal door, dented and rusted, with a heavy padlock hanging from it. The door was shaking, vibrating with a rhythmic thudding, as if something on the other side was trying to get out. We stood there, frozen in place, as the door rattled violently, the sound echoing through the hallway like a death knell. Then it stopped. The silence that followed was deafening, a heavy weight pressing down on us. We backed away slowly, not daring to take our eyes off the door, afraid that whatever was behind it would burst through at any moment. One of my friends whispered that we should leave, but before we could turn around, the door creaked open, just a crack, and the smell hit us, burnt flesh and something sickly sweet. We didn't wait to see what was inside. We ran, tripping over debris and each other as we scrambled back down the stairs. The building seemed to come alive around us, the walls closing in, the air growing thick with smoke. I could hear footsteps behind us, heavy and deliberate, as if something was following, getting closer with each passing second. We burst out of the front door, gasping for air, and didn't stop running until we were back in the woods, the asylum a dark silhouette behind us. None of us spoke on the way back to the car. There was nothing to say. We had seen something we couldn't explain, and the terror of it clung to us like a second skin. We never went back to the asylum. In fact, we never talked about that night again. But every now and then I'll have a nightmare, a dark hallway, a rattling door, and the sound of something heavy being dragged across the floor. I'll wake up in a cold sweat, my heart racing, and for a moment I'll feel like I'm back in that place, with the smell of burnt flesh in the air and the sound of footsteps behind me. Cabrillo Canyon is more than just a legend. It's a place where the past and the present blur, where the dead don't rest, and where the living aren't always safe. We went there looking for a thrill, but what we found was something much darker, something that still haunts me to this day. The first time I heard about the old factory on the outskirts of town, it was just a story, a rumor spread by kids who had nothing better to do. The factory had been shut down for years, left to rot after a series of unexplained accidents claimed the lives of several workers. They said it was cursed, that something evil lingered in the shadows of the abandoned building, waiting for anyone foolish enough to enter. I never believed in ghosts or curses. To me, it was just another creepy tale to scare the gullible. But that changed one cold October night, when I found myself standing outside the factory, shivering not just from the chill in the air, but from the sense of dread that settled in my gut. It started innocently enough. My friend Mike and I were out driving, looking for something to do. We passed the factory, its looming silhouette stark against the moonlit sky. Mike, ever the thrill-seeker, suggested we go inside. "Come on, man," he urged, grinning. "It'll be fun. Just a quick look around. What's the worst that could happen?" I hesitated, the stories playing in the back of my mind, but I didn't want to seem like a coward, so I agreed, and we parked the car a short distance away. Making our way to the rusted gates that hung precariously on their hinges, the gate creaked as we pushed it open, the sound echoing in the stillness of the night. We stepped inside, our footsteps crunching on the gravel, the cold air biting at our skin. The factory loomed ahead, its broken windows like dark, tempy eyes staring down at us. We approached the entrance, a massive steel door that was slightly ajar. Mike shoved it open, and it groaned in protest, revealing a cavernous space beyond. The air inside was musty, thick with the scent of rust and decay. I clicked on my flashlight, the beam cutting through the darkness, illuminating the long-abandoned machinery that stood like skeletal remains of a once thriving operation. We ventured deeper into the factory, the silence almost oppressive. Every sound we made seemed to be swallowed up by the building, leaving only the faint echoes to remind us that we weren't alone. I tried to shake off the uneasy feeling gnawing at me, but it clung to me like a second skin. As we explored, Mike pointed out various things: the old conveyor belts, the rusted metal drums, the remnants of what looked like an office in the corner. But my attention was elsewhere, drawn to a large, dark stain on the floor near one of the machines. It was old, barely visible, but something about it sent a shiver down my spine. "Hey, check this out," Mike called, breaking my trance. He was standing by a large metal door, partially open. "Looks like there's more back here." I joined him, peering into the darkness beyond the door. The air was colder here, and the faint sound of dripping water echoed through the space. Reluctantly, I followed Mike inside, the door creaking shut behind us. We found ourselves in what looked like a storage area, filled with old crates and metal shelving units. The air was damp, the walls slick with condensation. As we moved further in, I noticed something strange: scratches on the floor, leading from the back of the room toward us, as if something had been dragged. "Do you see that?" I whispered, pointing at the marks. Mike frowned, leaning down to get a closer look. "Yeah, that's weird," he muttered. "Probably just an animal or something." I wasn't convinced, but I didn't argue. We continued to explore, but the further we went, the stronger the feeling of being watched became. It was like there were eyes on us, lurking in the shadows, unseen but ever present. Then we heard a soft, almost imperceptible sound, like a faint whisper. At first I thought it was just the wind, but then it grew louder, more distinct, echoing off the walls. It wasn't just one voice, but many overlapping, creating a chorus of unintelligible murmurs. "Mike, do you hear that?" I asked, my voice shaking. He nodded, his face pale. "Yeah, I hear it." The whispers seemed to come from all around us, growing in intensity. I felt a sudden urge to leave, to get out of that place. But when I turned to go, the door we had come through was no longer there. In its place was a solid wall, cold and unyielding. Panic set in as we realized we were trapped. The whispers were louder now, almost deafening, and the room seemed to close in on us, the walls pressing closer and closer. The air grew thick, making it hard to breathe, and I could feel a presence, something malevolent, lurking just out of sight. We backed away, trying to find another exit, but every door we tried was locked, every hallway a dead end. The factory was a maze, and we were hopelessly lost within it. The whispers followed us, taunting, mocking, growing more frantic with each passing second. And then we saw it, a figure, just a shadow at first, but it solidified as it approached. It was a man, or at least it had been once. His skin was pale, almost translucent, his eyes sunken and hollow. He wore the tattered remnants of a work uniform, stained with something dark, but it was his expression that froze me in place, an expression of pure hatred. Mike screamed, and the figure lunged at him, moving with unnatural speed. I tried to pull Mike away, but it was too late. The figure grabbed him, dragging him into the shadows. Mike's screams echoed through the factory, filled with terror and pain, and then silence. I was alone, my heart racing, my mind numb with fear. I stumbled backward, desperate to escape, but the factory wouldn't let me go. The walls seemed to close in, the whispers growing louder, more insistent. I ran, not knowing where I was going, just trying to get away from whatever had taken Mike. I don't know how long I ran, or how I finally found my way out. One moment I was lost in the maze of the factory, and the next I was outside, gasping for air, the cold night air filling my lungs. The factory loomed behind me, silent and still, but I knew better. I never told anyone what happened that night. The police searched for Mike, but they never found him. I tried to convince myself it was all a nightmare, that I had imagined it, but deep down I knew the truth. The factory wasn't just abandoned. It was alive, a predator that lured in the curious and the foolish, trapping them within its walls. And once it had you, it never let go. I moved away from that town, started a new life, but the memories of that night still haunt me. Sometimes I can still hear the whispers, soft and distant, reminding me that the factory is still there, waiting for its next victim. I started my nursing career at St. Vincent's Hospital, a century-old institution that was known for its outdated equipment and creepy corridors. But it wasn't the run-down building that made my nights long and sleepless. It was the stories that circulated among the staff, tales of a nurse who had died tragically and still roamed the halls. They called her Nurse Emily. According to the story, she had worked at the hospital during the 1950s. She was young, passionate about her job, and loved by both patients and staff. But one night, during a particularly grueling shift, something went horribly wrong. A patient under her care died unexpectedly, and despite the fact and it wasn't her fault. The guilt consumed her. She ended her life in one of the patient rooms, unable to bear the weight of her perceived failure. I didn't believe in ghosts, but the other nurses swore that Nurse Emily still haunted the hospital. They said you could hear her footsteps in the empty hallways at night, the sound of her humming as she checked on patients who no longer existed. Some even claim to have seen her shadowy figure in an old-fashioned uniform, her eyes filled with sorrow. It was my third week on the night shift when I experienced something I couldn't explain. I was assigned to the East Wing, the oldest part of the hospital, where most of the rooms were no longer in use. The lights flickered constantly, and the heating system clanked and groaned as if it was about to give up at any moment. I was making my rounds, checking on the few patients we had in that wing, when I heard the soft, unmistakable sound of humming. At first I thought it was one of the patients, maybe someone having trouble sleeping. But as I walked down the hallway, the humming grew louder, more distinct. It was a woman's voice, the melody unfamiliar yet strangely comforting. I followed the sound, my heart pounding in my chest, until I reached the last room on the left, room 113. It was one of the rooms that was supposed to be empty. The door closed and the lights off. I hesitated, my hand on the doorknob, listening to the soft humming on the other side. Every instinct told me to turn around and walk away, but curiosity got the better of me. I slowly pushed the door open, the hinges creaking in protest. The room was dark, the only light coming from the small window that overlooked the parking lot. The bed was made, the sheets pristine, and the air smelled faintly of disinfectant, but there was no one there. The humming had stopped the moment I opened the door, leaving the room in an eerie silence. I stood there for a moment, my breath caught in my throat, waiting for something to happen. But the room remained still, as if whatever had been there was now gone. I closed the door quickly, my hands trembling, and hurried back to the nurse's station. I didn't mention what I had heard to anyone. I didn't want to be the new nurse who bought into the ghost stories, but that wasn't the last time I heard the humming. Over the next few weeks, it happened again and again, always on the night shift, always in the East Wing, and always leading me back to room 113. Sometimes I would hear it when I was alone in the hallway, the sound drifting from behind closed doors. Other times, it would start when I was already in the room, the voice soft and mournful, as if someone was singing a lullaby to a child that no longer existed. I started to dread my shifts, the anxiety gnawing at me from the moment I stepped into the hospital. I wasn't sleeping well, the nightmares keeping me awake, and when I did manage to close my eyes, I would dream of Nurse Emily, her face pale, her eyes hollow, her voice humming that same haunting tune. One night I decided to confront whatever it was that had been haunting me. I brought a small tape recorder with me, determined to capture the sound of the humming, to prove to myself that I wasn't losing my mind. My hands were shaking as I made my rounds, the recorder tucked into my pocket, the red light blinking softly. The hospital was quieter than usual, the hallways empty. The only sound, the faint hum of the fluorescent lights. I reached the East Wing and paused, listening, waiting. The humming started almost immediately, a soft, melodic tune that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. I pulled out the recorder and pressed the button. Holding it up as I walked down the hallway, the sound grew louder as I approached room 113. The familiar dread settling in the pit of my stomach. I reached the door and stopped, my heart pounding in my ears. I pressed the recorder closer to the door, my hand trembling, and then I heard its footsteps, soft and shuffling, coming from inside the room. But my breath caught in my throat as I slowly turned the doorknob, pushing the door open just a crack. The humming stopped abruptly, the silence deafening. I peered into the room, my eyes adjusting to the darkness, and froze. There, standing by the bed, was a figure, a woman. dressed in an old-fashioned nurse's uniform, her back to me, her head bowed. I wanted to scream, to run, but my feet were rooted to the spot, my body paralyzed with fear. The woman turned slowly, her movements deliberate and slow, as if she were underwater. When she finally faced me, I saw her eyes empty, hollow, filled with an endless sorrow that sent chills down my spine. She opened her mouth, but no sound came out, just a gaping void where her voice should have been. The room grew colder, the air thick with a sense of despair that was almost tangible. I backed away, my hand still clutching the recorder, the red light blinking in the darkness. The woman took a step towards me, her movements jerky and unnatural, and I stumbled, nearly dropping the recorder. Then, just as suddenly as it had started, it was over. The figure vanished, the room returning to its normal state, the coldness lifting, leaving me standing there, alone and shaking. I didn't wait to see if she would come back. I ran, my footsteps echoing through the empty hallway, the recorder still clutched tightly in my hand. I left the hospital that night and never returned. I couldn't bring myself to walk those halls again, to face whatever it was that I had seen. I moved to a different city, took a job at a different hospital, but the memories stayed with me, haunting my dreams, my waking hours. I never listened to the tape. I couldn't bear to hear that humming again, to relive the terror of that night. But sometimes, late at night, when the world is quiet and I'm alone in my apartment, I think I can still hear it, the soft, mournful tune, drifting through the walls, reminding me of the nurse who never left St. Vincent's Hospital. They say that Nurse Emily is still there, still watching over her patients, still haunted by the guilt that drove her to take her own life. And sometimes I wonder if she's watching me, too, waiting for the day when I'll return to those halls and face her once again.